Chapter 1424 Dragon Bone Sword Dikui. Time flies, and more than 10 days have passed. After experiencing the initial excitement and novelty, everyone in Longshe Mountain has gradually adapted to life in the Taishuanzong site, which is now the Lingshaozong. This place is full of aura, with beautiful mountains and clear waters, and the air is clear and natural. It is the best holy place for cultivation in the world. Compared with Yongkai who just set foot in the star field, it is only a thin line behind the suspended continent. The only fly in the ointment is that the entire flowing flame sand field is still surrounded by 2 of the 3 rings of flames, which is considered isolated from the world. Above, a fiery red light curtain flows. Of course, there are advantages and disadvantages in everything. Today's Lingxiao Pavilion seems to be isolated from the world, but it is also free from many disturbances. Otherwise, with dozens of people occupying such a large and excellent place, it would be strange not to be coveted. Everything is in order. The 10,000 years fragrance brought back by Yongkai from the 6th floor of flowing flame sand field was placed by Yongyan in the secret hall of the front hall. After the application is approved, you can go to the secret hall and retreat with the help of the magic of Wannianxiang. There is also a 9-curved crystal jade tree placed there together. These 2 rare treasures can help people understand the mysteries of the Tao of Heaven and Martial Tao, and they can also help people to clear their minds and exorcise their demons. Whether it is Wannianxiang or Juku Jingyushu, they were originally placed in Yongkai's stone mansion in Longshe Mountain. But more than a month ago, when a powerful enemy besieged Longshe Mountain, Yongyan took the opportunity to move it away. At that time, she took advantage of the enemy's attention to be attracted by Yongkai, and secretly escaped with the help of the restriction of Dragon Cave Mountain and the power of the formation. The purpose was to transfer these strange treasures. There is also the red candlestick and a small piece of red candle pulp, which are still alive in a medicine garden in the front hall. Although they will not grow again, the medicinal effect has been perfectly preserved. Even the mother plant of the blood sword grass was brought here by Yongyan, and the huge blood essence stone did not fall down either. We'll forget. It can be said that although Longshe Mountain was razed to the ground, Lingshaozong did not suffer any losses. Instead, they used that battle to gain a great reputation. At least a dozen forces and hundreds of void-returning mirrors joined forces to attack, but in the end they suffered heavy casualties and fled in embarrassment. This kind of record is the only thing that even the top sects of Gloomstar can do, and only Xingdi Mountain. After that battle, no one dared not to put Longshe Mountain in their eyes, and the name of the owner of Longshe Mountain, Yongkai, was also widely spread. It is easy to do such a feat with a mere 3rd-level cultivation of the Holy King. And the topic of discussion in the tavern is praised by people. Lingshaozong was established in a low-key manner, and without Yongkai's knowledge, Wu Yi and others regarded him as the suzerain on their own. And Yongyan as the deputy suzerain, Yi Xian, as the great elder, often plays Haoan, Ning Shangchen, Gechi and others are also elders. A small sect with only a few dozen people has just taken shape. Although the sparrow is small, it has all the internal organs, and this is just because everyone is unwilling to open the gate to recruit disciples. With the excellent location occupied by the Lingxiao sect, coupled with the current Zhengsheng limelight, just say a word, and I'm afraid there will be a crowd of people, and countless unreliable warriors will come to defect. The foundation is unstable, and now is not the time to do these things. Everyone understands this truth. The divine tree was once again released by Yongkai. In the battle more than a month ago, the performance of the divine tree made Yongkai dumbfounded. The tree absorbs refining. And Stone Puppet's performance was also remarkable, and he also received a very rich reward, a large amount of rare metal ore. The Stone Puppet can enhance its own strength by absorbing the essence of metal minerals, which is its natural supernatural power. The front hall of the High Heaven Pavilion gradually calmed down, all kinds of duties were performed, and Yongkai was also in retreat. Only Yongyan, with Wu Yi and others kept busy. After all, this will be the main altar of his own sect in the future. Yongyan will naturally rearrange the restrictions and formations. Fortunately, the restrictions and formations before Taishuanzong most of them can be used, but the energy depletion is not turned on. All she needs to do is to repair it a little bit, or fill it with holy crystals. This is not a difficult task for her, but she still enjoys it. Yi Xian guarded her side all day long, never leaving her, holding herself as a subordinate. Yongkai occasionally noticed that when this woman was looking at Yongyan, there was a fanaticism and worship in her eyes. It seemed that she would execute any instruction from Yongyan without hesitation. Tianyi Palace, the palace that Yongkai now occupies, in the wing room, he sat cross-legged, with his hands stretched forward, and a green, long sword-like secret treasure was placed on the palm of his hand. It looks like a long sword, but it doesn't have a blade, but it looks extremely dull. On the hilt, there is a longan-sized bead inlaid in it. Inside the green sword body, there is a snake-like thing swimming happily. Move. This secret treasure of the long sword is naturally the product of the refining and fusion of the dragon bone and dragon ball. The body of the dragon bone dragon ball is an aggressive poisonous dragon. So even if it is just a piece of keel, a secret treasure that has been roughly refined from a dragon ball, its power is unpredictable. In the Battle of Longshe Mountain, Yang Kai fully realized its powerful killing power, but unfortunately, that ray of dragon soul was extremely proud, unwilling to be driven by him, and almost caused an oolong on the spot, and was finally suppressed by Yang Kai using the Lotus secret technique. At that time, I was forced to do that, and it was just a stopgap measure, not a long-term solution. Yang Kai took it out now, naturally to solve this problem once and for all, otherwise he would have to forcefully suppress it every time he used it in the future. Not only would he not be able to exert its full power, but he might be backlashed. This is not a joke. It is not uncommon to be backlashed by one's own secret treasures. This kind of thing may happen if one uses low strength to forcibly control a powerful secret treasure. Therefore, when any warrior chooses a secret treasure, he will choose it according to his own level. Choose the secret treasure that suits you according to the limit of your ability and ability, not to say that the more powerful the secret treasure, the better. Moreover, the keel sword in his hand can barely be regarded as a prototype, it has not been completely refined, it has only reached a level where it can be used. After all, it is the body material of the ancient Holy Spirit, how can it be refined so easily? But to Yang Kai's delight, this dragon bone sword seems to be able to grow and evolve. In the Battle of Dragon Cave Mountain, this sword turned into a green dragon. After devouring the flesh and blood essence of several void-returning mirror warriors, its aura increased significantly. After discovering this at the time, Yang Kai didn't dare to let it be devoured at will. It is difficult for him to completely suppress it now. Wouldn't it be like throwing a stone at his foot to make it stronger? Only when the hidden dangers are completely resolved can it grow unscrupulously. The whole body is emerald green, I'll call you Emerald Green. Yang Kai's eyes flashed, and he suddenly muttered to himself. After the words fell, he stretched out his hand to hold the hilt of the sword, and the huge holy yuan poured in like a tide, and the high-pitched sound of dragon chant resounded in Tianyi Palace. The violent coercion swept away, and a green dragon suddenly appeared in front of Yang Kai. It is the illusory body of dragon bone sword Dikyui, just like the real body, the huge dragon body hovering in place, the dragon's head held high, and two gong-sized eyes staring at Yang Kai arrogantly, with flickering eyes with a look of disdain. Even though there is only a sliver of soul left, and there is not even much sanity left, the pride in the bones of the ancient Holy Spirit is indelible. Yang Kai's current strength is as small as an ant in front of the Holy Spirit clan. The dragon's power was raging, Yang Kai's bones were crackling, and his whole body seemed to be pressed to the bottom of the mountain by a mountain, an indescribable sense of powerlessness emerged spontaneously. But he didn't retreat, let alone show the slightest timidity, but looked at the dragon head indifferently. The world-exterminating demon eye is revealed in the left eye, and the long and narrow golden pupils seem to exude infinite magic power, and around the golden pupils, there is even an inexplicable glow looming. It was Luli Shengguang. Cooperating with the demon eye of extermination, the two complement each other, and the power bonus is not as simple as 1 + 1. This time Yang Kai did not use the Lotus secret technique. After all, if he wants to enjoy the pride of the dragon soul, it is not advisable to completely rely on the secret technique. He must let him know his situation, he must let him know who is in charge and who is in charge in the future servant. Only in this way can I drive it as I like in the future without worrying about being backlashed by it. One big and one small, two pairs of eyes are looking at each other, one is contemptuous, the other is majestic, no one has the intention of avoiding or shrinking. Even though the dragon bone dragon ball has been refined in Yang Kai's body for several years, it has long been contaminated with his breath, and it is not so simple to completely surrender it. An invisible contest unfolded between Yang Kai and the emerald green dragon, and invisible spiritual shock spread in all directions. Fortunately, Tianyi Palace's restriction is good, otherwise this palace will be destroyed in this contest in an instant. Although Yang Kai's cultivation level is at the 3rd level of Saint King, but the strength of his spiritual consciousness is no less than that at the 2nd level of Returning Void, coupled with the assistance of the world-exterminating demon eye, the 3rd level of Void Returning will be caught off guard. It will suffer a big loss, so it seems extremely reluctant to deal with the dragon soul. No matter how Yang Kai mobilized his own consciousness and exerted pressure on him, the other party remained unmoved, showing no sign of panic, fear or submission. As time passed slowly, Yang Kai's face gradually turned pale, and his uninterrupted and unrestrained use of the power of consciousness was too much for him, even with his background. A trace of blood has already seeped from the demonic eye of extermination, and the entire left eye is flushed red, and the invisible pulling force and attraction are constantly emanating from the long and narrow golden pupil. It wants to shake the dragon's soul, but it is like waves hitting a rock. The waves splashed in all directions, and the reef remained motionless. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Mobile Network to subscribe and reward. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1425 Surrender. The stalemate continued for 3 days and 3 nights, but Yang Kai made no progress. On the contrary, his own spiritual power was exhausted, and the sea of AA consciousness dried up. If it weren't for the strange treasures like the 7-color warming lotus to warm and nourish the soul, the current situation alone would be enough to make him irreparable. The head of the whole person felt like it had been pierced by thousands of needles, and the pain was splitting. In the wing room of Tianyi Palace, Yang Kai let out a low and muffled roar. The world-exterminating demon eye was self-defeating. Without the power of divine consciousness as the source, the world-exterminator demon eye could not be used at all. This is the first time that the demon eye of world extermination has not made any achievements. In the past, when it was used, it was always invincible. Whether it was against the enemy or deterrence, it had great miraculous effects. But now, dealing with the wisp of remnant soul in the dragon bone sword Dikyui has no effect. Yang Kai was not only not annoyed, but was very happy. The more difficult it is to deal with, the more valuable the dragon bone sword is. As long as you find a way to subdue the dragon soul, it can provide you with great help. What can be done to make it surrender? Yang Kai panted heavily while staring at the green dragon in front of him, thinking hard in his heart. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something. His brows were raised, a glint of excitement flashed in his eyes, and his expression flickered. Even though it's only a vague idea, it's definitely worth trying. The so-called fan of the authorities, Yang Kai completely forgot that there is still a real dragon remnant in his body. It was on the Tongshuan continent that he obtained the Dragon Emperor's inheritance in the Dragon Valley, the forbidden area of AA the Dragon and Phoenix Mansion. After obtaining that inheritance, a pattern of a golden dragon appeared on his body. In the past, Yang Kai didn't have much experience, didn't know much about goods, and didn't know the mystery of the golden dragon pattern, but since the last time he explored the Emperor Garden with Feijitu and others, he knew the existence of the ancient Holy Spirit. Since the inheritance of the Phoenix Empress brought out from the Phoenix Nest is a remnant soul of the Ice Phoenix, the inheritance of the Dragon Emperor that I obtained in Dragon Valley must be the same. Although it has not been verified, Yang Kai feels that his guess should be close to 10. It makes no sense that the inheritance of the Dragon Emperor is worse than the inheritance of the Phoenix Queen. Perhaps, this matter can be achieved with the help of the Dragon Emperor's inheritance. Thinking of this, Yang Kai no longer hesitated. Anyway, this is also a way to succeed, depends on God's will. Reaching out to untie his clothes, he took off his top, and his refined body was immediately exposed to the air. Yang Kai's physical body doesn't look too strong, but his figure is extremely well proportioned, with huge strength hidden in each piece of muscle, which looks very seductive. At this moment, there are 2 patterns existing on his body like tattoos. One is a pattern of a golden dragon, the other is a pattern of an ice phoenix, both of which look lifelike. But what is slightly different is that the golden dragon pattern is like a living one, swimming around Yang Kai's body, while the ice phoenix pattern is fixed in one place and does not move. In the final analysis, the Ice Phoenix pattern is inherited from the Phoenix Queen and does not belong to Yang Kai, it just uses his body as a carrier to stay temporarily, while the Golden Dragon pattern is inherited from the Dragon Emperor and belongs to Yang Kai himself. When Yang Kai's divine sense swept over the Ice Phoenix pattern, he suddenly found that its eyeballs turned for a while, as if it was looking at him, and then there was no movement. Yang Kai didn't know if it was his own illusion. However, Su Yan's figure flashed in front of Yang Kai's eyes. After all, the reason why the Ice Phoenix pattern remained on him was because it was brought to Su Yan. Unfortunately, after so many years, he never had the chance to see the beautiful woman again. I don't know how she is doing now. I don't know if she was bullied or not. I don't know if she practiced well. ... After a moment of silence, Yang Kai cleared up his mood, and then he focused on the golden dragon pattern and took a deep breath. Yang Kai thought about it, and started the yin-yang joyous kung fu. Although there was no Su Yan's cooperation, Yang Kai had already it's not difficult to get up and running. The holy yuan surged, and the golden dragon pattern moved faster, as if it had been nourished by something. After a while, the deafening sound of the dragon's chant came out suddenly, and a dazzling golden light suddenly burst out, covering the entire wing room, and the emerald green color that originally existed in the wing room dimmed a lot in an instant. The emerald green dragon, who had been staring at Yongkai indifferently, his eyes full of contempt, was also flustered at this moment, as if he had encountered some nemesis. His eyeballs trembled violently, showing a hint of panic. Roar! Golden light radiated from Yongkai's body, and a phantom of a golden dragon gathered and formed above his head, like a high god, overlooking the emerald green dragon. The two giant dragons, judging by their body shapes, are almost the same, and their appearance is also the same. The only difference is the color of the two dragons. One gold, one green. Although the green dragon looked fearful, it was obviously unwilling to show weakness to the enemy. When the dragon's head was raised, the green light flourished, and it even covered up the golden light a little, fighting against the majesty of the golden dragon. Seeing this scene, Yongkai was overjoyed, knowing that he was a blind cat and a dead mouse this time, and he found the right method, so he naturally didn't want to give up halfway, so he immediately forced himself to run the yin-yang joyous art with all his might. The golden light became more prosperous, suppressing the green light once again. And this is not over yet, and I don't know if it touched some mystery. Accompanied by a crisp phoenix cry, the ice phoenix pattern originally fixed on Yongkai's body also turned into a stream of light and shot out. The stern cold air swept all around, but the golden dragon emitted scorching energy, one cold and one hot. According to common sense, they should be incompatible with each other, but at this moment they are blending with each other. Not only there is no conflict, but also it further fueled the opponent's power. Golden light, green light, and white shadow collided with each other, and the sound of crackling was endless. That green light was originally no match for Jin Guang, and was suppressed with great pains. Now that Bai Ying joined in, he was defeated in an instant. The sound of A8 sounded, the light in front of his eyes was shining. Yongkai couldn't see clearly, he only felt the golden and white crazily suppressing the green on, and in the investigation of the spiritual sense, the green on was also shrinking at an incredible speed. Boom-a! A muffled sound came out, and Yongkai's body shook, and when he opened his eyes and looked forward, he suddenly found that his room was in a mess, as if it had been ravaged by a violent storm, and even the prohibition of Tianyi Palace was torn. Cracked. On his body, the golden dragon pattern had returned at some point, and it was still swimming happily as before, and the ice and phoenix pattern was once again fixed in a certain place. It was as if everything before was just an illusion and never happened. But Yongkai's attention was immediately attracted by the dragon bone sword Dikyui on the ground, and he reached out to hold it, and an indescribable feeling passed over. If holding the dragon bone sword before was just holding a secret treasure, then now Yongkai has a feeling connected to it, as if the dragon bone sword Dikyui has become a part of himself, allowing himself to drive. Although it is very faint, it is also a completely different feeling from before. With a raised brow, Yongkai poured his own Saint Yuan in, and the green longsword immediately transformed into a green dragon, but it was different from before. The contempt and disdain in the eyes of the green dragon disappeared completely, replaced by meekness and obedience. Yongkai grinned and couldn't help but laugh. Unexpectedly, the idea that I just popped up inadvertently actually succeeded. It is really feasible to fight Longwei with Longwei. And after such an appearance, Yongkai faintly felt that the golden dragon pattern on his body seemed to be better than this green dragon. It is also a remnant soul of the ancient Holy Spirit, but when the green dragon is fighting against the golden dragon phantom alone, it is obviously a bit invincible. Even without the addition of the remnant soul of the ice phoenix, Yongkai feels that it is only a matter of time before it surrenders. The addition of Bingfeng only shortened the time a lot. With a thought, the emerald green dragon flew up according to Yongkai's thoughts, as expected. From now on, if you use Dragon Bone Sword Dikyui again, you don't need to worry about its backlash, and the hidden danger in your heart has been relieved. Yongkai is in a happy mood. After experimenting in the side room for a long time, Yongkai put the Dragon Bone Sword into his body, and continued to nourish it with his own Saint Chi. Own current strength is too low to display the full power of this secret treasure, and the secret treasure itself has not been fully refined. Yongkai doesn't know how powerful this Dikyui will be when all the conditions are mature. This is something to look forward to. Taking out some pills from the space ring, Yongkai restrained his mind, sat cross-legged, and began to recover the Saint Chi and spiritual power he had consumed. In just one day, his spiritual energy had recovered to its peak, and just as Yongkai was about to get up, there was a loud humming sound outside, and then, the entire Tianyi Palace began to shake. Yongkai's face changed drastically. He subconsciously thought that Ling Xiaozong had been attacked, but on second thought, something was wrong. Now Ling Xiaozong occupies the ruins of Taishuanzong, guarded by the 3 flame rings outside, the guardian array inside, the dark star who in the world has such a great ability to defeat Ling Xiaozong. And judging from the turbulence of the spiritual energy in the world, it doesn't seem like a reaction after being attacked. On the contrary, it seems to be a change caused by the inside. Frowning slightly, Yang Kai stood up, opened the door and went out of Tianyi Palace, looking for a certain direction. Yang Kai's figure flashed, and approached there at an extremely fast speed. After a while, Yang Kai came to the huge square in the front hall of Ling Xiaozong. At this moment, dozens of disciples gathered here, and all the elders in the sect were also present, but everyone was looking up at the sky, their eyes fixed for a moment, as if there was something in the sky that attracted them. Following their gazes, Yang Kai showed a look of surprise, because in that midair, Yang Yan was suspended in midair, with a solemn expression, a head of black and beautiful long hair without wind, and his hands were constantly changing. Fahui, strands of pure holy essence emerged from that tender body, turned into streams of light, and shot toward the sky. Aware of Yang Kai's arrival, everyone saluted one after another. To be continued, this text is provided by the Breaking Dawn Update group at Ahixi. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to M to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 1426. Chapter 1426. Extraordinary Liveliness. Now the Lingxiao sect is considered a sect, everyone is elders and disciples, seeing the suzerain naturally cannot lack courtesy. Even Yi Xian, the most powerful master, nodded lightly at Yang Kai. But soon she shifted her gaze and continued to stare at Yang Yan's movements, her beautiful eyes flashed with fanatical light. This woman really regarded Yang Yan as an idol. Yang Kai pouted quietly. Don't blame her, Starry Sky Great Emperor's name is too scary. Yang Kai can get along with Yang Yan calmly, because they are too familiar with each other. What is this for? Yang Kai stared at the sky and asked inexplicably. Back to suzerain, Deputy Suzerain Yang wants to open the restriction of the Luyan sand field, so that my sect can see the sun and the moon again. Ning Shangchen quickly replied, his tone was full of respect, and his old eyes were full of brilliance, as if it is impossible to conceal the admiration for Yang Yan. In the whole world, who can open the ban on the flowing flame sand field? There is only Yang Yan alone. No wonder Ning Shangchen has a look of reverence on his face. Hearing what he said, Yang Kai nodded slightly, knowing Yang Yan's plan in his heart, so he didn't ask any more questions. Now, although everyone has migrated to the Taishuanzong site and changed this place to Ling Xiaozong, the 3-flame fire ring has been shrouded here, and the fiery red barrier covers the sky, making it impossible to see the sun, moon and stars here. In this environment, there will be a somewhat depressing feeling. Therefore, Yang Yan should be planning to open the flame barrier covering the sky, so that today's Ling Xiaozong can reconnect with the outside world. This is a good thing, and only Yang Yan can do it. Yang Kai naturally didn't have the idea of AA expressing his opinion, so he stood quietly with everyone and waited and watched. Streams of pure holy energy gushed out from Yang Yan's tender body, turned into streamers of light and shot towards a certain place in the air, and disappeared in an instant. And as time passed, a vortex appeared faintly in the fiery red sky. The vortex was small at the beginning, but gradually became larger in scale. The swirling vortex looks shocking and chilling, as if it is going to swallow the entire sky. About half an hour later, with Yang Yan's yelling, the red ring on her wrist buzzed, flew into the sky, opened in the wind, and directly turned into a huge ring with a radius of about 10 miles. The ring slowly rose into the sky, and finally touched the flame barrier that covered the sky, and immediately fixed in a certain place, completely motionless, just wrapping the huge vortex in it. Immediately afterwards, the vortex shrank suddenly, and an unparalleled pulling force spread from there. With a crisp sound, the flame barrier covering the sky above Ling Xiaozong burst like a bubble, revealing a circle that was the same size as the circle, enough to there is a sky with a radius of more than 10 miles. There was a burst of cheers, and all the disciples jumped for joy. Yang Kai also grinned, showing joy, but soon, his eyes were attracted by something in the sky, and his expression was stunned. Sure enough, Yang Yan also murmured softly, her beautiful eyes stared at a certain part of the sky, her eyebrows frowned slightly, and immediately she moved her hand, and the first ring of the 3 flame rings flew down again, put it into Hao's wrist. However, the flame barrier did not close again, but kept a gap of about 10 miles around, allowing sunlight to pour down from there, allowing people to see the blue sky and white clouds outside. But at this moment, apart from the long-lost blue sky and white clouds, there is one more thing that attracts the most attention. A huge and magnificent palace. Emperor Garden, why is this thing here? Isn't it on the side of Longshe Mountain? When did it move here? There was a burst of yelling, and the faces of dozens of disciples were full of worry, as if they were bitten by a snake once and feared the well rope for 10 years. The reason why Longshe Mountain encountered a catastrophe last time was, after all, it was also because of the birth of Emperor Garden that Longshe Mountain became the center of the vortex of the struggle. Originally, everyone left Longshe Mountain and found a new place to stay, and it was thousands of times better than the previous Longshe Mountain. The previous haze and worries had been swept away, but I never thought that this good day has not passed for a few days. Diwan actually appeared directly above him again. This makes them somewhat unacceptable. No matter how you think about it, it's unbelievable that the dignified Emperor Garden, one of the 3 forbidden areas of Gloom Star, can't be shaken off like a dog's skin plaster. What's more, Longshe Mountain is 2 months away from here, and no one knows when the Emperor Garden came to the sky above the Lingshaozong. After all, the Lingshaozong has been shrouded in the ring of 3 flames before, and can't see the outside world at all. Only Yang Kai and Yang Yan know the reason. Yi Xian may have some guesses, but he is not sure. Yang Yan lightly fell from the sky, and stood beside Yang Kai, with a calm expression on his face, showing no signs of happiness or anger. Glancing at her, Yang Kai asked softly, "Did you know about this a long time ago, so you broke the barrier?" "Well, I have a feeling, but I'm not sure, but no matter whether there is such a thing or not, the barrier of the sky will always be broken, this time it just coincides with the meeting." Yang Yan nodded slightly. Yang Kairan pondered for a moment, then turned his head and yelled at the disciples, "What's the noise? Since the Emperor Garden appeared here, there must be a reason for it, there is nothing to make a fuss about, what to do?" Yang Kai's words calmed down the commotion among the crowd, they all agreed yes, and retreated respectfully. After those disciples with low strength left, Yang Kai said thoughtfully, "I don't know when the Emperor Garden was transferred here, but since it appeared here, I think there will be a lot of people outside the flowing flame sand field at this moment. It should be very lively." This time, Emperor Garden made a big joke with the entire gloomy star. When it was just born, it was suspended directly above the Dragon Cave Mountain, causing countless forces on the gloomy star to gather in Tianyan City. But no one thought that it would transfer. Now that it appears above Lingshaozong, those powerhouses on Gloom Star must have chased after it. There is no doubt that the Emperor Jade has appeared, and the day when the Emperor Garden will be opened is not far away. No one wants to miss this opportunity. "Do you want to go out and have a look?" Yang Yan asked. Yang Kai nodded, knowing that the door of the house must be very lively now. Of course Yang Kai would not sit idly by. "I'll be with you," Yang Yan said worriedly. Yang Kai glanced at her, did not refuse, nodded and said, "All right." After a brief discussion, Yang Yan immediately brought out the flying shark battle shuttle, and the 2 of them went in together. Yi Xian stayed close to Yang Yan, so naturally he would not fall down. The place where Lingshaozong was located was originally on the 4th floor of the flowing flame sand field, but now the hot area on the 1st floor has disappeared, and the only thing blocking Lingshaozong's front is the hot area on the 3rd floor. Soon, the flying shark battle shuttle passed through the 4th floor and set foot in the hot area on the 3rd floor. However, with Yang Yan here, the billowing hot flames did not threaten the 3 of them at all, and they all moved towards him spiritually. Separate the 2 sides to make a passage. After a long time, the flying shark battle shuttle flickered slightly and appeared outside the flame barrier. The cabin door opened, Yang Kai strode out. Just when he stood still, he couldn't help raising his brows, and swept around with a half-smile. At this moment, a large number of warriors gathered outside the flowing flame sand field, either in small groups or neatly lined up, all looking worriedly at the flowing flame sand field. Those who Yang Kai knew, those who didn't know, those who had hatred or not, were almost all here, including the entire Gloom Star, large and small, hundreds of forces. It can be said that those warriors who originally stayed in Tianyan City all ran here with Diwan. When the flying shark battle shuttle broke out from the flowing flame sand field and Yang Kai appeared, he immediately attracted all eyes, 1 or 2 dumbfounded, with incredible expressions on their faces. Since the flowing flame sand field is known as a forbidden area, it is naturally extremely dangerous. When it is not turned on, no one can break into it. There was a void returning mirror expert who wanted to break into the flowing flame sand due to his strength, but he was melted as soon as he stepped into the first layer of hot flame area. The unopened flowing flame sand field cannot be resisted by manpower at all. Only when it is opened for a period of time, warriors below the void return mirror can use their own strength to enter it. But now, Yang Kai walked out safely from inside. Doesn't this mean that he has been staying inside before? How can that be? Many strong people almost thought that they were dazzled, and they were unbelievably jealous and envious. Although I don't know what method Yang Kai used to freely enter and exit the flowing flame sand field, this method is obviously extraordinary. And there are many benefits in this forbidden area. Yang Kai can enter and exit, doesn't it mean that all the good things in it are monopolized by him? The faces of those strong men who had a grudge against Yang Kai were all so depressed that they were about to vomit blood. Now that Yang Kai is fledgling, he is so difficult to deal with. If he is really allowed to occupy the resources in the flowing flame sand field for a long time, when he fully grows up, who is the opponent on Gloom Star? At this thought, many strong men met their eyes, and murderous intentions abounded in their hearts. However, not everyone has killing intent towards Yang Kai. Qian Tong, the great elder of Shadow Moon Palace, and Fei Zhitu, the city lord of Tianyan City, looked over with surprise and joy. After hesitating for a long time, Qian Tong raised his voice and said, "Yang, come on, it is rumored that you have settled here, is it true? Last time when the people from Longshe Mountain came here for the first time, they expelled a group of warriors, and Yang Kai turned the area around Luyansha into a forbidden area, so the news spread early. The powerhouses on Gloom Star also heard about it, but no one took it seriously. No one thinks that Yang Kai and a mere Dragon Cave Mountain can land in the flowing flame sand field, it's just that this kid is talking nonsense." Even Qian Tong and Fei Zhitu laughed it off, thinking that Yang Kai was just venting the anger of Dragon Cave Mountain being destroyed. But at this moment, everyone didn't dare to think that way anymore. Yang Kai clearly came out of the flowing flame sand field on that weird small warship, seeing is believing, no one could doubt it. To be continued, this text is provided by the Breaking Dawn update group at AAA. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to M to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1427 The Door of Convenience. Seeing that it was Qian Tong who was asking the question, Yang Kai of course would not put on any expression. He smiled and politely clasped his fists and said, "This junior has met Elder Qian and Lord Fei Chang." Qian Tong and Fei Zhitu looked at each other with happy faces. They could naturally see that Yang Kai didn't despise them at all because of his reputation or the fact that he controlled a powerful battleship. This kid still regarded himself as a senior, and he was not lacking in etiquette, and he was worthy of his previous care. Thinking of this, both of them felt relieved. "Brother Wei, Miss Dong, you are here too." Yang Kai looked at a man and a woman standing behind Qian Tong and Fei Zhitu, and greeted them with a smile on their faces. The man and woman were naturally Wei Guchang and Dong Xuaner. The two hurriedly returned the salute, but there was a bit of surprise between their brows, as if they hadn't recovered from the scene just now. "Yang Kai, the rumors?" Qian Tong asked after the juniors finished greeting each other. A ray of light flashed in Yang Kai's eyes, and he said loudly, "Yes, the rumors from the outside world are true, and now I and a group of disciples and friends are indeed settled in the flowing flame sand field." The voice was not loud, but it was enough for everyone to hear the truth. As soon as this statement came out, there were countless uproars, including those who doubted, those who envied, and those who gnashed their teeth. Okay. Qian Tong was shocked, but also happy for Yang Kai. "It would be great if you have a place to stay, and it's still such a treasure land. If you want to come here, it will never appear like before. Living in the flowing flame sand field, it can be said that you can sit back and relax, and you don't have to worry about being attacked by others. If you want to attack Yang Kai, you must first go through the hot flame area. Who can do this kind of thing? There is no one in the entire Gloom Star. I have to worry about the elders, but I don't think there will be any unsightly things to bother the junior Qingshou in the future." Yang Kai smiled, and looked at the places where some strong men were intentionally or unintentionally. This made many people's faces darken, but it was difficult to say anything. "The younger generation should have sent the letter earlier, but I have been busy these days, and I didn't have time for the two seniors to go here in person. Since you are here, why don't you come in and talk about it with Brother Wei and Miss Dong? The younger generation has something to want to ask." Yang Kai suggested, "This is not polite, he really wants to ask something." Inside, Qian Tong and Fei Zhitu heard the words, their faces showed extraordinary splendor, they looked at each other and then nodded without thinking. "Okay, the old man also has this intention, I'm afraid that you won't welcome Yang Kai." The elder was joking, "How dare you not welcome me before the juniors respectfully invite you?" Yang Kai turned his body sideways and said with a smile, "Several please." Qian Tong Fei Zhitu looked at each other and smiled, but there was no ink stain, and he entered the hatch of the Flying Shark War shuttle in a flash. Wei Guchang and Dong Xuaner also hurriedly followed. Although the flying shark war shuttle looked small in appearance, it is enough to accommodate 20 or 30 people without being crowded, and there are many rooms inside, so as soon as you entered, Qian Tongfeijitu and the two looked around with great interest, and they were full of admiration. After realizing that Yi Xian was standing behind Yang Yan with an indifferent face, the two hurried forward to salute. Facing Yi Xian, they didn't dare to put on airs. Speaking of which, they were much younger than Yi Xian, and it was Yi Xian's business to put on airs. You don't have to be polite, just find a place to sit down, and we will go back together after the suzerain finishes handling the outside affairs. Yi Xian waved his hand lightly. Qian Tongfeijitu hurriedly responded, found a chair, and sat upright. My parents are so trembling, like walking on thin ice. The two juniors Wei Guchang and Dong Xuaner dare not say anything more, standing straight behind Qian Tong and Feijitu, they dare not even take a breath. Outside the flying shark battle shuttle, Yang Kai stood straight on the spot with a calm expression, although many of the experts present had higher levels of cultivation than him, but on his own territory, how could Yang Kai be afraid of anything? After pondering for a while, he said loudly, "You must have heard what Yang said just now. From now on, this flowing flame sand land will be my Lingxiao sect's territory. Please don't stay here for a long time, otherwise you will be punished. As a provocation against my Ling Xiaozong, what are the consequences, hee? Ling Xiaozong, what it is? There is this sect on our dark planet." Many suspicious voices sounded, and many people were puzzled, but Mo Xiaosheng, Peng Xuan and others frowned, vaguely guessing something. Ling Xiaozong is a sect founded by myself and all like-minded friends, and the main altar is in the flowing flame sand field. Can you hear me clearly? Yang Kai shouted loudly again, taking this opportunity to make Ling Xiaozong its establishment has been announced to the world. Create a sect, only by you. Louder doubts and noises sounded. No wonder they reacted like this. The establishment of a sect is not a casual matter. Which one doesn't have the strength to reach the level of the void return mirror? Occasionally, there are saint kings who do not know the heights of the sky and the depths of the earth, and they will not survive for a long time. They will always be short-lived due to various reasons and disappear in the long river of history. So no one took this strange Ling Xiaozong seriously, let alone Yang Kai, a saint king realm. Letting those people be noisy and contemptuous, Yang Kai smiled sarcastically, unmoved. Boy! A loud shout came. Yang Kai looked along the sound, and saw Mo Xiaosheng of Zhan Tianmeng looking at himself with a gloomy face. What you said just now, is it true? Quote. What do you think, Senior Mo? Yang Kai asked without answering. Although Mo Xiaosheng participated in the siege last time in Longshe Mountain, Yang Kai didn't intend to settle accounts with him now. After all, his strength is still slightly insufficient. When he grows up in the future, it won't be too late to settle with him slowly. Anyway, Zhan Tianmeng is such a big force, it won't disappear suddenly. Mo Xiaosheng narrowed his eyes, and said silently for a moment, I will just pretend that you are not joking, and I don't know who is the suzerain of your sect. The junior is not talented, and he is the suzerain. In the future, I will ask the seniors to give me more advice. Yang Kai grinned brightly. Sure enough, Mo Xiaosheng is also a very deep-rooted person in the city. Although he knew that Yang Kai would definitely not let him go, but at this moment, he didn't mean to make trouble at all. Instead, he put on a pleasant smile and said slowly, Little friend Yang is the dragon among his friends, so there is nothing wrong with being the master of this sect. In time, the noble sect will definitely become an existence not inferior to our Zhan Tianmeng, and it is not impossible to even surpass it. Congratulations, really congratulations. Quote. A strange look flashed in Yang Kai's eyes, and he said with a smile, Senior Mo is overwhelmed. The reason why the High Heaven Pavilion was born is because Yang and your friends wanted a place to live. The High Heaven Pavilion is the same as the younger generation. There is no great talent and ambition, just want to in a safe corner. If people don't offend me, I won't offend anyone. An old man, trying to push himself to the forefront is simply extremely sinister. Yang Kai secretly hated, don't look at Mo Xiaosheng's gentle face. His tone is even more gentle, but the words just now are obviously suspicious. The two major forces of Zhan Tianmeng and Leitezong on Gloom Star are enough. If there is another existence of the same level or even stronger, how will other forces survive? Mo Xiaosheng was obviously trying to win hatred for Ling Xiaozong. These old guys, each of them is old and mature, and none of them are easy to deal with. It's a good person who doesn't offend me, I won't offend. Mo Xiaosheng's eyes flashed, and a little anger appeared. With his scheming, he naturally understood the meaning of Yang Kai's words. Wake yourself up, Tell yourself that since you have offended him, he will not let it go, but now is not the time to quarrel with him. After thinking about it, Mo Xiaosheng said, since your sect has just been established, it must be a waste of time. The old man intends to take a look, maybe he can make a little effort. I don't know what Yang Zong's idea is. This proposal is not very good. Yang Kai shook his head slowly, not thinking of selling his face at all. Senior also said that the sect has just been established, and it is indeed a waste of time, and it is not for entertaining guests yet. Time, if there is an opportunity in the future, invite seniors again. Mo Xiaosheng fell silent. He didn't want to enter Ling Xiaozong to find out any secrets, but now that the Diwan came here by accident, he definitely didn't want to wait outside Luyansha. Otherwise, once the Emperor Garden is opened, those who stay inside will definitely be close to the water, and those who stay outside, no matter how fast they are, will at least have to travel half a day to a day longer to bypass the flame barrier of the flowing flame sand field, flying to where the Emperor Garden is located. After all, the area occupied by the flowing flame sand field is not small. Don't underestimate the half-day to one-day time. Maybe if you enter in advance, you can take a great advantage. It's not just Mo Xiaosheng who thinks this way, most of the other powerhouses also have this thought. Seeing that Mo Xiaosheng's negotiations were fruitless, Cheng Pengxuan took a step forward and shouted loudly, I'm waiting to come from afar. Why should Sect Master Yang be unkind and reject people from thousands of miles away? You might as well let go of the restraint and let me wait in. How about taking a break and drinking a cup of tea? Yes, let's sit down and talk slowly if we have something to do. That's right, Sect Master Yang opened the door for convenience. Even if there were many echoing voices, there were even shameless people, who looked like relying on the old to sell the old, and kept asking Yang Kai to save face. How could Yang Kai pay attention to them? He stood indifferently, and waited for the noise to subside, then said, it's not that Yang doesn't open the door of convenience, it's just that you have set foot on the territory of this sect without the permission of this sect. How would your sect deal with this matter if it were your sect? It must have been involuntary, and they fought and forcibly expelled, right? However, this sect has just been established, and it has not had time to tell the world. Thinking about it, you are the first offender. Yang I did not hold you accountable. Everyone, please go back quickly. To be continued. This text is provided by the Dawn Update Group at For High Life. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Vote recommendation tickets, monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1428 Unreasonable. This is also the territory of your Ling Xiaozong. Someone protruded his eyes. That's right, starting from this layer of flame barrier, extending hundreds of miles away, it's all the territory of my High Heaven sect. Yang Kai looked solemn, but anyone who steps in without permission will be regarded as a provocation and violation of our High Heaven sect. As soon as this remark came out, everyone frowned. The old lady Feng of Wanshou Mountain slammed the dragon-headed cane on the ground, and said with a cold snort, young man, don't you think too little of the world's heroes? How dare you speak so brazenly? I'm not ashamed. Yang Kai tilted his head and looked at her. He said with a smile, then dared to ask Senior Feng, how many miles are you allowed to set foot on the main altar of Myriad Beast Mountain? 100 miles, thousands of miles, or more, quote. Feng Posi's face darkened, and she was speechless for a moment. Where's Zhan Tianmeng? Yang Kai looked at Mo Xiaosheng again. Mo Xiaosheng's face was gloomy, and he didn't say a word. What about Thunder Typhoon Sect? Yang Kai looked at Cheng Pengxuan again, but the latter snorted coldly and stopped talking. Yang Kai smiled heartily. The seniors are all famous figures, so don't play riddles in front of the juniors, not to mention the first-tier forces from the seniors, they are the second and third-tier forces. Within 100 miles of their own general altar, everyone it is not allowed for outsiders to step in at will, and as far as the juniors know, the forbidden area of AA the first-tier sect is within 1,000 miles of the main altar, right? Or even more. Yang does not ask for more, and the land of 100 miles must be marked down, or are you saying that the seniors bullied Yang when he was young and insulted me that the Lingxiao sect was just established, so you didn't take my Lingxiao sect seriously? At the end of the conversation, Yang Kai's voice gradually turned cold, and his expression became cold and severe. Sect Master Yang, can't you say that? A delicate voice suddenly came to mind, clear and sweet, and immediately attracted everyone's attention. Yang Kai turned his head, just in time to see the girl with picturesque eyebrows beside Mrs. Feng, looking at him with a sweet smile. Yang Kai didn't know who this girl was, but since the other party was standing with Mrs. Feng, she must be a disciple of Wanshou Mountain. What advice does this girl have? Yang Kai looked at her indifferently. The girl took a step forward and gave her a blessing. She seemed to know etiquette very well. Combined with her handsome appearance and sweet smile, it made people not feel disgusted. The vermilion lips parted slightly, and said sweetly, "So that sect master Yang will know that my little sister is Feng Yan, a disciple of Wanshou Mountain." Feng Yan. Yang Kai frowned, and glanced at Feng Pozi thoughtfully. The two had the same surname, and this woman's realm was not high, just like him, only the third level of the Saint King. However, Mrs. Feng kept her with her all the time. It seemed that she was a descendant of Mrs. Feng, and she was extremely optimistic about her descendant. No wonder she dared to speak rashly on such an occasion, not afraid of being punished. "I don't dare to advise, my little sister just wants to tell Sect Master Yang that this flowing flame sand field is originally a forbidden area of the Gloom Star, and it is a land without an owner. It can be said that it is the wealth shared by all warriors of our Gloom Star. There will be many people who will get benefits and opportunities from it. Is it wrong for Sect Master Yang to occupy this place rashly now, and to mark down 100 miles of forbidden land?" Feng Yan was eloquent, and she pointed out the problem in a few words. The crucial point made many strong people shine in their eyes, and they all nodded in agreement. They looked at her expectantly. After all, every faction on our gloomy star in this flowing flame sand land has a share, which means that Sect Master Yang has forcibly snatched what belongs to everyone. Don't you like it? For the same reason, the noble sect will occupy the flowing flame sand field, so he should also ask the seniors present for their opinions. That's right. Mo Xiaosheng immediately hit the snake on the stick, and nodded in agreement. The flowing flame sand field is one of the 3 forbidden areas of the Gloom Star, and it is the wealth shared by all warriors of the Gloom Star. No one can occupy it alone. Commonwealth. Yang Kai sneered, and said with a curl of his lips, "That's the old Wangli, and now the flowing flame sand field is my Ling Xiaozong's territory. Anyone who refuses to accept it is welcome to attack. If there is anyone who can conquer the flowing flame sand field, so what if Yang puts his hands here?" Sect Master Yang. Feng Yandai frowned, with a displeased expression on her face. She lightly woke up and said, "Why are you so aggressive? If you really want to do this, it will cause public anger. I wonder if Sect Master Yang has considered what will happen, as a result of..." Yang Kai sneered. "I haven't done anything to offend the public before in Longshe Mountain, and I was besieged by many people. If it wasn't for Yang's luck, I'm afraid I would have been buried on the hill. So what? Girl, don't play word games with me, and don't scare me. You are not qualified to talk to this suzerain. Let your parents speak out." "You." Feng Yan bit her red lips lightly, with a look of resentment on her face. "Aren't you being unreasonable?" "Hee, makes sense. Don't you know that in this world, whoever has the biggest fist is right?" Yang Kai looked at her sarcastically, trembling Feng Yan's angry flowers. His face flushed, but he couldn't help it. "I dare not say harsh words." No longer giving others a chance to make trouble, Yang Kai snorted coldly, swept his eyes around, and shouted loudly, "That's all." Yang said, "If you are obsessed with obsession, this suzerain doesn't mind going to the main altar to visit you in the future somehow. The so-called reciprocity, since you don't listen to Yang's advice and set foot on my Ling Xiaozong's territory at will, then Yang will not be polite to you. But if the sect suffers any losses at that time, don't blame Yang. I haven't said hello before something." The merciless warning made everyone look ugly. Yang Kai looked around and was very satisfied with the reactions of these people. As long as they are still afraid of him, they should not ask for trouble again. After all, in the previous battle at Longshe Mountain, my side showed amazing combat power, especially the Void King class battleship. It is estimated that no suzerain would dare not care about it. The power of the crystal cannon salvo can be broken by any large array of guardians. His eyes suddenly fixed on a certain place in the crowd. Yang Kai grinned, and shouted at Lang over there, "Miss Daiyuan." Among the crowd, a group of people from Lulaman were also among them, still led by Gong Aofu. Daiyuan and Yin Sudi followed closely, and some other Lulaman disciples. Yang Kai hadn't seen it before. Hearing Yang Kai's shout, Daiyuan showed a smile on her face and nodded slightly at him. "Miss Daiyuan, do you want to come in and take a look? It will be convenient for you to move around in the future." Yang Kai warmly invited. In an instant, all the heroes focused their attention, and countless eyes turned to Daiyuan. 1 or 2 of them showed unbelievable and weird expressions. If it is said that Daiyuan is a beautiful woman, then Yang Kai's invitation can also be explained. After all, which young man is not flirtatious? But in fact, Daiyuan is not only not beautiful, but extremely ugly. Her face is full of bumps, her face is blue and yellow, and she looks malnourished. Even if she has a good figure, she can't cover up her innate lack of appearance. If such a woman is away from home, few people would be willing to deal with her. But Yang Kai, who had just faced a woman like Feng Yan without any pretense, actually took the initiative to invite her to the Ling Xiaozong, and kept saying that it would be convenient for her to move around in the future. What's happening here? Could it be that this kid has a special orientation? He doesn't like beautiful women, but prefers ugly women. With this funny thought, everyone couldn't help shaking their heads slowly, feeling a little unlikely. Facing those countless eyes, Dai Yuan seemed a little embarrassed. After all, there are too many strong people here, so she didn't know how to answer for a while. On the other hand, Gong Aofu's beautiful eyes showed extraordinary splendor, her red lips twitched, and she sent a voice transmission to Dai Yuan. Yuaner, since he took the initiative to invite you, go in and have a look, and see what Ling Xiaozong looks like. Well, if it is possible, you might as well ask him if it is possible for the people from Lulaman to enter the Emperor Garden from the Flowing Flame Sand Field when the Emperor Garden is open. Dai Yuan frowned. Although she subconsciously repelled her, she could not disobey master's orders, so she could only bite the bullet and say, it is Dai Yuan's honor to be invited by junior brother Yang, so Dai Yuan would rather obey orders than be respectful. Quote. It's easy to say. Yang Kai smiled slightly. Yang Kai. As soon as he finished speaking, Yin Sudi suddenly called out coquettishly. Her beautiful eyes were full of water, blooming with a demeanor that aroused people's daydreams. She herself had practiced charming skills, and now her strength has been promoted to return to the void mirror. With great progress in charming skills, coupled with that impressive appearance, it is naturally full of charm, not to mention the strong men of the older generation. No man in the Holy King realm can resist this temptation, all of them put their eyes on it. Look straight. I also want to go in and have a look, is it possible? Yin Sudi asked coquettishly, her voice was sweet and glutinous. In my ears, it was as if a jade hand was brushing my heart, it was so refreshing down to the bone. Am I familiar with you? What made people feel displeased was that Yang Kai didn't mean to talk to her at all, and refused her immediately. Yin Sudi's pretty face turns blue and turns red, and she gnashes her teeth for a while. The charm in her beautiful eyes disappears, replaced by endless hatred. Yang Kai didn't pay attention to her anymore, but looked left and right, and after a while, his eyes fixed on the other direction of the crowd, and he clasped his fist slightly and said, this senior. Over there, a middle-aged man wearing a Confucian robe and long hair shawl, who looked wild and unrestrained, raised his brows, showed joy, and laughed loudly. Since Sect Master Yang intends to invite you, the old man will be disrespectful. Yang Kai rubbed his nose, thinking to himself that he hadn't finished speaking yet. The other party has already connected, it seems that he has been waiting. But it doesn't matter, anyway, I originally planned to invite him. This person seems to be called Mo Yu. Yang Kai didn't know his details before, he only knew that he had no malice towards him, and he was a figure of Qian Tianzong. Helped myself defuse some attacks. Asterisk 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 asterisk. On the last day of the month, it was Monday again, screaming for the next monthly ticket and recommendation ticket. To be continued. This text is provided by the Breaking Dawn update group at E1/2 CA3 Day. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to the first release to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1429. At that time, Yang Kai didn't quite understand why, but now seeing Shen Shitao and Luing standing beside him, he suddenly understood. It should be because of Shen Shitao and Luing's request. The two women are indeed people who know how to repay their kindness, and the middle-aged man Qian Tianzong is also very good. Otherwise, when he was in Longshe Mountain that day, he would not have secretly helped him, even though it was only once, but Yang Kai still remembered it in his heart. After all, no one was optimistic about Longshe Mountain at that time, and he could be regarded as a person with clear grievances if he was able to act righteously. Miss Shen and Miss Luing also come together. Yang Kai yelled over there. Shen Shitao and Luing's pretty faces were happy, they nodded repeatedly, and flew towards this side right after Mo Yu. The hatch of the flying shark battle shuttle was not closed. After a while, Dai Yuan and Qian Tianzong had entered inside. After seeing the situation inside, Mo Yu's expression turned serious, and he quickly saluted Yi Xian, imitating Qian Tong, and Fei Zhitu sat up straight. The sound of Yang Kai's ultimatum came from outside the battle shuttle. After a while, Yang Kai also jumped into the flying shark battle shuttle. After he entered, the weird flying secret treasure swayed slightly, disappeared into the flame barrier, and disappeared. Outside the flowing flame sand field, countless strong men looked at the flowing flame sand field with livid faces, but they were helpless. Seeing Yang Kai's rampant appearance just now, Many people couldn't help but wanted to attack him, but people like Mo Xiaosheng and Cheng Pengxuan didn't make any moves, so they could only stand still, causing the opportunity to be missed now, and the other party had already fled. After entering the flowing flame sand field, he couldn't even chase after him. Elder Mo, that kid is too arrogant, so let's forget about today's matter. A burly man stepped forward and looked at Mo Xiaosheng unwillingly. This person is not considered unknown, and his realm is not low. He has just been promoted to the 3rd level of returning to the void a few years ago, and he is the suzerain of a 2nd-tier sect. Although he is a suzerain-level figure, his status is still lower when facing the great elder of the Zontian League. After all, the Zontian League is not comparable to his sect. What does Sect Master Lan want? Mo Xiaosheng glanced at him indifferently, with neither joy nor anger on his expression. Lan can't bear this tone. The suzerain surnamed Lan said bitterly. If Sect Master Lan really can't bear it, you might as well try attacking the flowing flame sand field. Maybe you can break through the flame barrier, and then I will use all the power of the Heavenly Alliance to help Sect Master Lan take off that kid's head. Hearing what Mo Xiaosheng said, the suzerain surnamed Nalan was not only displeased, but his complexion changed drastically, and he quickly waved his hands and said, Elder Mo is joking. When no one can enter it, how can Lan break through this flame barrier? Since that's the case, then don't say anything, it's meaningless. Mo Xiaosheng snorted coldly. The suzerain surnamed Lan took a nail that was neither soft nor hard, and his face was extremely embarrassing, so he could only step back, feeling depressed. Brother Mo, it looks like we can only make excuses. Cheng Pengxuan frowned and sighed. Yeah, Momo thinks the same way. For the present plan, it's better to find a way to enter the flowing flame sand field. Otherwise, once the Emperor Garden is opened, it will definitely miss the opportunity. As for the Ling Xiaozong, the future will be long, let us let it go today. He doesn't take a single step, just pay back twice in the future. Brother Mo is right. If that's the case, then we don't want to stay here to bore him. What if this kid really drives out the Zhuang class warship and goes to my Thunder Typhoon sect? Cheng Pengxuan having said this, he couldn't help shivering, and hurriedly yelled at his disciples a few times, and retreated first. Mo Xiaosheng also made the same action. Seeing that the two giants are swallowing their anger and giving way to other forces, how dare they stay here? Greeting their companions and disciples one after another, they retreated outwards with a loud bang until they were hundreds of miles away before the countless warriors stopped. At the same time, in the flying shark battle shuttle, Yang Yan stared at a disc in front of him, and said with a smile on the corner of his mouth, sure enough, they all retreated, they are already hundreds of miles away. A wise choice. Yang Kai sneered, as if he had expected this scene. It's not that Yang Kai can predict the foresight, it's just that the things shown in the High Heaven Pavilion now make them have to make such a decision. Not to mention that Ling Xiaozong is located in the flowing flame sand field, so they can sit back and relax without worrying about being attacked, and Ling Xiaozong itself can use the King Shu class warship as a deterrent. This point alone, no one dares to provoke easily. After all, once provoked, I can't attack other people's main forum, but have to worry all day not to be harassed by the Void King class battleship. Who would do such a loss-making business? Can only be beaten but can't fight back, this is the rhythm of losing. Besides, the Void King class battleship is capable of long-distance voyages. With the help of it, Gloomy Star can fully restore its connection with the outside world. If warriors at the peak of the Void Return 3-layer take it to leave Gloomy Star, get rid of the suppression of the law of heaven and earth here, and go to other stars, they will have a chance to break through to Void King realm. Mo Xiaosheng, Cheng Pengxuan, Feng Pozi, which one has no idea? Who wouldn't want to be a passenger on that Zhuang class warship? These people are all strong men who have been trapped at the peak of the Void Return Mirror for countless years. Their wish in this life is to break through to the Void King Mirror. Now that such an opportunity is in front of them, they naturally intend to seize it. It can be said that if there is no Longshe Mountain battle, they will definitely try their best to build a good relationship with Ling Xiaozong and Yang Kai. It's a pity that the Battle of Longshe Mountain caused them to tear their skins apart with Ling Xiaozong, and the major forces are all dignified. Naturally, I am embarrassed to lower my stance at this time. If I really do this, I will only become a laughingstock in the future. Mo Xiaosheng and Cheng Pengxuan and the others could only settle for the next best thing, try to stabilize the Lingxiao sect first, not to offend the interests and nerves of this newly established sect in Yangkai, and then slowly figure it out. If there is a chance to resolve the grievances in the future, that would be the best thing. If they can't resolve it, they won't just sit back and watch Ling Xiaozong grow stronger, they will definitely try their best to uproot it. People are mature, they can analyze the interests clearly in a very short period of time, otherwise, how can they withdraw from 100 miles away with Yang Kai's warning alone? All the reasons lie in the current location of the High Heaven Pavilion and the existence of the King Shu-class battleship. For this, Yang Kai is also well aware, so he is confident and powerful. Although the speed of the Flying Shark battle shuttle is very fast, the area of the Flowing Flame sand field is also quite large. After half a day, the battle shuttle arrived in front of the gate of Ling Shaozong. After Yang Yan opened the Zonshuo hatch and walked out with Yi Xian first, Qian Tongfei, Mo Yu and others rushed out, breathing in the air one by one. In that battleship just now, the atmosphere was really too depressing. They are all the top existences in their respective sects, and they are also famous figures on Gloom Star, but when facing Yi Xian, they are always a head shorter unconsciously, and they don't dare to be presumptuous at all. They are all careful. Until now, after leaving Zonshuo, the few people felt much better, but soon, they were stunned, their eyes widened, and their faces looked incredible and shocked. The magnificence of the tens of thousands of white jade steps and the rich aura of heaven and earth here made several people almost think that they were no longer in Gloomy Star. This, Qian Tong opened his mouth, but he didn't know what he wanted, so he only spit out a word and then nothing else. Seniors, this is the main altar of Ling Shaozong, what do you think? Yang Kai stood aside and introduced with a smile. Qian Tong and the others glanced at him, seemingly unable to speak. After a long while, Qian Tong said, "Boy, why do you show off in front of the old man and others? The old man has never seen this kind of place with strong spiritual energy before." "That's right, this is the best training place on Gloom Star." Mo Yu also nodded his head with envy on his face. The main altar of his Qiantianzong is also located in a mountain range, with a strong aura, but compared with here, it is much inferior. This is just outside the mountain gate, which is almost the same as the several training halls of Qiantianzong. If you really enter inside, is it still worth it? This should be the ruins of an ancient sect, right? You haven't had the time to build such a huge foundation. Fei Zhitu looked at Yang Kai thoughtfully. Philadelphia Lord's eyes are bright. Yes, this is indeed the ruins of an ancient sect. We are just doves occupying the magpie's nest, making several seniors laugh at me. Yang Kai chuckled. What are you talking about occupying the magpie's nest? It can only be said that your luck is against the heavens. Others will not be able to enter if they want to occupy it. Qian Tong laughed and shook his head. He still doesn't know why he and others can easily enter. Go through that flame barrier. Isn't this a forbidden place? Isn't it inevitable to die after entering the void return mirror? If you have anything to say, let's go in and talk. What are you doing standing here? Yi Xian said lightly, and they walked up the white jade steps with Yang Yan. She had already spoken, and everyone who dared not follow her quickly followed behind. Walking along the road, Qian Tong and the others secretly inspected the surroundings. They were startled by the abundance of spiritual energy in this place, and discussed a few words from time to time, but the atmosphere was harmonious. Yang Kai walked behind, accompanied by Wei Gucheng and other juniors, also talking and laughing constantly. Not long after, a group of people finally set foot in the front hall of the Lingxiao sect. The palaces and the huge plaza once again amazed everyone, and the rich aura of heaven and earth here also made everyone take a few more breaths unconsciously. There was fascination and envy on everyone's face. Looking up, although the entire flowing flame sand field is still surrounded by the flame barrier, but directly above the front hall, there is a hole with a radius of more than 10 miles, allowing sunlight to pour in and the light is bright. And you can just see the Emperor Garden floating above. This way please, Yang Kai said, leading everyone to the welcome hall. This palace is the place where Ling Shaozong welcomes distinguished guests, and Qian Tong and others are also the first batch of guests of Ling Shaozong, so Yang Kai will certainly not neglect. To be continued, this text is provided by the Breaking Dawn Update Group at AHIC. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to M to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 1430 Mo Yu's Request. Chapter 1430 Mo Yu's Request. After entering the welcoming hall, the host and guest were seated, and immediately some disciples offered tea and fruit plates, showing great hospitality. Yi Xian and Yang Yan didn't follow here, so Qian Tong and the others were no longer restrained, and praised repeatedly while drinking tea, and their tone was full of admiration for Ling Shaozong and its future. After a long time, Yang Kai smiled brightly and brought the topic back to the main topic. Although it is a bit abrupt to say so, this junior still wants to ask, how much money did each of the senior sects get each when the Emperor Jade appeared? Qian Tong and Fei Zhitu's eyes flashed, and they pondered for a moment and said, Boy, you are not an outsider. Brother Mo and I have known each other for hundreds of years, and we know each other well. You asked. Well, I worked hard at Shadow Moon Hall, and only managed to grab 2 yuan in total. Saying this, he turned his head to look at Mo Yu, who smiled. Although my Tianzong is far away from the place where the Emperor Garden was originally located, I am lucky. The other elders in the door stopped me, and Mo also got a piece by chance. It is also 2 pieces, which is equal to the number of Shadow Moon Hall. On the other side, Dai Yuan gently opened her red lips. I don't know how many lulamen are there, but it seems that there are not many from Master's words, and it is only $1 or $2. Yang Kai nodded lightly. The news was similar to what he had predicted. When the Emperor Jade was born, the first piece of Emperor Jade fell on Longshe Mountain, smashing through the protective formation of Longshe Mountain. He was the first to get it, and then when Luyan Sandy came, he joined forces with Yang Yan and Yi Xian to block another piece of Imperial Jade. Although I went to chase after that, I didn't gain anything, but I wasted a lot of time. In other words, he also only has 2 pieces of Imperial Jade. The Emperor Jade is the pass to enter the Emperor Garden, and it is used to resist the Emperor's prestige. A piece of Emperor Jade can only guarantee 1 person to enter it safely. The amount obtained by the major sects is so rare. When the Emperor Garden is really opened, who should be it? Entering it, there will definitely be some disputes and snatches. Needless to say, the 3rd layer Void Return Realm, Emperor Garden's name is too big. They expect to enter it more than anyone else, seek their own opportunities and see if they can break through to the Void King realm. The younger generation of disciples can't be left behind. After all, the young disciples of every sect are the hope of the sect's future, and letting them enter and experience it will definitely be of great benefit to the future growth. It's just that the number of places is limited, and how to choose at that time depends on the meaning of each sect. Yang Kai estimates that the older generation will lead the younger generation to walk together. Hey, although the Emperor Jade is good in this world, there has been a bloody storm on the Gloomy Star. It seems that many small forces and families have been wiped out during this period of time, all because of this Emperor Jade. Qian Tong sighed. Slowly shake your head slowly. Everyone is innocent, but pregnant is guilty. Some small sects and small families were lucky enough to get the Emperor Jade, but unfortunately if the news leaked out, they would naturally be targeted by the strong, which would lead to the destruction of the sect. In addition, the Emperor Jade has become the most sought-after treasure nowadays. Some martial artists who have no backing have obtained the Emperor Jade. They know that their strength is low, or they don't want to risk their lives, so they intend to sell the Emperor Jade. This naturally attracted countless people to loot. Now the price of a piece of Imperial Jade has been raised to hundreds of millions of holy crystals. Even so, the supply is still in short supply. Which sect doesn't want to have one more quota? This is different from the Flowing Flame Sand Field. After the Flowing Flame Sand Field is opened, only warriors below the Void Return Mirror can enter, but the Emperor Garden does not have this restriction. It can be said that the sudden appearance of Emperor Yu made the entire Gloomy Star mobilize its troops, and the Dark Tide was raging. Although there are only 2 pieces of Emperor Jade in Shadow Moon Palace, it doesn't mean that only 2 people will enter in the future. Maybe if you are lucky enough to buy other Emperor Jade, you can increase the number of people entering. All kinds of thoughts flashed in his mind. Yang Kai said again, then I dare to ask you, do you know what the purpose of this Emperor Jade is? Qian Tong smiled slightly, stretched out his hand to wipe his space ring, and a palm-sized pure white jade tablet appeared in his hand. It was a piece of Imperial Jade, and said calmly, although I have never used this thing before, but according to the speculation of my elders in the Shadow Moon Hall, this Emperor Jade is probably the key to the Emperor Garden, the passport to enter it. Saying so, suddenly poured holy yuan into it, and a white light burst out from the inside of the Emperor Jade, which was round and wrapped around Qian Tong's palm. The white mask is not big, only about half a foot in radius. Oh, it's getting bigger. Qian Tong frowned, revealing a look of joy, as if he was explaining to Yang Kai, and said slowly, a few days ago, when the old man poured the Saint Yuan into it, the mask was still there. It's not that big. It seems that the light curtain produced by the Emperor Jade gradually grows bigger over time, and when it can completely wrap a person, it's probably safe to enter the Emperor's garden. That's right. Mo Yu slightly nodded at the side. Brother Qian's idea coincides with Mo's. While talking, he took out his own Emperor Jade and poured holy yuan into it. A white mask also shot out from that piece of Emperor Jade, completely covering Mo Yu's palm. It was about the same size as Qian Tong's, with almost no the difference, and said, no one can stop the power of the Emperor's prestige emanating from the Emperor Garden. We can only use this Emperor Jade to counteract it. Otherwise, no matter how high our cultivation level is, we will have only one fate when we get close to the Emperor Garden. Die. When Emperor Yuan was first born, nearly 100 strong men on Gloom Star joined forces and tried to break through, but in the end half of them fell under the invisible Emperor's prestige. These days, when the major sects on Gloom Star are monitoring the dynamics of the Emperor Garden, they are also thinking hard about how to dissolve the power of Emperor Wei, but there is still no good way. The appearance of Emperor Yu made this matter a turning point. Mo Yu and Qian Tong had the same idea. They felt that Yang Kai should not understand this matter, so he kindly demonstrated it and expressed his guess, but Yang Kai knew better than any of them. Yang Kai asked them to enter the Lingxiao sect, and his original intention was to tell them the purpose of the Emperor Jade, but now it seems that he was doing too much, and others are not stupid, so naturally they can deduce some truths through some clues. Judging from the increasing speed of the size of the mask of Emperor Jade, if you want to enter the Emperor Garden safely, you will have to wait at least half a year. Qian Tong looked up at Yang Kai. Yang Kai nodded slightly, his expression clear. Half a year is a very long buffer period. The major forces can take advantage of this opportunity to buy more Emperor Jade, make more preparations before entering the Emperor's Garden, and improve their cultivation level more. Although half a year is not enough for most people, it is impossible to grow too big, but for Yang Kai, this half-year period is too precious. Now his cultivation is already at the 3rd level of the Holy King, and he is only one step away from the Void Return Mirror. If he is lucky enough, he can use the past 6 months to attack the Void Return Mirror. As long as he sets foot in this field, his strength will increase a lot. When the time comes to enter the Emperor Garden, the safety factor will increase a lot. Secretly making up his mind, Yang Kai had some confidence in his mind, pondered for a while and asked, "By the way, when did this Emperor Garden come to the top of my Lingxiao sect again? I wonder if you have discovered anything before." Qian Tong and the others looked at each other and smiled wryly. Fei Zhitu said, "God knows how it came here. The old man even wonders if you have tampered with something, or is there anyone among you who has something to do with Diwan, otherwise why would it chase you?" Quote. Although it was a joke, it made Yang Kai's eyes twitch. Fei Zhitu's words were true. The reason why Emperor Yuan chased him, Yang Kai probably had a lot to do with Yang Yan, but this fact cannot be said go out. As for when it happened, it was about a month ago. Not long after you left Longshe Mountain, the Emperor Garden was fine the first day, but it disappeared the next day. At that time, the old man and others were still scared. I jumped, thinking that the Diwan was just gone, and missed this great opportunity for nothing. As a result, there was news that the Diwan had moved to the sky above the flowing flame sand field, so I came here to take a look, but I didn't expect it to be true. Yes. Fei Zhitu looked helpless, shaking his head constantly. It seemed that he was tossed by Diwan. After all, this is the other courtyard of the Starry Sky Emperor, and no one wants it to just disappear from sight. So that's the case. Yang Kai nodded lightly, and smiled in surprise. It seems that my Ling Xiaozong and Diwan are still destined to be together, and we must be tied together wherever we go. Naturally, this remark just made everyone present laugh, and didn't mean to take it seriously. After chatting for a while, Mo Yu's expression suddenly flickered, and he said, "Sect Master Yang, I have something to ask. I wonder if Sect Master Yang can agree." Yang Kai grinned, and said frankly, "Senior Mo, you are being polite. Although the kid is a suzerain, he is still young. If Senior Mo thinks of a kid, even if he calls Yang Kai that, he really dare not be the suzerain." A strange look flashed in Mo Yu's eyes, and he laughed out loud, appearing extremely happy. "Okay, Sect Master Yang is indeed a man of temperament, he doesn't care about trivial matters, you are a friend and old man." Senior's praise. Yang Kai said modestly, "I just don't know what Senior wants me to promise." Having said that, Yang Kai vaguely guessed what he wanted to say. Mo Yu coughed lightly, and his face gradually became solemn. Since the Emperor Garden is above the noble sect is naturally close to the water. I wonder if I can be a member of the Tianzong when the Emperor Garden is opened. Depart from the ground and enter the Emperor Garden. Sure enough, it is no different from what I guessed. Now that the Emperor Garden is above the Ling Xiaozong, if you start from here to enter the Emperor Garden, it will save you at least half a day to a day compared to starting from the outside. Can find more good things. It is precisely because of this consideration that Mo Yu is a little hard to say. After all, his relationship with Yang Kai is not very close, and it is understandable for the other party not to agree to him. To be continued, this text is provided by the Breaking Dawn update group at AAA. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to M to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1431. I was worried, so after finishing speaking, Mo Yu immediately added, of course, if you feel embarrassed by Yang Kai, then you should pretend that the old man didn't say anything. What's so embarrassing? Yang Kai shook his head slowly, with a look of indifference. Since Senior Mo is the master of Miss Shen and Miss Luing, the boy will naturally not refuse, not to mention that he just set off from here to enter the Emperor's palace. Yuan, if Senior Mo is interested, he can stay in Lingshaozong for a longer time. As soon as these words came out, the beautiful eyes of Shen Shitao and Luing, who had been standing behind Mo Yu all this time, lit up with a different kind of brilliance, and they looked at Yang Kai gratefully. Mo Yu also had a happy expression on his face, as if he didn't expect Yang Kai to agree so easily. He was still thinking about whether he should let Shen Shitao and Luing come to seek each other if Yang Kai didn't agree, but he didn't want to. There is no need for such trouble. Mo Yu learned a lot about Yang Kai's boldness. After all, this kind of matter cannot be decided easily, and the other party readily agreed, most likely because of Shen Shitao and Luing's face. Although my two disciples are not top-notch in aptitude, they are lucky. They made good friends, and Mo Yu was very relieved. Naturally, he thanked him constantly. As for Yang Kai, who asked him to stay in Lingshaozong for a while, he definitely would not. I will take it seriously, this is indeed a scene, and other people are old and sophisticated, so I can't hear it. The Ling Xiao sect has only just been established, and there must be trifling internal troubles. It is already a great joy to get Yang Kai's promise, so why would you stay and bother with the cheek? Well, Elder Qian, people from Shadow Moon Palace can also enter Emperor Garden from Lingshaozong. Yang Kai turned his head to look at Qian Tong again. Since that's the case, the old man will thank you in advance. Qian Tong smiled, but he was not polite. Yang Kai would agree to Qian Tianzong's entry into the Emperor Garden from here, and naturally he would not leave him in the Shadow Moon Palace. On this point, Qian Tongxin, I know it well. Miss Dai Yuan, if you are interested, you will be counted as one of them. Yang Kai raised his eyes and looked at Dai Yuan, who was at the back, but the rest of the Luli sect will be fine. Although Yang Kai is good to his friends, he is not a bad person. Allowing these people present to enter the Emperor Garden from Lingshaozong is also due to personal friendship. It does not mean that Luluman is allowed to do the same. He is not the same as other people in Luluman. There is even a little bit of friendship, and even a lot of grievances with that Yin Sudi. Dai Yuan's face darkened, and she said with a wry smile, Dai Yuan thanked junior brother Yang for his kindness, but I probably won't have the chance to enter the Emperor Garden. Yang Kai frowned, but quickly figured out why she said that. In Luluman, Dai Yuan is not favored too much. If there is really a disciple of the younger generation who is qualified to enter the Emperor Garden, it is Yin Sudi, and it wasn't her, Dai Yuan. After all, the quota to enter it was too precious. Qian Tong chuckled, and said meaningfully, Dai Yuan, don't underestimate yourself. If it was before, I don't think you would have had much chance to enter the Emperor's Garden, but now. Hee, I can't guarantee that there are too many. 7 There is still a chance of success, as long as that old guy Gong Xinghe is not too foolish. Dai Yuan's eyes lit up, and she glanced at Qian Tong in surprise, as if she didn't understand why he said that. But she is not a woman with big breasts and no brains, on the contrary she is very smart. A flash of inspiration flashes in her mind, and everything suddenly becomes clear. Indeed, if it was before, she probably would not have had the chance to enter the Emperor Garden, but now, in the entire Luluman, she is the only one who has a good relationship with Yang Kai, and it can even be said that the Luluman really needs to rely on Yang Kai. It means that Dai Yuan will definitely not be treated too badly. Is there any place for Luluman to rely on Yang Kai? Promise is obviously yes. Not to mention the location of entering the Emperor Garden, the Lingxiao sect is the best place to start. That is, the Void King class warship. The Luluman sect master Gong Xinghe cannot be ignored. He is also a master at the peak of the Void Return 3 layer. I also want to break through to the Void King realm. But to break through the Void King realm, one must leave Gloomstar and escape the shackles of the law of heaven and earth here. Taking the Void King class battleship is the only option. In this way, Gong Xinghe must have the intention of making good friends with Yang Kai and Ling Xiaozong, and Dai Yuan will have the opportunity to be assigned to Emperor Jade, thus obtaining a place to enter. Thinking of this, Dai Yuanfeng couldn't help being excited. She looked at Yang Kai with beautiful eyes, her face was full of gratitude. Although things have not been confirmed, but she can have the possibility of entering Emperor Garden, all because of the existence of Yang Kai. When a person's abilities and resources reach a certain level, they can subtly affect the fate of other people in both visible and invisible places. Dai Yuan didn't think of this kind of thing before, but today she experienced it herself and realized that it is so unbelievable. Dai Yuan thought about the key to the matter in a flash. How could Yang Kai not understand? Grinning and said, Miss Dai Yuan, after you go back, you might as well tell that senior palace, if Luluman is led by you, the suzerain might as well let the other members of Luluman depart from this sect and rush to the Emperor Garden. As soon as these words came out, Dai Yuan's delicate body immediately trembled slightly. She bit her thin lips lightly, as if she didn't know what to say, but the gratitude in her eyes was overflowing, anyone could see clearly. Yang Kai's words are equivalent to forcibly snatching a spot for her from Luluman. This condition sounds overbearing, but Luluman will make a wise choice after all. After all, Dai Yuan is still a member of Luluman. If she can gain benefits in the Emperor Garden, it will also increase the strength of Luluman. Taking a deep breath and slowly getting up, Dai Yuan saluted Yang Kai Yingying. Although she didn't say anything, it was enough. Qian Tong and the others watched with a smile. The smile was very thought-provoking. In fact, the old guys don't quite understand why a handsome young man like Yang Kai cares so much for a woman like Dai Yuan. The little girl is not pretty. Not beautiful is already a euphemism. Dai Yuan's face can be said to be unbearably ugly. But also because of this, several people's evaluation of Yang Kai has been improved. This kid is obviously not a guy who judges people by their appearance. He can be regarded as emphasizing love and righteousness. After Dai Yuan sat down with an excited expression, Yang Kai rolled his eyes and thought of a good idea. Seniors, if you can later, you might as well do a favor for this junior. Oh, Qian Tong looked at Yang Kai in amazement. Your brat is so powerful now, what else can we help you with? Just listen to me, the old man and others just happened to return you some favors. Quote. Fei Zhitu and Mo Yu also nodded in agreement, looking at him curiously. Yang Kai had a treacherous smile on his face, and whispered a few words to everyone. After hearing this, Qian Tong and the others looked at each other for a while, and their expressions immediately became exciting. Qian Tong smiled wryly and said, You really are a scheming kid. If this news is released, I'm afraid you will get your wish right away. That's right, Ling Xiaozong now occupies such a great geographical advantage, you can even take advantage of this. It would be a pity if you don't go into business. Fei Zhitu pouted sharply. It's all about relying on mountains to eat mountains, and relying on water to eat water. Seniors don't make fun of juniors. Yang Kai waved his hands quickly. Don't worry, after the old man and others leave here, they will definitely spread the news for you, and, even if we don't say anything, those people outside will probably ask questions, and they must be a little impatient now. Mo Yu chuckled lightly. Yang Kai's expression shook, and he couldn't help but look forward to it. Without him, there is only one piece of news that he asked Qian Tong and others to pass on. The Lingxiao sect intends to open the restriction on the flowing flame sand field and sell a few pieces of good land, so that many sects of the Dark Star can enter the Emperor Garden in advance on the day when the Emperor Garden opens. However, there are only 3 places. As for the price, Yang Kai didn't say, it depends on which faction bids the most. Depending on the location, the price is also different. The best location and the worst location are at least 3 or 4 hours away from the Emperor Garden. If anyone could come up with a piece of imperial jade, it would not be a bad idea to let the disciples of his sect set off from the front hall of the Lingxiao sect. Yang Kai now only has 2 pieces of emperor jade, but according to previous estimates, Ling Xiaozong needs at least 3 pieces of emperor jade to meet the demand. He and Yang Yan will definitely enter it, and Yi Xian will not fall behind. She is the strongest, with her guarding her side, the safety factor will increase a lot. Without a piece of emperor jade, Yang Kai was still a little bit troubled, but now he has an idea and should be able to solve this problem. Starting from Guangchachang, the front hall of Ling Xiaozong, and entering the Emperor Garden, the temptation is not insignificant, and the loss of a piece of imperial jade is not unacceptable. Qian Tong and others praised this proposal, but they also woke up Yang Kai a little bit. Be careful, and don't let others take advantage of it. Yang Kai naturally nodded and said yes. Since he made such a decision, there must be no mistakes. Let Yang Yan set up formations in those areas at that time, prevent them from walking around at will, and just monitor more. Anyone who dares to leave the designated areas will be killed without mercy. This problem is not difficult to solve. Afterwards, Yang Kai politely asked Qian Tong and the others about the promotion of the Void Return Mirror, and Qian Tong and the others naturally knew everything they said, which benefited Yang Kai a lot. Especially the opinions of Wei Guchang and Dong Xuaner made Yang Kai learn a lot more. It wasn't long before they were promoted to the Void Returning Mirror. Many things and experiences were freshly baked. Although the experience taught were not as good as Qian Tong, the old way of waiting for others has its merits. Dai Yuan was also listening very seriously. Like Yang Kai, she is at the third level of the Saint King. After going back this time, she should retreat and attack the void return mirror. The void condensation pill that Yang Kai made for her is still intact. After a full half a day, Yang Kai got up and sent everyone out of the welcome hall. Outside, there was a flying shark war shuttle in Wu Yi, who escorted them out of the flowing flame sand field. Sitting in the welcoming hall, Yang Kai pondered for a while, then took out the communication compass, poured his divine sense into it and called a few times. After a while, Yang Yan arrived. When Yang Kai told her about his idea of AA selling the lot, Yang Yan also nodded in praise, and immediately decided to start preparations. After all, once the news spreads, it will definitely cause competition among countless forces. To be continued, this text is provided by the Breaking Dawn Update group at AHIC. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to M to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 1432 Good thing. As for who will end up with those lots, I believe that Wu Yi, Yang Yan and others will handle it properly, all of which don't need Yang Kai to worry about. His most important task now is to attack the void return mirror. After briefly explaining a few words to Yang Yan, Yang Kai immediately returned to Tianyi Palace and began to retreat. Judging from the size of the protective shield formed by the Emperor Jade, it may take half a year for the Emperor Garden to be opened, and half a year for the promotion to the void return mirror. The time is a little rushed, but it doesn't matter. This is the first time Yang has been promoted for promotion's sake. In the past, his breakthroughs came naturally, and he never deliberately forced it, but this time the Emperor Garden's actions were of great importance, and he happened to be stuck at the threshold of the third level of the Holy King. Naturally, he wanted to try and enter the next level. Promotion for the sake of promotion is somewhat contrary to the original intention of cultivation, but it is not a serious problem. Yang Kai stayed in the realm of the third layer Saint King for a long time. After experiencing several battles, he has already understood this realm thoroughly. There is no need to worry about Yuan's vigor and purity, he has already reached the standard for promotion, what he lacks now is only an opportunity and a breakthrough point. In Tianyi Palace, Yang Kai sat cross-legged, with a calm expression, and did not rush to meditate to cultivate and accumulate strength, but calmly took out many medicinal materials from his space ring, and sacrificed his own alchemy furnace. He is going to refine the elixir. Alchemy is also a part of his cultivation. Through alchemy, he can stabilize his state of mind and sharpen his own holy energy and spiritual power, which will be of great help to future breakthroughs. There are very few people who know that he is an alchemist, except for Dai Yuan who asked him for help once. I am afraid that only Yang Yan knows, even Wu Yi is also confused. Yang Kai told her once before, unfortunately, Wu Yi didn't believe it. After all, it is already very remarkable for a martial artist to reach the third order level of Saint King at Yang Kai's age, so how can he have more energy to study alchemy? She only thought that Yang Kai was joking with herself. But Yang Kai is indeed an alchemist, and he is also a mid-grade void-grade alchemist. He can easily refine a void-grade mid-grade alchemy, and occasionally, with a burst of luck, he can even refine a void-grade high-grade pill. If this identity is leaked out, Yang Kai's status may rise immediately, and he will be wooed by countless forces. Void-level middle-grade alchemists, even in other places in the star field, are amazing existences, let alone in a special place like Gloomy Star, but in contrast to their status, they will definitely attract the covetousness of countless powerful people. Yang Kai's alchemy was just for cultivation, and he didn't intend to put all his energy into alchemy. How could he leak such sensitive information and ask for trouble? The fire of divine consciousness exploded, enveloping the alchemy furnace, and Yang Kai methodically poured herbal medicines into it, refining them with the pure fire of spiritual consciousness. Time passed slowly, and a month passed in the blink of an eye. At this moment, in the Tianyi Palace, in front of Yang Kai, there are large and small bottles and cans. Each bottle is filled with panacea of AA different grades, and many panaceas have lines on them, just like the meridians of the human body. So mysterious and mysterious. Dan pattern, the special mark that can quadruple the value of a pill. The existence of the pill pattern not only can keep the efficacy of the panacea from passing with time, but also shows the efficacy of this pill, which is an ordinary twice the pill. Pill patterns are hard to come by. Countless alchemists have spent their entire lives trying to figure out how to make pills produce pill patterns, but they have never been able to get in. Yang Kai found a new way to depict different spirit formations. Refining the spirit array into the elixir, so that the probability of the elixir produced by him reaching a terrifying 30% to 40%. Back then on the Rainfall Star, alchemy master Zhang Ao shocked Yang Kai into a heavenly being. You must know that at that time, Yang Kai was only a Saint King level alchemist, but Zhang Ao was already a virtual level top rank alchemist, and Yang Kai could easily solve things that he couldn't do. Why didn't Zhang Ao shock? Although the two had a deal and Yang Kai taught them the method, Zhang Ao could only sigh. Because he doesn't have the fire of Yang Kai's consciousness, he can't easily use his consciousness to refine alchemy and create a spirit formation. However, the stones from other mountains can be used to attack Jade, and Zhang Ao has not gained nothing. After so many years, it is not known whether he has broken through to the void. The realm of a king-level alchemy master. If he succeeds, then he can become the peak figure in the entire star field and be admired and worshipped by the world. Putting away distracting thoughts, Yang Kai's eyes swept over the fruits of his labor this month. Sanqing Pill, Jade Spirit Pill, Saint King Pill, Wei Yuan Pill. There are various types, including all types of elixirs, and the spirit herbs in his hands have almost been consumed. Flipping his wrist, a light blue pill appeared between Yang Kai's index finger and middle finger. It was fragrant and refreshing. This pill was only the size of a longan, with dense lines on it, and it was also a panacea that gave birth to pill patterns. Congealing Void Pill, auxiliary elixir that can increase the chance of breaking through from the Holy King realm to the Void Return Mirror. The last time Dai Yuan went to Longshe Mountain, she wanted Yang Kai to help her refine a congealing void pill, but Yang Kai made it casually at that time, and that congealing void pill did not produce pill patterns, which was different from the one in her hand. The value of a coin is not the same. Looking at this elixir, Yang Kai revealed a contemplative look, and after a while, he put it away again. This is a guarantee he prepared for himself, a guarantee for promotion to the Void Return Mirror. If he couldn't make a breakthrough through retreat and painstaking practice, he could only try with the help of the congealing void pill before the Emperor Garden was opened. It is not impossible to use the power of pills to break through the shackles of the realm. Many warriors have done this before. It can be said that 99 out of 10 warriors have such an experience, but this method makes warriors less so when they are promoted. A little insight, which leads to imperfect promotion and breakthrough. No one can tell whether there are any disadvantages in this, or what impact it will have on the people who take it. Maybe it will not have any impact, or it may affect the martial artist's future cultivation. Of course, even if it has an impact, it is minimal. Yang Kai has never used pills to break through since he practiced, so he doesn't want his cultivation path to be flawed. Of course, this is just an idea, and when it comes to the last moment, Yang Kai will not stick to the small details. This congealing void pill with pill pattern is only there as a guarantee. Now that the elixir has been refined, Yang Kai took a deep breath and took out a fist-sized, round white crystal from the space ring. Shengjing Yuan. The stone puppet was created by devouring the holy crystal, which surpassed the existence of the top-grade holy crystal, and contained extremely pure and rich energy inside. It is best to use this when retreating in penance. There is also the Eye of Lingquan under Tianyi Palace. The aura of heaven and earth here is already extremely strong. Combined with Sheng Jingyuan, the speed of cultivation can be described as rapid. With a buffer period of 5 months, Yang Kai is confident that his realm will be raised to the next level. The degree of devirtualization. Just as he was about to devote himself to cultivating, Yang Kai suddenly showed a look of surprise and looked up. Tianyi Palace's restriction unexpectedly reacted, which made him frown. Before I retreated, I greeted Yang Yan and told her not to disturb me until the opening day of the Emperor Garden. Why did someone come to Tianyi Palace after only a month? Could it be that something major happened to Ling Xiaozong? Thinking of this, Yang Kai quickly got up, walked out of the retreat, and waved a few Saint Yuan to close the restriction. Not long after, he arrived outside Tianyi Palace. At this moment, Qianyu was waiting outside. Seeing him walk out, Qianyu saluted quickly. What's the matter? Yang Kai asked while observing the words and expressions, and found that there was no nervousness on Qianyu's face. Obviously it was not Ling Xiaozong who encountered any difficulties. This is strange. Ling Xiaozong is fine, why would he be disturbed? Miss Yang Yan asked you to go there. Qianyu replied softly. Yang Yan. The corner of Yang Kai's mouth twitched, and he thought to himself that it was this woman. Except for her, no one in the Lingxiao sect dared to disturb him during his retreat, so he asked after a moment. Someone said, what do you want me to do in the past? Qianyu shook her head slowly, pursed her lips and said with a smile, Miss Yang Yan just said that she wanted to show you something good. Good thing. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and snorted coldly. This woman is itchy, disturbing me at such a critical moment, and even let me go there in person. If it's not a good thing later, let's see what I do clean her up. As he spoke, He flew forward. Letting go of his consciousness, he quickly found where Yang Yan was. Baihuaju, the place where Yang Yan and Yi Xian live, is shrouded in a magical restraint, and it is like spring all year round, and all kinds of rare flowers compete for beauty inside, which can be regarded as a place with beautiful scenery. There are more than 10 miles away from Tianyi Palace, but at Yang Kai's current speed, more than 10 miles is just a moment of effort. Soon, he came to Baihuaju, walked through the flower gardens. Yang Kai found Yang Yan in a pavilion. At this moment, she was sitting on a stone chair with her legs crossed, leisurely sipping the tea. Yi Xian stood behind her with her hands down, like a maidservant, with a respectful and humble demeanor. The stone puppet is also here, squatting on the stone table in front of Yang Yan, with a dazed expression, like a statue. Yang Kai. Seeing Yang Kai coming, Yang Yan shouted happily. Is there anything good? Quickly bring it to me to see. Yang Kai appeared in front of her in a flash, and didn't bother to greet her. Now that time is running out, how can he have the time to chat with Yang Yan here? What's the rush? Yang Yan curled his lips. Even though he said that, he didn't delay, but reached out to wipe the space ring, and took out a piece that looked like an oar. That thing was about the size of a wash basin, with pits and pits on its surface, the color of bronze, and its shape was extremely irregular. Looking at this thing, Yang Kai's expression was stunned, and his face showed a strange color. With his eyesight, he can naturally see that this piece of ore is definitely not low grade, and it is extremely rare, but he has not been able to recognize what kind of mineral it is. To be continued. This text is provided by the Breaking Dawn Update Group at E1/2 CA3 Chapter 1433 Ohenjinseki. It's not surprising that they can't recognize them. Although Yang Kai has traveled all over the world and seen a lot these years, he still can't recognize all the materials in this world. However, since Yang Yan disturbed himself at such a sensitive time, and took out such a piece of ore, its value must be extraordinary, and it is very likely to be of great help to him. Otherwise, Yang Yan would definitely not do this. Divine sense swept over it, but didn't notice anything unusual, as if the ore in front of him was just an ordinary stone. Try pouring in Saint Yuan. Yang Yan woke up from the side. Yang Kai didn't hesitate, stretched out his hand to cover the ore, and the Saint Yuan exploded. The next moment, his face suddenly changed, and he quickly pulled his hand back, horrified. Swallow Saint Yuan. It's not that Yang Kai made a fuss, it's really that this ore is too weird. With his strength realm, pouring Saint Yuan into it, it is like a stone sinking into the sea, without any reaction, as if the ore is a bottomless pit. No matter how much Saint Yuan can be swallowed exhausted. He had never encountered such a situation before. This ore is indeed a remarkable thing. What is this? Seeing Lai Xinxi, Yang Kai raised his head and asked. Dian Divine Stone. Dian Divine Stone. Yang Kai frowned. He had never heard of this kind of thing. Even Yi Xian, who was standing behind Yang Yan, frowned. Obviously it was the first time he had heard of it. What is the magical effect? Didn't you try the magical effect just now? Yang Yan smiled lightly, swallowing energy. This is the most important characteristic of the Dian Divine Stone. It itself is a virtual king-level refining material. If it is refined into a secret treasure, if so, what do you say will happen when you fight with others? Hearing what she said, Yang Kai's eyes lit up. If this is the case, then the secret treasure refined with the Dian Divine Stone can defeat all martial arts, because martial arts are released by warriors using Saint Yuan, but this Dian Divine Stone can devouring. I am afraid that before the enemy's martial arts can get close, he will be swallowed by the secret treasure. Not bad, not bad, it is indeed a good thing. Yang Kai nodded again and again, and since it is a Void King level refining material, the secret treasures that are refined must also be Void King level, and this level of secret treasures are available on Gloom Star. But it is a rare existence. The Bone Erosion Lihuo lamp in Yi Xian's hand is a Void King level secret treasure with a prominent reputation. After praising him, Yang Kai's expression became extremely weird again. But what does this have to do with me? He didn't believe that Yang Yan called him out of the pass, just to show off such a piece of Zhuang level refining material. Yang Yan is not boring to this extent, there must be a lot of deep meaning in it. The Dian Divine Stone really has nothing to do with you, but what's inside it is useful to you. Yang Yan laughed inscrutably. Is there something inside? Yang Kai revealed a look of surprise. Yes, the Dian Divine Stone is a very special mineral. It can swallow energy, even the aura in the world. This piece of Dian Divine Stone was given to us by a middle-level family. According to the owner of that family, it is said that the Dian God Stone was obtained by their family from an ancient ruin thousands of years ago, so it can be deduced that the history of this ore must have been a long, long time. Why would a mid-level family give us this kind of thing? Yang Kai was even more confused. Didn't you say you wanted to sell a few pieces of good land? Nowadays, those forces outside are already scrambling for the few lands in the Emperor Garden to be able to grab ahead of time. We even got a piece of Emperor Jade, let alone other things. This Dian Divine Stone is the bargaining chip that family took out. So that's it seems that the people in that family are not very knowledgeable. Yang Kai grinned, gloating on his face. Void King level materials are really too precious on Gloom Star. He took it for granted that if the other party if you know the goods, you will definitely not be willing to take them out as a bargaining chip. You're wrong. Yang Yan shook his head slowly. Although the opponent's family is now in decline and is not too strong, there were many masters who appeared thousands of years ago. They may not be able to recognize the Dian Divine Stone, but they know it is a Void King grade material. Yang Kai frowned, hesitantly said, then why? It is precisely because they know that it is the material of King Shu, so they can take out the Dian Divine Stone and want to impress us. The things you think are too low in value can be snatched from my Ling Shaozong by the countless forces of the Gloomy Star. Not many places. Yang Yan smiled. That family was lucky enough to get a piece of Emperor Jade, but their strongest master is only at the second level of Void Return, and they want to find it in the Emperor Garden. Good things, you can only turn to us for help and enter it in advance. Yang Kai nodded slightly, his face showing a clear look. Void King level materials, this price is indeed not small, but even if it is precious, compared with the temptation of entering the Emperor Garden in advance, it is still a bit inferior because no one can refine Void King level materials on the entire Gloomy Star. In that family, the Yanshan Stone is nothing more than a tasteless existence. It's better to take it out and use it as a bargaining chip to compete for those lots. Their luck was really good. When they met Yang Yan, who knew the goods, they could see the great value of the Dian Divine Stone at a glance. Otherwise, whether they could succeed or not was another matter. The Ling Shaozong had already reached an agreement with that family to get a large amount of holy crystals and such a piece of Dian Divine Stone, and sold a certain piece of land to the other party. They can enter the Ling Shao school only after the Emperor Garden is opened. It is a happy transaction. What did you mean when you said that the contents inside were of great use to me? Yang Kai asked. I'll tell you if you don't ask, otherwise what would I call you out of the customs? Aren't you looking for the treasure of heaven and earth with earth attribute? Yeah, Yang Kai nodded. Suddenly he looked happy, and looked at her in surprise. Could it be that? Not bad. Yang Yan pursed his lips and smiled. Although the Dian God Stone itself is not of the earth attribute, the Dian God Sand contained inside is undoubtedly a treasure of the earth attribute, which is enough to meet your requirements. Dian Shensha. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. The Dian Divine Stone devours the aura of heaven and earth all the time. If the time is long enough, there will be grains of sand inside it. That is the Dian Divine Sand. As for the Dian Divine Stone itself, it is useless to you, but it can be used to refine secret treasures. Not bad, not bad. Yang Kai grinned, greatly delighted. He wanted to find the supreme treasure of the earth attribute, and he also wanted to cultivate the body training method of the Immortal 5 Elements Sword. This Immortal 5 Elements Sword was found in the ruins of the ancient Yangzong. According to the introduction of the exercise method, he could practice to the extreme, the body will be immortal. Yang Kai has been coveting for a long time. It's a pity that the conditions for cultivating it are extremely harsh. Not only does it have extremely strict requirements on the practitioner's own spiritual consciousness and physical strength, but he must also gather all the treasures of the 5 elements of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. Among the 5 elements, Yang Kai originally possessed thunder wood, true sun essence, mysterious yin sunflower water, and even 10,000 years ice jade, wood fire water. Last time at the auction in Jubao building, he even got the metallic treasure of black gold, and for this reason he had a bad relationship with Mrs. Jin Shifeng, and now he only lacks materials of earth attribute. If Dian Shensha is really as Yang Yan said, then he can gather the number of 5 elements, and immediately start to practice the Immortal 5 Elements Sword. The benefits of a strong physical body are self-evident, not to mention being able to gain an advantage when fighting with the enemy. It is said that the space power mastered by Yang Kai, every time when tearing the space and fleeing thousands of miles, he must have a strong physical body as a guarantee, otherwise the tearing of the power of space alone can wipe out people. And with Yang Kai's comprehension of the power of space, the requirements for the physical body will become greater and greater, so when he saw the Immortal 5 Elements Sword, he was so excited and spent time collecting materials. Excited for a moment, Yang Kai hurriedly said, "Then what are you waiting for? Quickly take out the Dian God Sand." Yang Yan couldn't help giving him an angry look. You think it's so easy to take it out? The divine stone can swallow energy, and I can't refine it with my current methods. Yang Kai's expression froze in an instant, as if a basin of cold water had been poured on him, and the previous excitement and joy disappeared immediately. Yang Yan pursed his lips and started to chuckle. Are you kidding me? Yang Kai was furious, seeing her like this. He didn't know that she had already made up her mind. If she really couldn't take out the dianfeng, why would she call herself over? I haven't finished my sentence yet. Yang Yan looked smug, but he didn't want to show off anymore, and said solemnly, yes, I really can't refine the Dian God Stone with my method, and take out the Dian God Stone from it. Sand, but it can. Saying so, Yang Yan pointed to the stone puppet squatting on the table. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. The so-called fan of the authorities, he actually forgot the stone puppet's natural ability to swallow mineral essence and purify it. The Dian Divine Stone is indeed of extremely high grade, but it cannot resist the refining and devouring of stone puppets. After all, stone puppets can come and go freely even in places like Qianwan Luli Mountain, so how can a mere piece of Dian Divine Stone be so rare? However, I have to tell you first. Although the Dian God Sand will definitely be born in the Dian God Stone, depending on its age, the number of Dian God Sand born is also different. Maybe there are only a few in such a God Stone. 2 or 3 grains of divine sand cannot meet your requirements, and there may be many. It all depends on how you choose. That's why I asked Qianyu to call you out. Yang Kai frowned. Yang Yan said, he naturally understood that the longer the time limit, the more God Sand will be born in the God Stone. This is a matter of course. After pondering for a moment, Yang Kai asked, how long does it take for a grain of divine sand to be born? The birth of this kind of thing is calculated in units of thousands of years. If you want to wait for a while to get it, I'm afraid you will have to wait a long time. Then there is nothing to say, just take it now. Yang Kai's expression became firm. He turned his head to look at the stone puppet, and gave it an order in his heart. To be continued. This text is provided by the Breaking Dawn Update Group at AA Copyright CC. Chapter 1434 5 Lines Gather. After receiving Yang Kai's order, Stone Puppet stood up immediately, slapped his chest twice with both fists, then rushed to the Dian Divine Stone, hugged it with both hands, and stuffed it into his mouth. In all fairness, the Stone Puppet's mouth is not big, but what is so bizarre is that the washbasin-sized Dian Divine Stone was swallowed by it so strangely, leaving Yi Xian on the side dumbfounded. An hour later, in Tianyi Palace, Yang Kai sat cross-legged with joy on his face, and a total of 6 materials were placed in front of him. A piece of tree full of vitality, the thunder light is shining, and the green leaves seem to have lightning arcs dancing on it. It is the thunder wood that Yang Kai has preserved for a long time. This thunder wood was produced by chance after the death of the 10th level monster Lei Luan, the essence of flesh and blood and inner alchemy condensed. In terms of value, it is much more precious than the inner alchemy of the 10th level monster. Although it has lightning, but its origin is still a material with wood properties. A piece of metal the size of a palm is the mysterious gold that cost 70 million saint crystals at the treasure building auction. A bottle of milky white liquid exudes a cold chill. It is the mysterious yin sunflower water that Yang Kai has not used up before. Judging from the quantity, there are at least a dozen drops. A huge ice jade platform, pure and flawless, looks inconspicuous, but if it is swept away with divine sense, the chill contained inside is enough to freeze the divine sense, which can be called terrifying. And on the ice jade platform, there is also a piece of fiery red metal the size of a baby's head. The naked eye can't see the slightest clue, but the scorching heat inside is shocking. 10,000 Zai ice jade terrace and the true sun. In addition, there is a small pile of gravel-like things. There are hundreds of grains in these things. They look no different from ordinary gravel, but they are the large stone puppets taken out from the inside of the Dian God Stone. Yan Shensha. That piece of Dian Divine Stone actually bred such a large number of Dian Divine Stones, not only made Yang Kai extremely happy, but even Yang Yan was secretly amazed. She thought that 20 or 30 pieces would be good, but she didn't want the final number to be so large. It is several times expected. Metal, wood, water, fire, and earth gather together. There is even one more water attribute heaven and earth treasure. The 6 kinds of materials, each of which is inestimable in value, is hard to come across, but they are all placed in front of Yang Kai at this moment. How can he be unhappy? With them, he can practice the immortal 5-element sword. In terms of the value of these materials, Limu and Xuanjin are undoubtedly inferior, and the most valuable thing is the true sun essence the size of a baby's head. After all, the true sun essence is the legendary super strong, the product of refining the stars. The energy in such a small piece of sun essence burst out, destroying the entire gloomy star is no problem. Looking at the materials in front of him, Yang Kai took a deep breath, calmed down his excitement, frowned slightly, and pondered. The Immortal 5 Elements Sword is a technique for tempering the body. It has been a lot of time since I got it, and Yang Kai has naturally studied it thoroughly. Strictly speaking, this technique is not so profound. On the contrary, it is simple and easy to understand. All that matters is the process of gathering materials and practicing. Moreover, using different materials for cultivation will result in different results. This is where the Immortal 5 Elements Sword is most flexible. In other words, the higher the grade of materials, the better the effect of cultivation. Don't dare to say anything else. The true essence of the sun can be regarded as the top material. There is no one. Xuanian sunflower water and dianfeng are also almost extinct. Although limu and xuanzhen are slightly inferior, their grades are definitely not low. Using these few materials to cultivate by myself is definitely very high. I believe that even if warriors from other places in the star field have obtained the Immortal 5 Elements Sword, they may not necessarily have this advantage. Feeling excited, Yang Kai began to describe the formation in situ. If you want to practice the Immortal 5 Elements Sword, you must use a special formation. Regarding this point, the exercises are also clearly explained. How to describe the formation and how to drive it is also described in detail. Although Yang Kai is not proficient in formations, but he has been with Yang Yan for so long, and he has a half-level under his influence, so it is not too difficult for him to describe a formation. Pieces of holy crystal sources were placed in an orderly manner, and the 5 materials of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth were also arranged around them as required. 2 days later, Yang Kai looked at the Immortal 5 Elements formation that he had painstakingly laid out with satisfaction, and checked it carefully. After confirming that there were no mistakes, he jumped up and came to the center of the formation. Sit cross-legged. He casually wiped the space ring, took out a few pills, put them on the tip of his tongue, immediately closed his eyes, and began to practice the cultivation method of the Immortal 5 Element Sword. Sheng Yuan suddenly turned around, centering on the place where Yang Kai was sitting. On the surrounding ground, lights suddenly flickered, and there were complex and complicated lines lit up, and among the lines, there were more or less large or small ones. The runes are looming, appearing unfathomable. The trembling sound echoed, and the holy crystal sources placed in the Immortal 5 Element formation burst out dazzling brilliance one by one, and the pure energy stored inside poured out, and began to flow along the lines. With the supplement of energy from the Saint Crystal source, the Immortal 5 Elements formation laid down by Yang Kai opened instantly. An indescribable feeling filled the whole body. The simple and desolate artistic conception filled the entire Tianyi Palace. It seemed that at this moment, Yang Kai returned to the ancient times that cannot be traced back. The sound of whistling sounded, and the 5 treasures of heaven and earth, xuanzhen, limu, xuanian sunflower water, true sun essence, dianfeng, zhenwu, water, fire, and earth, seemed to be blessed by invisible forces at this moment. One after another pure energy it is extracted from their interior, and gathers in the middle under the action of the Immortal 5 Elements array. Right in the middle is exactly where Yang Kai is. The whole Tianyi Palace became colorful in an instant. The origin of the cyan thunder wood, the origin of the golden xuanzhen, the origin of the white xuanian sunflower water, the origin of the red sun true essence, the origin of the yellow dianfeng, all of them drilled into Yang Kai's body as if they were spiritual. In an instant, Yang Kai trembled like a sieve, his tightly closed eyes widened at this moment, and a low and muffled growl involuntarily came out of his throat, like a wounded wild animal, licking the wound frantically. Huge pain, unimaginable pain came from all over the body at this moment, and Yang Kai couldn't help giving birth to the illusion of being smashed to pieces. This kind of pain is far from being comparable to being injured after fighting with others. It is a kind of pain that goes deep into the soul. Deep palpitations. In an instant, Yang Kai understood why the requirements for cultivating the Immortal 5 Elements Sword were so harsh on warriors. If the strength of the physical body is not enough, once the original power of these 5 kinds of heaven and earth treasures invades the body, it will explode and die immediately. What about cultivation? If the strength of the spiritual consciousness is not enough, it will be impossible to resist this kind of pain. Sooner or later, it will be stimulated by the pain and go crazy, and eventually go crazy. Yang Kai felt that his conditions had met the requirements, but when he really practiced, he realized that he had taken it for granted. The perseverance he had always been proud of was unbearable in the face of this kind of torture, almost crash immediately. Of course, this is also related to the fact that the materials he chose were too high grade. If they were all replaced with Limu's grade, it shouldn't be so painful. But this also stimulated Yang Kai's nerves. Since he embarked on the road of cultivation, how many times he has been at the critical point of life and death, how many times he has suffered heavy injuries, and faced desperate situations, but he has come over step by step. If it fails here, then all these years of hard work will be in vain. Not to mention anything else, when I first got the wordless black book in the Ling Xiao Pavilion, it was my own perseverance that allowed it to recognize its owner, opened it, and thus obtained the proud golden body. That unyielding pride is also a mysterious martial skill comprehended in a desperate situation. Although it has gradually become useless with its own growth and strength, it is after all a martial skill comprehended from the proud golden body. Own martial arts. And the birth of this martial skill has a lot to do with Su Yan. It was she who used means to freeze herself for several days before she was able to comprehend it. All kinds of distracting thoughts flashed in his mind, and Yang Kai accidentally used unyielding pride. To his surprise, the pain actually weakened a little bit. Although it was not worth mentioning, it was indeed weakened. Yang Kai's heart moved, and immediately escaped the soul and spirit body into the sea of AA consciousness, guarding the safety of the sea of AA consciousness, and no longer paid attention to the changes of the outside world in his physical body. The crackling sound was as dense as beans, and in the Tianyi Palace, Yang Kai's skin cracked inch by inch, and pale golden blood oozes out from it, soaking his clothes in an instant. Not only the flesh and blood squirmed, the skin burst, even the meridians couldn't withstand the damage of the original power of the 5 elements, heaven and earth treasures, and their roots were broken. The powerful recovery ability of Jinzu was fully reflected at this moment. The cracked skin, broken muscles, and broken meridians were completely repaired in a very short period of time, and then cracked and exploded again, going round and round, seemingly never stopping. With the passage of time and the continuation of this process, Yang Kai's physical body is gradually becoming stronger to an obvious degree. Not only that, the Saint Yuan in his body seems to become more pure and powerful, and even the power of his spiritual consciousness has also been certain degree of tempering. Although the Immortal 5 Elements sword is a technique that specifically tempers the body, it will inevitably strengthen the Saint Yuan and the spiritual consciousness during the process of cultivation, which can be regarded as an incidental benefit. A horrible low roar came from Tianyi Palace. Fortunately, there are layers of prohibition and protection here, so the sound will not leak out, otherwise, it will definitely attract all the people of Ling Xiaozong. Time passed slowly, and the entire gloomy star was in full swing preparing to enter the Emperor's garden. 1 piece of Emperor's Jade, 1 quota, and the major forces didn't get many Emperor's Jade. It was also a difficult choice for them to choose who would enter it. For this reason, many forces have begun to select talents from within, vying for the place to enter the Emperor Garden. The Ling Xiao sect is also very busy. The Ling Xiao sect only has 3 pieces of Emperor Jade, so there is no need to select any places, but it still needs to make a lot of preparations. Only Yang Kai in the Tianyi Palace has not appeared since that day of retreat. To be continued. Chapter 1435 Reiki Funnel. Half a year later, on a certain day, the Ling Xiao sect's welcome building was extremely lively. After half a year of waiting, the opening of the Emperor Garden is now in sight, and those forces that have received Yang Kai's promise naturally came to Ling Xiaozong early. The people from Shadow Moon Hall are still old faces, besides Qian Tong and Fei Zhe too. They are Wei Guchang and Dong Xuaner, but not all 4 of them are going to go to Emperor Garden, although in the past 6 months, Shadow Moon Hall has it took a huge price to get the 3rd piece of Emperor Jade, but it was their limit, so Dong Xuaner couldn't go to the Emperor Garden this time. On the Shadow Moon Palace side, Qian Tong and Fei Zhe too will join forces to bring Wei Guchang into it. Needless to say, Qian Tianzong is led by Mo Yu. In addition to him, there is another strong man who returns to the 3rd layer of the void, but a gray-haired old man. This person is Qian Tianzong. Ji Yu Zhen, the suzerain, was stronger than Mo Yu in terms of strength, and Shen Shitao won the honor of Yang Kai and got a place to enter the Emperor's Garden. Logically speaking, no matter Shen Shitao's aptitude or cultivation level, she is not enough to enter the Emperor's Garden. The Qianshan sect has a lot of talents, capable people come out in large numbers, with higher cultivation bases than her, and there are countless younger generation disciples with better aptitude than her. But Mo Yu and Ji Yu Zhen are both old and mature people. They know that Qian Tianzong's relationship with Ling Xiaozong is completely dependent on Shen Shitao's existence. Of course, this trip to the Emperor Garden will not leave her behind. In the past 6 months, a panacea was also given, and several elders in the sect joined forces to perform secret techniques to help him improve his cultivation to the level of the Void Return Mirror. The cost is not insignificant. Shen Shitao is so grateful to Yang Kai. Standing behind Ji Yu Zhen and Mo Yu, Meimo kept looking out, wanting to thank Yang Kai personally. Shadow Moon Hall and Qiantianzong arrived as promised, and Luluman naturally did not leave behind either. As Qian Tong expected that day, Daiyuan now also has the qualifications to enter the Emperor's Garden, and Luluman's luck is quite good, and she actually got one more piece of Emperor's Jade than the Shadow Moon Palace, and there are a total of 4 places to enter it. The head of the sect, Gong Xinghe, went out in person. Besides him and Daiyuan, the other 2 were Gong Aofu and Yin Sudi. At this moment, Yin Sudi gritted her silver teeth, her red lips twitched, she didn't know what she was muttering, and from time to time she stared at Daiyuan with her beautiful eyes, with a depressed expression on her face. Daiyuan turned a blind eye to this, just like Shen Shitao, her attention was completely outside the hall, as if she was waiting for something. Her cultivation level is also at the first level of Void Return, but unlike Shen Shitao, she broke through her own cultivation, without the help of others. Both Gong Xinghe and Gong Aofu were greatly surprised by this result. They seemed to have never expected that she could be promoted to Void Returning Mirror so quickly. If not, the 2 might not have agreed to let Daiyuan enter the Emperor Garden. It was precisely because Daiyuan showed aptitude and cultivation speed that were not inferior to Yin Sudi's in any way, the 2 of them let go of this matter. They are both disciples of their own sect anyway, so it is not a bad idea to enter it, and they just took this opportunity to borrow. Ling Xiaozong entered the Emperor Garden 1 step ahead of others. In addition to the people from these 3 sects, there are also 2 unfamiliar faces in the hall, both of which are at the level of the Void Return 3 layer, with vicissitudes of life and old age. Yang Kai has never dealt with them, but these 2 people are also well known on Gloom Star. The Hall Master and Great Elder of Piaomiao Hall. The Piaomiao Palace is also a first-line force on the Gloomy Star, and the cultivation level of its Palace Master and the Great Elder are naturally not bad. The reason why they are here is entirely because they handed over a piece of Emperor Jade to Ling Xiaozong. It was that piece of Imperial Jade that allowed Ling Xiaozong to open the door in restraints to welcome them into the interior. At this moment, there are as many as 7 or 8 people in the Yingbin building who are strong at the 3rd level of returning to the void, and there are as many as 3 people at the sect master and suzerain level, but no one dares to make loud noises or talk loudly, and all of them have solemn expressions. There is no other reason. Yi Xian is here, with her here, who dares to be presumptuous? After sipping some fragrant tea and eating some spirit fruits, Qian Tong coughed lightly, looked at Yang Yan who was sitting in the first place and asked, "Miss Yang Yan, is Yang Kai still out of customs?" Yang Yan shook his head slowly when he heard the words, "There is no movement for the time being." Qian Tong frowned, and couldn't help but feel a little worried. It's been about half a year in seclusion, and now the Emperor Garden is about to open, maybe a day or 2, or 7 or 8 days later, he won't miss this opportunity, right? Elder Laochen is concerned, but I don't think he will miss the opportunity, maybe he will leave the customs within a few days. Yang Yan smiled slightly, although his face was calm, he was actually quite anxious in his heart. She naturally knew what Yang Kai's retreat was for. It was nothing more than wanting to improve her own strength before the opening of the Emperor Garden, but until now, there was no movement in Tianyi Palace, and she really didn't know if he was going well or not. Wanting to investigate, but worried about disturbing him, Yang Yan could only wait patiently. Everyone is a guest from afar, you might as well go back to your residence to rest for a while. Before the opening of the Emperor Garden, there must be a difference between heaven and earth. When it really comes, it will not be too late to start. Yang Yan is now in the position of deputy suzerain, speaking it's also more decent than before. After hearing the words, everyone looked at each other and got up one after another, thanked and said goodbye, and prepared to return to the residence prepared for them by Ling Xiaozong. But before everyone left the Yingbin building, the spiritual energy of the day suddenly shook violently. All the people present were top experts, and they were extremely sensitive to changes in the aura of heaven and earth. Although the changes were slight, they were still captured by them. Everyone's expressions changed at the same time, and they didn't care about greeting Yang Yan anymore. After shaking their bodies, they rushed out of the Yingbin building and looked up at the sky. In the sky, the gap with a radius of more than 10 miles still exists, and the sunlight shines down from there, nourishing the vegetation of Ling Xiaozong. Although it looks the same as usual, everyone can feel the depressing feeling of the wind and rain in the air. Soon, this feeling became obvious, and the spiritual energy of the day was surging, like a wild horse that had run off its rein, making one's heart palpitating and disturbing. This is. Gong Xinghei's eyelids shrank slightly, his face showing shock. Father, is it a sign before the opening of the Emperor Garden? Gong Aofu asked softly, her beautiful eyes were full of excitement. Just now, Yang Yan said that if the Emperor Garden really opened, there would be a vision of heaven and earth. Unexpectedly coming soon. There are many people who have the same idea as her, Qian Tongfei Zhetu, Ji Yuzhen Moyu, and the two masters from Piaomiao Palace all looked forward to it. But soon, the brows of these top experts frowned, and they all looked back and looked in another direction. No, someone is going to break through. Qian Tong whispered, and after he finished speaking, he froze for a moment, his old face filled with excitement, Yang Kai. He immediately thought of the key point. Yang Yan's expression also became joyful, and while his body was shaking, he galloped towards the direction of Tianyi Palace. Others naturally wanted to follow the past to see what happened, but they didn't want Yi Xian's delicate body to stand in front of them, and said coldly, everyone stay behind. Although most of these people have some friendship with Yang Kai and have a good relationship, but now that Yang Kai is at the juncture of promotion, how can Yi Xian let them go? What Yang Kai wants to break through is a big realm. If he fails because of interference, the consequences will be disastrous. So she stopped everyone without hesitation. Qian Tong and the others naturally understood these principles, and they all nodded one after another, staying in place and watching over there. Seeing that they kept themselves safe, Yi Xian didn't say any more, but chased Yang Yan away. In an instant, there were only guests like Qian Tong left in front of the Yingbin building. Senior brother, do you think senior brother Yang can be promoted smoothly? Dong Xuaner asked with some concern. After all, she has come from this step, and she is fully aware of the difficulty of breaking through from the Saint King realm to the void returning mirror. In the cultivation of warriors, every breakthrough is accompanied by huge risks, that is to fight against the sky, against the earth, and against oneself. Not to mention others, when she and Wei Gucheng were promoted to the void returning mirror, which one did not experience unspeakable ordeals, the baptism of the energy of the sky and the earth during the promotion alone was almost unbearable for her, and there were endless the demons in her heart almost made her fail. This kind of ordeal has nothing to do with aptitude, it is something every warrior must face. Hearing Dong Xuaner's question, Wei Gucheng grinned. Don't worry, others don't dare to say, it's absolutely no problem for Brother Yang to be promoted to the void return mirror. The words were full of confidence in Yang Kai. Yin Sudi kept curling her lips, although she didn't dare to say anything, but she wished that Yang Kai would just die like this. At the same time, 3 miles away from Tianyi Palace, Yang Yan stopped and looked there quietly. Not long after she arrived, Wu Yi Qianyu, Chang Qi and others also came one after another, and they had a brief conversation, and everyone understood what the current situation was like. In order to prevent Yang Kai from being disturbed, the order was conveyed one after another, so that no one could get close to the Tianyi Palace for 3 miles, and all disciples patrolled and guarded outside the 3 miles, so as not to be sneaked into it by people with malicious intentions. Just after the order was issued, the situation in Tianyi Palace suddenly changed. That day, a spiritual energy funnel suddenly appeared in the sky. When this spiritual energy funnel first appeared, it only occupied a few feet in circumference, but in the blink of an eye, it expanded suddenly and became larger rapidly, eventually becoming as large as several acres. Only then stopped. And during the rotation, a huge pulling force was felt within 100 miles, and the aura of heaven and earth was frantically gathered towards that side. Rays of light of different colors galloped past the crowd, like arrows of ice, fire and thunder, joining the funnel one after another, making the momentum from inside it more and more powerful. 5 elements spiritual qi, Yi Xian frowned, showing surprise. The rays of light of different colors are clearly formed by the aura of the 5 elements between the heaven and the earth. When the Emperor Garden changed before, such a scene appeared in the entire gloomy star. The scene at this moment is somewhat similar to that day, but it is not the same. Naturally, it is far from being comparable to that day in terms of scale, but it is also very remarkable. The Emperor Garden is an emperor treasure, and it is reasonable to be able to involve the entire Gloom Star in a change. But now, just because Yang Kai wants to break through the Saint King realm and promote to the Void Return Mirror, Yi Xian couldn't help but be shocked by the changes in the 5 elements spiritual energy between the heaven and the earth. To be continued, this text is provided by the Dawn Update group at We Sent. Chapter 1436 Crazy Body Baptism. Can a warrior have such a huge momentum when he is promoted to the Void Return Mirror? The answer is obviously no. Yi Xian, as a powerhouse at the peak of the void returning third layer, of course has the right to speak on this matter. She has seen many people take this step and become a void returning mirror warrior. When Jieqi went through this process, she was still protecting the law personally, but none of them could compare with the scene in front of her. This can already be called a vision of heaven and earth. Yi Xian's expression was horrified, and he couldn't help but think of the record he read in an ancient book a long time ago, that is, if a warrior is strong enough, he can cause some changes in the world when he is promoted to a great realm. Of course, such martial artists have always been rare in the long history, and there may not be one in thousands of years. Does the suzerain have such potential? In all fairness, Yi Xian and Yang Kai don't have much friendship, and they are not familiar with each other. She will stay in Ling Shaozong and hold the position of Great Elder, and it is entirely because of Yang Yan. Apart from Yang Yan, she has never looked at him directly, anyone. With her eyesight, it is natural to see that Yang Kai is much more powerful than the general Saint King realm, and he is regarded as the elite among the elites. Even so, it has no effect on her. But at this moment, she couldn't help but look at Yang Kai with admiration. If her guess is true, then no one can predict the future of this suzerain in the future. Thinking of this, Yi Xian's beautiful eyes glowed with a strange light, and she felt a little bit of anticipation. That day in the sky, the huge aura funnel contained energy fluctuations that could destroy the world, and with the continuous influx of the aura of the 5 elements, the aura funnel also began to become colorful, hanging upside down above the Tianyi Palace, spinning continuously, looking extremely terrifying. Even standing 3 miles away, everyone could feel the oppressive feeling falling from the sky like a landslide, not to mention Yang Kai who was directly below the funnel. No one knew how much pressure he would bear at this moment. Outside the Tianyi Palace, the light flickered wildly, which was the reaction of the many restrictions in the Tianyi Palace under pressure. Great Elder, how is the suzerain's situation? Changqi and the others were anxious, but they didn't dare to release their spiritual sense to peek over there, so they had to ask Yi Xian for advice. It seems to be going well, and the law of heaven and earth has been touched. Yi Xian replied lightly. Changqi and the others were overjoyed when they heard the words, which touched the law of heaven and earth, which meant that Yang Kai's breakthrough was in sight. However, whether he can succeed or not depends on whether he can withstand the baptism of the energy of the day. Everyone's face changed slightly, and they all fell silent, with worried expressions on their faces. The baptism of heaven and earth energy is a process that warriors must go through when they are promoted to the great realm. During this process, warriors will endure unimaginable hardships and pains. It is also the best standard to test and measure the overall quality of a warrior. Once successful, it will increase one's own strength by a large amount, thereby breaking through the bottleneck and reaching the next level. If it fails, in the slightest, he will be severely injured, and in the severest case, he will explode and die. After all, it was a baptism of energy from the heavens and the earth, and if it failed, the result would definitely not be much better. Every year, countless warriors fall at this pass, so for warriors, breaking through the great realm is both an opportunity and a challenge. The law of survival of the fittest is fully reflected at this moment. How could an ordinary martial artist create such an astonishing vision of heaven and earth when he was promoted to a great realm? Yang Kai did it, which is certainly a gratifying and shocking thing, but since he has reached this point, he can only succeed and not fail. Judging from the concentration of the energy of the world at this moment, if Yang Kai fails, there will only be one end, the soul will be scattered. After all, the power contained in the colorful aura funnel is too huge, and it is simply not something a warrior of the Saint King realm can bear. And just when everyone was worried, the huge aura funnel in the sky suddenly changed, as if there was some force in the Tianyi Palace that attracted it. The aura funnel rotated rapidly, and in the rotation, it was as huge as an ocean. The energy of heaven and earth, along the direction pointed by the funnel, suddenly fell downward. Without any pause, without the slightest pause, it seemed that he had been preparing for a long time, just for this one-off explosion. The layers of restrictions in the Tianyi Palace are like paper paste, and they are completely vulnerable to the huge and unfathomable energy of the heaven and earth. They were blasted through in an instant, and the colorful spiritual energy that made Yi Xian's color change went straight towards the Tianyi Palace. Pour it in, and it disappears quickly. The huge aura funnel was shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye, and in just a few breaths of work, the volume shrunk by a circle. Sect Master, Changqi and the others exclaimed in amazement, their faces changing wildly. The energy of heaven and earth poured down like this, which made them unable to believe their eyes. They have also been promoted to the void return mirror, and they have all gone through this stage. But the energy infusion baptism they experienced at that time was a burst of energy that fell like lightning and poured into their bodies with a certain time interval. Although it was powerful, it gave them a chance to breathe and adjust. The scene in front of him is obviously not like this, so Yongkai doesn't have the slightest chance to breathe. No matter how powerful Yongkai is, how can he survive in the face of such heaven and earth prestige? The faces of Changqi and the others turned white in an instant, instinctively thinking that Yongkai was going to die this time. Yi Xian couldn't help but sighed leisurely, with a look of disappointment on her face. She thought she had met that kind of genius who would never be born for thousands of years, but she didn't think that the other party was just a flash in the pan. But soon, she frowned, her beautiful eyes shone brightly, and her expression became surprised. Because the huge spiritual energy funnel did not dissipate, but still poured down the sensational energy of the world, continuously, and the rumbling sound came from the inside, which was deafening. He is not dead. Yi Xian frowned, greatly surprised. If Yongkai died, the heaven and earth vision caused by his promotion would naturally dissipate invisible, but since the spiritual energy funnel exists, it means that the other party is not dead, but is being baptized by the energy of heaven and earth. This is also a key step to break through the big realm. Listening to the past, Yi Xian clearly heard the dull and unbearable roar of a person mixed with the rumbling sound. He really didn't die. Yi Xian's beautiful eyes lit up. She turned her head to look at Yang Yan, and suddenly found that she was calmer than herself, as if she had expected it, but after careful observation, she could still find that Yang Yan's pair of pink fists were quietly clenched, those eyes were full of worry and anxiety. A group of people from the Lingxiao sector here in fear, and all the strong men from the Qianshan sect Luli Gate of the Shadow Moon Hall and the Piaomiao Hall are all horrified. Elder, can Brother Yang bear this kind of energy baptism? Wei Guchang asked anxiously. I don't dare to judge rashly, but the matter has come to this point, if he can't bear it, he will die. Qian Tong frowned and sighed. He didn't expect that there would be such a big movement when Yongkai was promoted to the Void Return Mirror, such a weird scene, I can't help but worry for him. It doesn't necessarily mean that he can't bear it. Ji Yuzhen, the head of the Qianshan sect, thought thoughtfully, if his body is strong enough, he can absorb the energy of the world in a short time, but, it's very difficult. Quote. Although the hall master and great elder of Piao Miao Hall didn't say anything, when they looked over there, their expressions flickered and they were full of surprise. After Gong Xinghe and Gong Aofu from Lulaman looked at each other, shock appeared in the eyes of both father and daughter. Before, they only thought that Ling Xiaozong's great reputation was entirely due to the special terrain it occupied and Yi Xian who was sitting here. But now it seems that the suzerain of Ling Xiaozong is not an ordinary person. It is necessary to re-examine him. If he falls here, then everyone will be happy. The two giants of Zontianmeng and Leitezong on the Dark Star are enough well, Gong Xinghe doesn't want to have another family like this. If he can really succeed, it is necessary to make friends with him. Everyone has different thoughts, but no matter what they think in their hearts, everyone's attention is focused on the huge colorful aura funnel at the moment. After such a short effort, the colorful funnel seems to have become much smaller. It's half its size, and it's shrinking rapidly. After a while, under the eyes of everyone, the huge colorful funnel disappeared, and the energy of heaven and earth originally contained in the funnel had all poured into the Tianyi Palace at this moment. The originally depressive atmosphere and the horrifying sense of oppression disappeared at the same time, and the sky once again returned to its clear nature. Only a few remnants of multicolored spiritual energy, like fish that slipped through the net, are still floating above Tianyi Palace. The entire Lingxiao sect seemed to be silent, and everyone's eyes were fixed on the direction of Tianyi Palace, wanting to know what would happen there. But there was no movement at all, a dead silence, as if Yongkai had really fallen. The complexions of Wu Yi and Qian Yu turned pale. Failed, Wu Yi and the others dare not continue to think about it, but there is no way to explain the scene in front of them other than failure. No martial artist can withstand such a huge baptism of heaven and earth energy in such a short period of time. Even the Void Return 3-layer can't do it, not to mention that Yongkai was originally only a peak Saint King. Although the two of them have not reached this level, they still have a little bit of vision. Changqi and the others also looked ashen. What are you all doing with a mournful face? Yi Xian frowned slightly. You think he's dead? Changqi was startled when he heard this, looked at her in astonishment, and said hesitantly, Grand Elder, you mean? The corner of Yi Xian's mouth twitched, and a smile appeared on his usually cold face, and he had a charming aura. He straightened his hair and said calmly, although I don't know how he did it, yes, but, people are not dead, not only are they not dead, but they are still alive and well. To be continued. This article is provided by Breaking Dawn Update Group at C.A.N. Chapter 1436 Indestructible 5 Lines of Sword Qi. Hearing what Yi Xian said, Changqi and the others were startled. If the person is not dead, that means the promotion is successful. Changqi and the others couldn't believe their ears, but Yi Xian said these words, so they were naturally very authoritative, no one would question anything, and one or two of them looked towards Tianyi Palace in amazement. And just as Yi Xian's words fell, the aura of heaven and earth above Tianyi Palace suddenly changed again. Those auras gathered quickly, and then transformed into a huge palm. Covering the sky and the earth, there seems to be a magical power coming from that palm, which is enough to block the light in front of everyone's eyes. With a firm grip on the palm of his hand, he held the multicolored spiritual energy of the fish that slipped through the net in the palm of his hand, then slowly retracted it, and flashed leisurely into the Tianyi Palace, where it disappeared. Seeing this scene, Yi Xian was extremely stunned, the smile on the corner of her mouth was even stronger, and she murmured, "This kid." He didn't even want to waste the last few streaks of multicolored spiritual energy, and he stretched out his hand to grab them back before they were poured into his body. If you have the leisure to do this kind of thing, it means that everything is going well there, Yi Xian can't help but laugh. Okay, let's all go away, Yang Kai doesn't need to worry about it. Yang Yan finally exhaled a breath until now, and shouted to everyone. Yes, Changqi and others responded respectfully and left quickly. Great Elder, he has just broken through and needs some time to stabilize his realm, so I will trouble you to guard this place. Yang Yan instructed Yi Xian again. Yes, my lord, Yi Xian nodded lightly, obeying all of Yang Yan's orders. Glancing at Tianyi Palace, Yang Yan smiled and disappeared from the spot, and now that the Emperor Garden is in sight, and Yang Kai can't get out, she has to deal with all the big and small matters on Ling Xiaozong's side. Fortunately there are Wu Yi Qianyu and others to help, so it is not too difficult. Inside the Tianyi Palace, Yang Kai was in rags, his clothes were torn, his clothes were covered with traces of pale golden blood that had dried up, his hair was messed up, and he looked extremely embarrassed, as if he had just experienced a life-and-death battle. However, he looked happy and relaxed. He also didn't expect that this promotion would be so smooth. After getting dianfeng that day, and collecting the number of 5 elements supreme treasures, Yang Kai began to practice the Immortal 5 elements sword and didn't expect to cultivate to any extent. The original intention was just to get acquainted with it. But I didn't want this to get out of hand. In the past 5 months, he has cultivated the Immortal 5 elements sword to the first level. Not only has his physical strength increased greatly, but his own Saint Yuan and divine consciousness have also been enhanced. Compared with before the practice, his overall strength has improved by at least 1 or 2 become. And it was this 20% improvement that allowed him to touch the critical point of the Void Return Mirror and touch the shackles of the peak of the Saint King realm. Then he suspended the cultivation of the Immortal 5 elements sword, and began to devour and absorb the soul energy of those spirits in the sea of AA consciousness. Many Void-Returning Mirror experts died in the Battle of Longshe Mountain, and most of the souls of those Void-Returning Mirror fighters were sucked into Yang Kai's consciousness sea to purify the world with the golden light of extermination, but he has not dealt with it. After devouring and absorbing the soul energy of these warriors and gaining their understanding of the Tao of Heaven and martial Tao, the breakthrough is a matter of course. However, this time the breakthrough was a bit different from the previous ones. There had never been a scene of colorful spiritual energy gathering before, and Yang Kai didn't know what the reason was. Generally speaking, this breakthrough was a coincidence, and it was a matter of course, completely different from the previous plan. Previously, Yang Kai retreated for promotion and worked hard for a breakthrough, and even prepared a congealing void pill with pill veins. But all the preparations were in vain. This is a good thing, naturally makes Yang Kai extremely happy. Now the Immortal 5 Elements sword has also been cultivated to the first level, but the legendary immortality of the physical body is still far away. There are 9 levels in this exercise, and each level is more difficult. If you want to practice to the peak, you don't know how much time will be spent, how many 5 elements treasures will be spent. After Yang Kai cultivated to the first level, he deliberately checked the 5 elements supreme treasures he possessed. The highest grade Sun True Essence seemed to have not changed, but the others were not satisfactory. The original power in Xuanjin was greatly reduced, the same was true for Limu, Xuanian sunflower water decreased by 3 drops, and Dian Shensha decreased by more than 20 grains. This kind of price is not insignificant, but it doesn't matter, the remaining materials are enough to support him to cultivate to the 2nd or even 3rd level, especially the true Sun Essence, which is estimated to last for a long time. With a lot of time as a buffer, you can look for other 5-element alternatives. There is no rush for this kind of thing. Thinking in this way, Yang Kai stretched out a hand, and with a thought, a multicolored light group suddenly appeared on the palm of his hand. The light cluster is only the size of an egg, with 5 layers in total: gold, green, white, red and yellow, which complement each other beautifully. Immortal 5 Elements Sword Chi. It took 5 months to practice the Immortal 5 Elements Sword. This heaven-defying body tempering technique can not only temper the physical body, greatly enhance the strength of the physical body, but also cultivate the amazing spirit of the Immortal 5 Elements Sword Chi technology. Sword Chi is formed by the convergence of the 5 elements, which can be merged with each other, or can be released and used independently, with infinite magical uses and many changes. However, the Immortal 5 Elements Sword Chi in his hand seemed a little weaker, like a baby bird that just broke its shell, and it couldn't withstand the wind and rain, so it probably wouldn't be very effective in fighting people. But this does not prevent Yang Kai from experimenting. As soon as the spiritual mind moved, a golden light shot out from the multicolored light group, and it twisted in front of Yang Kai, turning into a small golden sword. Although the body of the sword is small, the sharpness contained within cannot be underestimated. This is the metallic and indestructible sword energy condensed from the origin of black gold, which already possesses a strong offensive nature. Go! Yang Kai exhaled, pointing his hand. The golden little sword trembled slightly, and disappeared from the spot leisurely, piercing through the remaining restraint of Tianyi Palace in an instant, and shot a few miles away. While the spiritual mind was locked, Yang Kai could clearly see the flight path of the little golden sword, and he couldn't help raising his brows, revealing a happy expression. Although I haven't tested its killing ability, but the speed is quite fast, making it impossible to defend against. With another movement of the mind, the little golden sword flew back, like an arm and a finger, connecting with the mind. Yang Kai was in a good mood, and tested the remaining 4 immortal sword chi one by one, and was extremely satisfied in the end. There are 5 kinds of indestructible sword energy, each with its own strength. It is hard to say which one is better than the other. The golden sword and fire sword mainly kills, the former is sharp and fast, while the latter is terrifying. The earth sword and water sword are the main defense, the former is thick and solid, while the latter is soft and vast. But the wooden sword is relatively mediocre, concentrating the power of offense and defense, but it should not be underestimated. Moreover, if these 5 kinds of immortal sword chi have been cultivated to a certain level, you can also set up an immortal 5-element sword array. In the sword array, the power of the 5 elements generates and restrains each other. Break through in an instant, otherwise even opponents who are 1 level higher will suffer greatly if they are trapped in it. After happily experimenting with it for a long time, Yang Kai absorbed the immortal 5 elements sword chi into his body. Although this technique is powerful, it is not a matter of a day or 2 to show the results, it must go through the precipitation and accumulation of time. Yang Kai has long been mentally prepared for this. Now that he has been promoted to the level of the void returning mirror, his own strength is not the same as before, his whole body seems to be full of strength, and his every move has great power. This is the void return mirror, the top state on the gloomy star. It has been more than 10 or 20 years since I set foot in the star field. At the beginning, I was just a small character who entered the 2nd level holy realm, but now he has crossed 2 major realms. I dare not say that this speed of cultivation is unprecedented. There are definitely not many visitors. Don't look at the faces of Wei Guchang, Dong Xuaner and others that seem to be different from Yang Kai, but the real age is much older than Yang Kai, but the warrior's strength is high, and it is difficult to look old, and his own strong strength has some effects of resisting the passage of time. Which one of the characters like Qian Tongfei Zhitu has not lived for hundreds of years? Cleaned up his mood, Yang Kai was not arrogant and complacent. The Void Return Mirror is just a realm of martial artist cultivation, and there is Void King stage above it. There are even higher realms. At the very least, the Starry Sky Emperor is an existence far beyond the Void King realm. It's just that he hasn't reached that step, and Yang Kai still can't get in touch with the deeper secrets. There are quite a lot of things to practice now, and they all take time. Fortunately, the golden blood thread is condensed with golden blood. It doesn't take much time to condense the golden blood thread. As long as the golden blood thread is condensed, the rest is placed in the body to warm up. The longer the time, the greater the power of the golden blood thread. Dragon Bone Sword Dikyui doesn't need Yang Kai to worry about it, it has its own Firebird artifact spirit to help it refine. The Mishi Demon Eye has also gradually merged with the glazed beads. As time goes by, the Mishi Jingguang and the glazed divine light will also slowly merge into one. Yang Kai needs to spend time. There are only 2 secret techniques that he cultivates, the Blade of Space and the Immortal 5 Elements Sword. The so-called skills do not overwhelm him. Yang Kai will not be distressed because of this. All these secret techniques and methods are related to his future, but he is not going to add other new methods and secret techniques. As long as he masters the current those who have cultivated to great success, the world is so big, you can go there. At this point, Yang Kai closed his eyes tightly, held a piece of Saint Crystal Source in each hand, and began to stabilize his own realm. The realm that has just been broken through is very dangerous. If it is not stabilized immediately, it may fall if you are not careful. A few days passed by in a hurry. On this day, Yang Kai suddenly opened his eyes, frowned and looked out. After searching for a while with his spiritual sense, he got up leisurely and strode out of the tiny palace that had been closed for half a year. At this moment, in the huge square of Lingshaozong, all warriors gathered here, not only including the warriors of Lingshaozong itself, even Qiantong and others were here. Everyone looked up, their eyes were attracted by something in the sky, and all of them had solemn expressions. To be continued, this text is provided by the Breaking Dawn Update Group at AA Copyright CC. Chapter 1438, A Once in a Lifetime Opportunity. Sorry, the chapter serial number of the last chapter is wrong, it should be 1437, but it doesn't affect the reading. Thank you for your long-term support, and ask for a monthly ticket by the way. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Not only in the Lingxiao sect, but the warriors of the entire Gloom Star are all looking at the same position at this moment. Emperor Garden. At this time, the Emperor Garden was filled with multicolored rays of light, dazzled the eyes, suspended quietly in the sky at an unknown number of feet, and there were clouds floating by, making it faintly visible and hard to see clearly. And following the movement from the Emperor Garden, an invisible coercion swayed leisurely. The power of the Emperor. Fortunately, the power of the Emperor is not strong, otherwise, at least 80% of the warriors on the Dark Star will be in bad luck. A burst of trembling sounds came from all over the gloomy star, and pieces of palm-sized jade cards exuded soft and white light, appearing leisurely. Even though these jade cards were stored in the space ring by warriors, at this moment they seemed to be taken away by someone. Attracted by a mysterious force, it flew out by itself. The owners of the Emperor Jade stretched out their hands to hold the Emperor Jade, and an indescribable feeling spread throughout their bodies, and they all shook their bodies, showing joy. Emperor Garden is about to open. Although no one told them this information, when they held the Emperor Jade, they felt this level of magic at the same time. Since the birth of the Emperor Garden, it has been 2 or 3 years since the Emperor Garden was born, and now the Emperor Garden is finally going to turn on. This is a great opportunity, and countless people are excited. In the Lingxiao sect, Yang Kai appeared next to Yang Yan and the others, looking up solemnly. Yang Kai. Yang Yan called out, and his vermilion lips were about to say something, but Yang Kai grinned, I know. Yang Yan nodded slightly, no more words. Although Qiantong and the others wanted to ask how Yang Kai's realm was now stable, it was obviously not the time to talk about these things, so they all fell silent. Time continued to pass, and under the eyes of everyone, the Emperor Garden in the sky was surrounded by thick colorful rays of light, which looked majestic and beautiful. After a while, the colorful rays of light suddenly poured into the interior of the Emperor Garden, as if absorbed by it. Immediately afterwards, 3 beams of pure white light shot straight down from under the Emperor Garden, at an extremely slow speed. Seeing this situation, Yang Kai's expression changed slightly. When Emperor Jade was born last time, a similar situation happened. As a result, the large formation protecting the mountain in Longshe Mountain was blasted, and now there are beams of light, and 3 beams are fired at once. Wouldn't Ling Xiaozong encounter the same thing? Fortunately, Yang Kai's worries were unfounded. Although the 3 beams of light shot straight down, they only extended to midair and then stopped. After the beams of light disappeared, there seemed to be something left in the midair, emitting dazzling light. Everyone held their breath and looked over there. Although the distance was far, everyone present was not weak, so they could see clearly that what was left after the 3 beams of light disappeared were 3 white jade discs, suspended in the air strangely. It doesn't look big in size, it only occupies a few feet in radius, and the mysterious and complicated patterns on the white jade disc are shining brightly, and the exquisite formation is clearly engraved on it. It's just that the distance between each other is estimated to be at least about 100 miles. Space Magic Circle. A strange color flashed in Yang Yan's beautiful eyes, and she yelled thoughtfully, it seems that you need to pass through those 3 space magic circles to enter the interior of the Emperor Garden. So that's how it is. Qian Tong and the others suddenly realized. These days, they have been guessing how to go deep into the Emperor Garden after the Emperor Garden is opened. After all, it seems that there is no clear entrance to the Emperor Garden from the naked eye, which has caused headaches for countless powerhouses on the Gloom Star Extreme. Originally, they guessed that the entrance had something to do with the Emperor Jade who appeared not long ago. But now it seems that this idea is a big mistake. When the Emperor Garden is opened, 3 space magic circles will appear, and you only need to pass through the space magic circles to enter the Emperor Garden. The Emperor Jade is only used to resist the Emperor's prestige. Without the Emperor Jade, it is impossible to get close to the 3 space magic circles. Everything suddenly became clear. Old man, let's take a step first. Just as everyone was pondering, an old voice came from the side. As soon as the voice fell, 2 figures flew up and turned into a stream of light towards a certain space circle. They are the Hall Master and Great Elder of Piao Miao Hall. Now that the Emperor Garden has been opened and the space magic circle has appeared, they naturally don't want to delay anymore. The so-called strike first is the best, and they leave immediately. At the price of paying a piece of imperial jade, they were able to enter the interior of Ling Xiaozong, and set off from the plaza to the Emperor Garden, at least half a day faster than others on the Gloomy Star. The 2 of them can take advantage of this half day to explore more places and find more treasures. Just after they set off to the Emperor Garden, 2 other groups of people from Ling Xiaozong also flew into the sky, but the geographical location where they set off was not satisfactory. Although they were within the sphere of influence of Ling Xiaozong, they were far away from Guangchachang. Far. These 2 groups of people naturally paid a lot of money to buy 2 of the departure locations from Ling Xiaozong, and Yang Kai's Dian Shensha was obtained from one of them. At the same time, outside the flowing flame sand field, the various forces that had been waiting for a long time flew into the sky one after another, turning into colorful rays of light. However, if they want to get close to the Emperor Garden and the Space Magic Circle, they must first bypass the barrier formed by the 3 flame rings, which will take a lot of time. Seeing that the 2 people in Piao Miao Palace had already reached the top, Qian Tong couldn't help looking anxiously at Yang Kai. Of course Yang Kai knew what he meant. He grinned and said, "Let's set off too." Qian Tong was overjoyed, and immediately he and Fei Zhitu circulated the Holy Yuan, wrapping Wei Gucheng and flying upwards. The 4 from Lulaman followed closely behind, and the 3 from Qiantianzong left one after another, not to be outdone. "Elders, during the time we're not here, please take care of us in the sect." Yang Kai looked at Changqi and the others, and ordered softly. "Follow the suzerain's order." Changqi and others agreed in unison. In fact, there is nothing to order. This trip to the Ling Xiaozong, Yang Kai, Yang Yan and Yi Xian all set off for the Emperor Garden. Although the strength of these people left behind is not high, but Ling Xiaozong's geographical location is special. Even if someone wants to fight, there is no way to break through the barrier formed by the 3 flame rings and attack the interior. Ling Xiaozong can be said to be extremely safe. "Let's go." Yang Kai glanced at Yang Yan, and then disappeared in place, and when he reappeared, he was already hundreds of feet away. I don't know what method Yang Yan used, she was not inferior to him, but appeared beside him very quickly. Needless to say, Yi Xian, as a powerhouse at the peak of the void returning 3rd layer, she was faster than Yang Yan in terms of speed alone. Kai is a bit stronger, keeping up with his and Yang Yan's pace is extremely easy. The 3 of them flew straight up, different from the nervousness and expectations of the others. Both Yang Kai and Yang Yan looked indifferent. Yang Kai is not in a hurry because he has already gone deep into the Emperor Garden once, and he still understands there. With the previous experience as a guarantee, it will be much easier to go deeper this time. And Yang Yan itself is the Emperor's distraction. The Emperor's garden is still the Emperor's other courtyard. Although she doesn't know much about it now, as long as she enters the interior, the dusty memory should slowly wake up. No one has a deeper understanding than her. Under their influence, Yi Xian's excited mood gradually calmed down. "Yang Kai, how is your realm now?" During the flight, Yang Yan suddenly asked with concern. "It hasn't been stabilized yet, but it doesn't matter, as long as you play a few games with others, it's probably almost the same." Yang Kai grinned, and didn't take it seriously. Generally speaking, after a martial artist is promoted to a great realm, it takes a certain amount of time to stabilize. The most common and safest way is naturally to meditate and practice hard. But fighting with others is another way. Of course, it comes with certain risks. But Yang Kai doesn't care, he has full confidence to stabilize his realm in the battle. "Well, that's good." Yang Yan nodded lightly. There was nothing to say all the way, and the 3 of them used all their strength to fly upwards. The Emperor Garden seemed to be suspended not far above Ling Xiaozong, but after actually rushing towards it, Yang Kai discovered that it was suspended in the sky at all. At a high altitude hundreds of thousands of miles away, no matter how I fly, it is always directly above me. Moreover, as the distance gets closer, the imperial prestige emanating from the Emperor Garden becomes stronger and stronger, like an invisible quagmire, which affects the movement of the holy energy in the warrior's body and affects the speed of the warrior's advancement. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. Instead of being surprised, he was overjoyed, with a thoughtful and eager expression on his face. Flying up about 1,000 feet, the power of the Emperor suddenly increased obviously. Yang Yan and Yi Xian had to activate the effect of the Emperor Jade, and let it produce a light shield to cover the body. Yang Kai paused and stopped in place. What's wrong? Yang Yan looked at him puzzled, not understanding why he stopped at this critical moment. Let's take a step first. I want to practice here. Yang Kai looked up at her. Yang Yan frowned, but soon, he revealed a clear expression. Do you want to use the Emperor's prestige here to condense your own momentum? As soon as these words came out, Yi Xian was also extremely shocked. Not bad. Yang Kai didn't deny it. This opportunity is once in a lifetime, I want to try it. When he went to rescue Qian Tong with Fei Zhitu and others, he entered Luodi Mountain. Ning Shangchen told Yang Kai that one day when he was promoted to Void Returning Mirror, he could enter Luodi Mountain to condense his own strength because there is the power of Emperor Prestige. The momentum condensed with the power of the Emperor seems to be much stronger than the momentum of ordinary warriors, and the benefits are indescribable, but this kind of thing has not been verified, and no one knows the truth. At that time, Yang Kai kept his mind, no matter whether this matter is true or not, when he arrives at the Void Return Mirror, he must go to Luodi Mountain. If things are really as guessed, then it is naturally the best, but even if it is not, it doesn't matter. Anyway, Emperor Wei has the effect of helping warriors to condense their own strength, which is recognized by everyone. It's just that since the appearance of the Emperor Garden, there seems to be no power of Emperor Wei in Luodi Mountain. Yang Kai wants to use Emperor Wei to condense his own power. This is probably the only chance. If he misses this time, he will never be able to find the same conditions. To be continued. This text is provided by the Breaking Dawn Update group at AHIC. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1439 Condensing Your Own Power. Compared with the various treasures and benefits in the Emperor Garden, one's own strength is fundamental, while others are just external forces. Which is more important, Yang Kai can naturally tell. So it doesn't matter even if he enters the Emperor Garden later, as long as this plan can be successful, the benefits he will get will be far greater than the treasures he found in the Emperor Garden. It is with these considerations that Yang Kai seems eager to try. Yang Yan didn't intend to stop him, so he pondered for a moment and said, "Then you do what you can, don't be reckless, I have a great elder guarding me, so you don't need to worry about anything." Yang Kai nodded slightly, turned his head to look at Yi Xian, clasped his fists and said, "Senior Yi, I will leave Yang Yan to you. Don't worry, as long as I have breath, no one can hurt you." Yi Xian said proudly. Yang Kai grinned and waved. "Let's go, if possible, I will find you in the Emperor Garden and join you." Yang Yan glanced at him, gave a few more instructions, and then continued to fly upwards. After a while, he stopped and turned around and shouted, "Yang Kai." "What's wrong?" Yang Kai looked at her puzzled. "These days, thank you." Yang Yan smiled brightly, and after saying this nonsensical words, he set off again and soon left. Yang Kai looked at her blankly, frowning and looking at her back, not knowing what this woman meant and why she suddenly became so hypocritical. Shaking his head, he didn't think about it too much. The most important thing right now is to use Emperor Wei to condense his own momentum. With this in mind, Yang Kai continued to fly upwards unhurriedly. Every warrior, after being promoted to the Void Return Mirror, will start to condense his own potential. No one is exempt. Possession is an inexplicable thing, and it is not the same as the momentum of the warrior itself. It is the product of the fusion of energy and spirit. Once it is successfully cultivated, it will be of great help to the enemy. Even warriors can integrate all kinds of secret techniques and magical skills they have cultivated into their potential, so that their own potential can play an unimaginable role. However, it is extremely difficult to cultivate Qi, and it needs years of comprehension and integration, and only when Qi is cultivated to the Dacheng realm, can a warrior be promoted to the Void King realm. This is one of the necessary conditions for promotion. In the entire gloomy star, there are countless void-returning mirror warriors, and the number of void-returning third-layer realms is also quite large, but among them, only about 1% or even less people have cultivated their own potential to the Dacheng realm. Yi Xian is undoubtedly one of them. Qian Tong and Fei Zhitu are hard to say, they may or may not have achieved great success, and a strong person like Mrs. Jin Shifeng, in all likelihood, has not reached this level. Therefore, even if they have the same cultivation level and are both masters of the void-returning third layer, the strengths displayed by those strong people are different. The reason is because of the power. If the void-returning mirror warrior condenses their own momentum, the combat power they display will rise in a straight line, at least it can be increased by about 30 to 40%. 30 people at the peak of the Holy Realm may be able to defeat a first-level Saint King. However, the 30 peak Saint King realms are definitely not opponents of void-return first-level warriors who have power. A big discount, unless you have practiced a secret technique that specifically breaks the power, such as the magic blood thread of the demon blood cult. Regarding how to condense his own power, Yang Kai had already made a plan. Although he has just broken through the void-returning mirror for a few days, the souls of so many void-returning mirror powerhouses are not swallowed in vain, and there is also a map of money and fees. Great help. He has been planning ahead for a long time, and now it has finally come in handy. In the sky, Yang Kai's figure is as straight as a sword, his body is full of Saint Yuan, roaring and running in his body. Above that, there seemed to be an invisible ladder, allowing him to climb up step by step, with a leisurely demeanor, strolling in the garden, without the slightest pressure. At this time and here, the power of Emperor Wei is not too strong, it can only slightly affect the operation of his Saint Yuan, but Yang Kai is using this kind of suppression to silently comprehend and integrate his own spirit and spirit into one. As he continued to climb, the Emperor's prestige surrounding his body also gradually increased, gradually reaching the level that made it difficult for him to even move forward. Every step that moves seems to consume a huge amount of strength, and there are continuous crackling sounds from inside his body, which is as dense and frightening as beans. The shroud of Emperor Prestige not only makes him move slowly, but also greatly increases the speed of the Saint Yuan, weakened. As if being in a quagmire, even the space became extremely viscous. Yang Kai's face is ferocious, the blood vessels in his neck are prominent, his eyes are red, he looks like a wild beast. Although it looked like a mess, the joy in the depths of those eyes was obvious. Using the power of Emperor Wei to condense one's own momentum, it really has a miraculous effect. Now shrouded in the whole body, it seems to exert great pressure on every piece of flesh and blood, every cell. At this moment, Emperor Wei has become a kind of miraculous catalyst, making his spirit and spirit reach an unprecedented level of fit. Let him vaguely understand what momentum is, and how to condense his own momentum. Looking up at the void, Yang Kai took another hard step. The distance of this foot is only 1 foot, but it seems to Yang Kai that it has been dozens of days, or even longer. De Wei's huge pressure not only made his movements slow, but even his thinking and feelings became extremely slow. This kind of slowness is not very obvious from the outside world, but for Yang Kai, it is a rare experience. That 1 foot distance allowed him to experience the magic that ordinary warriors need to spend a lot of time to experience. After landing, Yang Kai closed his eyes tightly, and the Saint Qi in his body suddenly started to spin, feeling as if he had broken free from the shackles of Emperor Wei, and the speed was a little faster than before. After a long time, he opened his eyes again, took another step up, and then continued to close his eyes tightly, feeling all kinds of changes in himself, repeating itself again and again. The benefits of a strong physical body finally manifested at this moment. If Yang Kai's physical body was not strong enough, he would not be able to persist here, and under the suppression of the power of the Emperor, he would definitely suffer heavy losses. Fortunately, he had cultivated the Immortal 5 Elements sword to the level of the first level before this, greatly enhancing the strength of his physical body. The newly promoted void-returning mirror realm has become solid at an incredible speed. This realization made Yang Kai lose a lot of hard work in meditation, otherwise it would take at least a year or two to stabilize his realm by meditation alone. Such benefits alone are worthwhile. But Yang Kai was not satisfied with this, he was still climbing up hard, still immersed in his own perception, as if he had forgotten everything around him. A full day later, Yang Kai had already climbed tens of thousands of feet. This distance was nothing, and he was still far away from the Emperor Garden, but he used this to realize the insights that ordinary warriors can only have for hundreds of years. I encountered a deeper level of the laws of heaven and martial arts. A kind of invisible power that stares thickly and is invisible to the naked eye, centered on him, spreads in all directions, contending with the power of Emperor Wei. Potential. That is Yang Kai's momentum. Although compared with the unbelievable power of Emperor Wei, this kind of power is only equivalent to a hatchling, which is not worth mentioning, but it is definitely a miracle. There is no warrior who can condense his own momentum in just one day, and has already made some small achievements. No one would believe this kind of thing. But Yang Kai took advantage of this rare opportunity to do this. The power of the Emperor's prestige emanating from the Emperor Garden is more intuitive, clearer, and more impactful than that felt in the fallen Emperor Mountain. In the past, warriors went to Luodi Mountain to experience the divine majesty of the Emperor, just to condense their own strength, and many people got huge benefits from it. Yang Kai doing the same thing in this location, which is more superior than the conditions of Luodi Mountain, naturally has the effect of getting twice the result with half the effort. But this is just the beginning, far from over. With a resolute expression, he continued to climb slowly while comprehending and experiencing all kinds of wonders. And in this day, some warriors finally caught up with Yang Kai. These warriors all set off from the outskirts of the flowing flame sand field and rushed to the Emperor's garden. They wasted a lot of effort by avoiding the flame barrier, anxious, for fear that someone else would be the first to take away the benefits of the Emperor Garden. When passing by Yang Kai's side, everyone looked sideways in amazement, revealing an expression of seeing a ghost in daylight. They can easily resist the power of the Emperor's prestige and fly upwards because the protective effect of the Emperor's jade has been activated. With the protection of the protective shield, they will not bear the pressure of the Emperor's prestige at all. But here, they saw that Yang Kai was fighting against Emperor Wei with his own strength. How can this not be shocking? Many of them are well-known existences on the Dark Star, and their cultivation has reached the second or third level of the Void Return Mirror, but even so, no one dares to revoke the shield of the Emperor Jade casually. Occasionally, a strong man who does not believe in evil sees that Yang Kai is so arrogant, and he can't help but compare himself, and put away the Emperor Jade, but in an instant, his speed slowed down, and he was thrown away by others. Although it will not fall immediately, but the taste of being wrapped by the Emperor's prestige is not good. Thinking of the various benefits in the Emperor's garden, I have to stimulate the power of the Emperor's jade again, and fly past not far from Yang Kai. Not everyone has Yang Kai's courage, and is willing to sacrifice the time of entering the Emperor's garden to find treasures to condense their own potential. Moreover, not everyone can turn a blind eye to Yang Kai. Most people were shocked by Yang Kai's feat, but they left quickly because they cared about Emperor Garden. But when the powerhouses of those forces who had enmity with Yang Kai passed by here, they showed eager expressions, as if they wanted to do something here and eradicate them. Not only did Jin Shi of the Devil's Blood sect think so, but he also took action directly. The last time Jin Shi participated in the battle in Longshe Mountain, he tried to kill the Xuanjin that Yang Kai robbed, but unfortunately he couldn't steal the chicken in the end, and was destroyed by a volley of crystal cannons from the Zhuang-class battleship of Longshe Mountain. Let him hate Yang Kai and Longshe Mountain. To be continued. This text is provided by the Breaking Dawn Update Group at A Diaresis CC. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to a unknown currency first A cent to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1440 Demon Blood Sect Master. After half a year of recuperation, Jin Shi finally recovered. Although he lacked an arm, it didn't have much impact on his strength. When he passed by Yang Kai's side at this moment, his enemies were naturally jealous. Without any explanation, he sacrificed his own demonic blood thread, turned into a jet black light, and slashed at Yang Kai. He thought that Yang Kai had no way to guard against it, and he was sure to die. But he really underestimated the power of the Emperor here. The black glow transformed by the magic blood had just shot out, and was wrapped in the power of the Emperor, and the speed was as slow as a turtle crawling, and it could not have the slightest sneak attack effect at all. But at this moment, Yang Kai glanced at him if he felt something. A sneering smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, his lips squirmed a few times, as if he was swearing. The distance was too far, Jin Shi couldn't hear clearly, and then retracted, looked away. The other party didn't pay attention to him at all. Snappy to A. With a soft sound, the black on that attacked Yang Kai burst open, and a strong smell of blood filled the air, making people want to vomit. Pressing down, it turned into powder like this. PFF'd. Jin Shi's face turned pale suddenly, he opened his mouth and sprayed out a mist of blood, his figure was on the verge of falling, his face showed shock, as if he had been seriously injured. The magical blood thread is very special. It is similar to a secret treasure, but it is connected with the mind of the practitioner. Once it is destroyed, the practitioner will naturally suffer backlash. With a single blow, Jin Shi not only failed to kill Yang Kai, but also lost a magic blood thread that was considered as important as life, and he couldn't help being so angry that his face was livid. Mo Xiaosheng, Feng Pozi and others who followed closely saw this scene in their eyes, and they all showed horror, and the eager expressions on their faces gradually subsided and became extremely dignified. They also wanted to attack Yang Kai just now, but Jin Shi moved faster. But now it seems that fortunately he and others did not act rashly, otherwise the end will not be much better than Jin Shi. At this point, all of them showed lingering fear, and after glancing at Yang Kai, they flew upwards without saying a word. Boy, don't let this old man meet you in the Emperor Garden, or I will make you cramp and peel your skin, otherwise it will be hard to get rid of the hatred in my heart. Jin Shi roared furiously. Yang Kai turned his head to look at him, raised a hand with great difficulty, raised it towards him, clenched into a fist, and immediately raised a little finger. The old man is so angry. Jin Shi's eyes were filled with murderous intent, as if he wanted to fight Yang Kai to the death now. He is also a famous figure for a long time, and he is also a great elder in the demon blood sect. What? Ever been so despised and provoked? Those who dare to treat him like this have long been sacrificed by him with secret methods, turning them into blood to enhance the power of his demon blood threads. Yang Kai's actions undoubtedly made him furious. Elder, it's more important to enter the Emperor Garden now. This kid will definitely go in, and it won't be too late to trouble him. Beside Jin Shi, a beautiful woman in a pink dress with revealing clothes lightly opened her red lips, a sound of consolation. This woman is very boldly dressed, her two white jade-like arms and two slender beautiful legs are almost completely exposed to the air. The pink dress can't hide her proud figure at all, with a pair of plump double peaks on her chest. When she was about to tear her clothes, the deep white gully on her chest was like magic, which could attract the eyes of any man, devour their souls, and make all men crazy about it. What people care about the most is this woman's red lips. Those pair of bright ruby-like fragrant lips exude a crystal-clear luster, bright and dripping, with a different kind of temptation. This beautiful woman looks like a ripe peach. Water will drip out when you pinch it casually. She doesn't look very old, only 30 years old, but she exudes a powerful aura of returning to the third layer of the void. Although Jin Shi was resentful, he didn't seem to dare to be presumptuous in the face of this beautiful woman. He nodded and said, "What the leader said is true. This beautiful woman is the leader of the demon blood sect. Those who don't know the details of the devil's blood cult will definitely not believe that such a woman can occupy a high position, but if they have heard of her name, they will be afraid of her like a snake. The devil's blood sect is not a benevolent force. Although it does not say that it does all kinds of evil, most of its disciples are not good people. Killing and stealing, bullying the weak, and raping and looting are commonplace. The so-called upper beam is not straight and the lower beam is crooked. The disciples in the sect are like this, and the beautiful woman who is the leader of the sect is naturally not much better. Rumor has it that this woman loves every man every night, and she likes beautiful men. In the demon blood sect, any handsome man can't escape her palm once he is targeted by this beautiful woman. Even several elders in the sect, also rumored to have an affair with her. Every year, a large number of physically strong and outstanding male warriors are hijacked into the demon blood cult, and then disappear without a trace. Rumor has it that all the essence was sucked dry by this beautiful woman and died tragically on her belly. However, although the devil's blood sect has done all kinds of bad things, it has been safe and sound, because the targets they attack are all small people and small forces with no big backing and no background, so even if the reputation is not good, no big force can support it to trouble them. What's more, the demon blood cult is also a first-line force in the Gloomy Star. Unless the Thunder Typhoon sect and Zhan Tianmeng join forces and call in some helpers, it will be impossible to uproot it. At this moment, the beautiful woman looked at Yang Kai, her beautiful eyes flashed with strange amorous feelings, her sweet tongue squirmed, she licked her red lips, which were more beautiful than rubies, her breathing was slightly short of breath. There is nothing wrong with it, the rumors outside are true in all likelihood. For example, this beautiful woman likes those strong men the most. She is not empty and lonely. As the leader of a sect and a strong person in the third layer of returning to the void, how can she be empty and lonely? She likes strong men. The biggest reason is that the power of chi and blood contained in those men's bodies is far stronger than that of ordinary warriors. When she is having sex with those men, she can use secret techniques to swallow the energy and blood of the other party, and practice to strengthen her own magic blood. Yang Kai cannot rely on the protection of the Emperor Jade, and can fight against the power of the Emperor here with his physical body. The strength of his body can be seen, which naturally makes the beautiful woman happy when she sees it. Moreover, Yang Kai's cultivation realm is not low, enough to be at the level of void return first order. If she can devour this person's chi and blood power, then she is expected to make her strength go further. If the cultivation level has reached her level, it will be extremely difficult to increase it further. If it is another star in the star field, it can still be expected to be promoted to the virtual king level, but in the special environment like Gloom Star however, the Void King realm is an extravagant hope. She can only find ways to enhance the power of her own secret arts. Yang Kai's body is the best nutrition. The more she looked at it, the more delighted she was, and the more she looked at it, the more she was satisfied. This beautiful woman wished she could rush over to catch Yang Kai now, and then find a place where no one was around to make a good job, but the scene where Jin Shi made a move made her feel alarmed. Gao Ming, I know that now is not the best time to do it. With a chuckle, the beautiful woman looked at Yang Kai and said, Little brother, hurry up and enter the Emperor Garden, the leader is waiting for you inside. After finishing speaking, he and Jin Shi flew past not far from Yang Kai. Looking at the backs of the two, Yang Kai snorted coldly, not caring. He had known for a long time that his trip to the Emperor Garden would not be too peaceful, not to mention others. The forces that had conflicted with him in Longshe Mountain before would never let him go. But so what, now that he has also been promoted to the first level of Void Return, his own momentum is even slightly more successful. Even if he faces them, Yang Kai is not afraid at all. As long as he is not besieged by 4 or 5 top experts, he can always run away if he can't beat them up. So he was not afraid, but was eager to try, looking for an opportunity to test the power of his power. Rays of light passed by from far or near. It was the warriors who had obtained the Emperor Jade on the gloomy star rushing to the Emperor Garden, and as time went by, gradually, all those who were qualified to enter the Emperor Garden has passed through the space law circle in the sky that day, and entered the Emperor Garden. In midair, only Yang Kai's lonely figure was left, but he was still climbing up as before, at an extremely slow speed. Instead of being impatient, he became calmer. Now that everyone has left, then I have no worries at all, and I can temper and strengthen my strength here unscrupulously. Such a rare opportunity, Yang Kai is not willing to miss it. Time continued to pass, and 3 days later, Yang Kai's face was pale, and he stood somewhere in the void panting heavily, his legs trembling non-stop, as if he had collapsed. At this point, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't take another step up. The viscous and dignified power of the Emperor had grown to the point where he was terrified. It seemed that if he took one more step, he would be crushed to pieces. These 3 days of hard work allowed him to obtain wealth that ordinary warriors could not possess for tens of hundreds of years. That is the understanding of potential. Not only has his momentum been achieved, but it has also been greatly enhanced, and it is not inferior to those strong men who have been famous for a long time. Have you reached your limit? A trace of sadness flashed in Yang Kai's eyes, although he still wanted to continue climbing, but manpower was sometimes poor, which was helpless. But soon, he seemed to think of something again, showing a pensive look. After a full burn of incense, Yang Kai's eyes lit up, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he slowly and laboriously raised one foot, falling towards the invisible ladder above. Boom-a-ay! The pressure that almost killed Yang Kai's body and soul came leisurely, wrapped around his body. At the same time, there was a loud sneer. A strange force burst out from Yang Kai's body, turning into an invisible sharp blade, cutting the Emperor way wrapped around him. The body suddenly became much more relaxed, and Yang Kai's figure flickered, and he went up to a higher level. Chi-chi sounds became more dense, and looking around, the space around Yang Kai became distorted, as if it was constantly collapsing, constantly repairing itself, and repeating endlessly. The power of space. To be continued. This text is provided by the Breaking Dawn update group at A Diaresis CC. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to a unknown currency first A cent to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1441 He is here. The power of space is a supernatural power that few people can cultivate, let alone a secret technique that no one can master. It was with the help of the power of space that Yang Kai was able to take a step in the limit, and this was far from the end. The power of space wrapped himself and combined with his own momentum to resist Emperor Wei together. Yang Kai felt that he could keep climbing. After such a successful attempt, Yang Kai vaguely had an idea that excited him. Whether this idea can be realized or not remains to be tested in the future. Thinking of this, Yang Kai's previous depression was swept away, replaced by unparalleled excitement, constantly urging the power of space, letting it blend with his own momentum, repeating what he has been doing for the past 3 days. 7 days later, Yang Kai was surrounded by a pure white light curtain and quickly flew up into the air. The pure white light curtain was naturally the protective cover of the Emperor Jade. With this protection, Yang Kai could not feel any power of the Emperor at all. With the suppression, you can quickly approach the Emperor Garden. It has been a full 10 days since the Emperor Garden was actually opened, and in these 10 days, Yang Kai has been condensing his own momentum, and he has gained a lot. Although entering 10 days later than others, many good things must have been obtained first, but Yang Kai did not regret it. Compared with those treasures, his gains from this trip have already satisfied him. His own momentum has now reached a limit, and he can no longer continue to strengthen with the help of Emperor Wei, so Yang Kai made a decisive decision and rushed to Emperor Garden at full speed. Soon, he came to the space magic circle closest to him. It was a disc-shaped thing. When he was looking at it, Yang Kai thought it was a solid body, but when he took a closer look, he found the disc. It is not an entity, but a collection of pure energy. On the surface of the disc, the intricate and complex lines shone with light, which was the pattern of the space magic circle. Looking up at the Emperor Garden again, Yang Kai couldn't help frowning. The Emperor Garden looked a little illusory when observed from such a close distance, as if it was between the virtual and the real. It was very strange. It seems to be floating there, and it doesn't seem to be there, it's just a projection. After watching for a while, Yang Kai shook his head slowly, retracted his gaze, and put his attention back on the space magic circle. After observing for a while, a sudden expression appeared on his face. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and flicked it, and a few top-grade saint crystals flew out, accurately inlaid in several grooves of the space magic circle, and immediately the light rose, and Yang Kai jumped up after a while. When the light dissipated, Yang Kai had disappeared, and the sky was silent, as if no one had ever come. At the same time, Yang Kai's figure appeared on an unknown green grassland. As soon as you appeared, Yang Kai immediately sacrificed his purple shield and turned it into a purple light to guard in front of him. At the same time, he released his divine sense and put on a defensive posture. He didn't dare to take it lightly. After all, others entered this place 10 days earlier than him. If he fell into someone's encirclement all of a sudden, a battle would definitely occur. Fortunately, his worries were superfluous. There was no life breath within a radius of 10 miles during the spiritual inspection, let alone any sneak attack. But the next moment, Yang Kai's expression became astonished. He turned his head and looked around, frowning. This is Emperor Garden. The location where I am now is actually above a grassland that can't be seen at a glance. The sky is blue and cloudless, and it seems to be a sunny day. But how could this be Emperor Garden? Others don't know what the interior of the Emperor Garden looks like, but Yang Kai knows it all too well. The last time he went to rescue Qian Tong with Fei Zhitu and others, he had already gone deep into the Emperor Garden once. There are carved beams and painted buildings, and there are many palaces. What grassland? But if it is said that this is not the Emperor Garden, Yang Kai is somewhat disbelieving. After all, he was teleported in through the space magic circle, and it is impossible to make a mistake in the teleportation. How is this going? Yang Kai was confused. At the same time, at a certain place in this space, there is a beautiful woman wearing a fiery red palace dress. Her eyebrows are slightly wrinkled, and her face is full of surprise, beauty. It's nothing more than that. The key is that this beautiful woman exudes a voluptuous aura all over her body. That kind of voluptuousness cannot be compared by practicing any kind of charm, but is born like this. Every frown and smile, every move, all have thousands of styles. Standing there, she is like a ball of fire, which can attract countless moths who come to join her. The glamorous leader of the Devil's Blood cult was also seductive and extremely charming, but compared with this woman's charm, her charm was nothing compared to the big witch, and there was no comparison at all. At this time, 4 void returning mirror powerhouses gathered around the woman. One of them had the 3rd level of void returning, 2 of them had the 2nd level of void returning, and 1 of them had the 1st level of void returning. The 4 of them acted like horns, preventing the woman from retreating to death, and everyone looked at her covetously and greedily. In all fairness, these 4 men are not lustful and lustful. For a strong man with such strength, except for a very small number of people with special preferences, beauty is not very important to them. What they pursue as the ultimate in martial arts, is the improvement of realm cultivation base. But this woman is really too special. No man can resist her enchanting aura. The moment she saw her face, no matter whether she was lustful or not, the 4 void returning mirrors all moved their index fingers. I can't wait to snatch it and love it. It seems that as long as he can have a good night with him, it doesn't matter even if he dies. The woman stood alone, and there was only one person. Although her delicate body also exuded a powerful aura of returning to the third layer of the void, the other four were not afraid. After all, they were many and powerful, and there was one person who could compete with them. A trace of confusion flashed across the beautiful face, the look of hard thinking was unique, and even the slightly wrinkled black eyebrows exuded the charm of soul-stirring. The hearts of the four void-returning jinn gathered around were beating wildly, their faces were flushed, and they couldn't help feeling that their lips were dry and their blood was rushing up. Soon, the woman's beautiful eyes brightened, as if she had remembered something, an inexplicable expression of excitement appeared on her face, and she murmured, "He's here. He's actually here." The voice is soft, but it exudes an irresistible magic power. There was a smile on that delicate face that made the world pale. With this smile, the other four void-returning mirrors completely lost their minds, and they couldn't help but attack at the same time, attacking the beautiful woman in green clothes. Although the attack was fierce, there was no murderous intent. They only wanted to capture this beautiful woman alive, and then wantonly trampled on her. How could they be willing to let her suffer any harm? But they really underestimated the strength of this beautiful woman. Facing the overwhelming attacks from all directions, a trace of displeasure flashed in the beautiful woman's eyes, as if annoyed that the four people interrupted her meditation. Even if the beauty was angry, she was extraordinarily good-looking, at least the four who attacked couldn't help feeling sorry for her, and involuntarily slowed down their attack. The beautiful woman didn't show any intention of being polite, her delicate body turned around on the spot, and a pink mist suddenly filled the air. Boom boom boom. All the attacks hit the pink mist, but it only made it roll and squirm a few times, but failed to break it open. The mist dissipated quickly, revealing the angry face of the beautiful woman. She moved her hand, and a delicate fan appeared in her hand. Surprisingly, there are many exquisite figures embroidered on the surface of this fan. There are men and women, all naked, posing in various poses, with ecstasy, as if they are enjoying the happiness of human relationship. The pattern on the fan is an erotic picture. Ordinary women would not use this kind of shameful secret treasure at all, but the beautiful woman didn't care at all. She clenched the small fan tightly in her jade hand, bit her white teeth lightly, and shouted coquettishly, "You're looking for death." After the words fell, he lightly waved his fan. The erotic pictures embroidered on the fan seemed to come alive all of a sudden. Countless naked men and women rushed out of the fan, rushed towards the four people, and poured into their bodies in an instant. The complexions of the four changed drastically, and they were about to use their skills to resist, but it was already too late. One wrong move, and they lost all games. They underestimated the terrifying strength of the beautiful woman in red shirt, and they didn't attack fiercely. Now that they are attacked by the opponent, how can they defend? The scene in front of them changed immediately, and the four of them seemed to be in a forest of wine and meat, and the blood-boiling sound echoed in their ears. Countless young women in light veils appeared beside them, singing and dancing, and from time to time they expressed their beautiful show. The beautiful eyes are flowing, very close to the instinct to please. The four of them fell instantly, and stood there stupidly, with cheerful smiles on their faces, immersed in it, unable to extricate themselves. The beautiful woman gave the four of them a disgusted look, and didn't make another move. Instead, she took out a veil to cover her face, looked for a direction, and left quickly. Although she only had a vague feeling, she knew that that person had already arrived. It's just that the time interval is too long, it has been 20 or 30 years. It is impossible for her to rely on the original secret technique to find the other party. She can only rely on her own feelings and pray that she can find the other party smoothly before the Emperor Garden closes. Otherwise, if she misses this opportunity, she may never be able to get her wish. The figure of the beautiful woman gradually faded away, and after a stick of incense, the four people who stood stupidly on the spot fell to the ground one after another, with bright red blood flowing out from their 7 orifices, their whole body convulsed, their vitality quickly disappeared, and their deaths were horrible. With just one move, 4 void return mirrors were killed, which shows the horror of that beautiful woman's strength. Is this still Emperor Garden? On the green grassland, Yongkai murmured blankly. It's been a cup of tea time since I came here, but Yongkai still couldn't figure it out. However, the aura of heaven and earth here is indeed extremely rich, much richer than that on the gloomy star, and even not inferior to his own Ling Shaozong, which seems to have surpassed the hanging continent. From this point of view, it is possible that Diwan was right. But Yongkai remembered that in the Emperor Garden, the divine consciousness could not be too far away from the body, let alone investigate the situation within 10 miles. From this point, it is inferred that this place is not the Emperor Garden. To be continued. This text is provided by the Breaking Dawn Update Group at A Diaresis CC. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to a unknown currency first a cent to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1442. In any case, the best way now is to find someone to inquire about the situation, at least to find out what is going on. After all, others who entered 10 days earlier than themselves may know something that they do not know. After thinking about it, Yang Kai took out 2 communication compasses from the space ring, and poured divine thoughts into them. These 2 communication compass, one is used for contacting Yang Yan, the other is used for contacting Qian Tong. They are both left over from before, and they just come in handy now. As long as the distance between each other is not too far apart, both parties can get in touch. After waiting for a while, Yang Kai put away the communication compass with a look of disappointment. Neither Yang Yan nor Qian Tong responded. Obviously, even though they were here, they were far away from him and could not reach contact at all. It seems that you still have to rely on yourself. Turning his head to look left and right, Yang Kai casually searched for a direction and flew towards that direction. Even if he didn't use the star shuttle, Yang Kai's current speed was extremely fast, and he didn't meet any living people along the way. However, Yang Kai found a lot of corpses here, as well as traces of fighting. Those corpses include those of monsters and humans, and they all died horribly. It seems that many battles broke out on this grassland. Judging from the dryness of the blood, it didn't take long for the war to end. The earliest one was the opening of the Emperor Garden, that day. There are still many traces of spiritual grass and elixir being collected on the grassland. It seems that many people have benefited from this place. After half a day, Yang Kai suddenly stopped and turned his head to look in one direction. 100 miles away, there was the faint sound of fighting, mixed with the fluctuations after the collision of not weak energy. Obviously a good show was going on. Yang Kai didn't hesitate, and immediately changed direction and flew there. Now he has also been promoted to the level of the Void Return Mirror and has condensed his momentum to a limit. Even in the face of the Void Return third layer, he has the power to fight. 100 miles away, half a cup of tea has already arrived. When Yang Kai rushed to the front and saw what was going on in the battle over there, he couldn't help raising his brows and shouted in a low voice, "Seven-colored elk." Yang Kai's eyeballs were almost protruding. He didn't expect to see the famous colorful elk here. He was able to recognize this kind of monster because he had obtained Wannianxiang in the 6th layer of flowing flame sand field, because one of the main ingredients for refining Wannianxiang is the sachet of colorful elk. Needless to say, the benefits of Wannian incense, warriors who practice in the scent of Wannian incense can purify their minds and spirits and reduce their inner demons. The materials that can be refined are extremely hard to find, and all of them are the body materials of 10th order monsters. Among them, the sachet of colorful elk is the most difficult to obtain. Because this kind of monster is a remnant of an ancient alien beast, it is rumored that it has long been extinct, so even if some big sects have mastered the refining method of Wannianxiang, it is difficult for a clever woman to cook without rice. But just as I stepped into this weird place, I met a colorful elk. No, it doesn't seem to be a colorful elk. Yang Kai frowned again, carefully watching the battlefield in front of him. This monster looked similar to the colorful elk at first glance, but if you look carefully, you can still find some differences. It is rumored that the colorful elk is born as an 8th level monster and grows to the peak, and can even reach the level of the 10th level. Although this one is also an adult monster, it is obviously only at the peak level of the 9th level, not even the 10th level. Moreover, the colorful glow on its body is not as daunting as the rumors say. The colorful rays of light possessed by the real colorful elk are its innate supernatural powers, which have the magical effect of ignoring all defenses. Even Void King Realm warriors have to retreat 3 feet when they encounter it. In order to kill the real colorful elk, several virtual kings must join forces. There were 5 people, 3 men and 2 women who fought against the colorful elk, and their realms were all above the Void Returning Mirror, and the secret treasures sacrificed by each of the 1st, 2nd and 3rd levels were also unpredictable and changeable. The 5 of them didn't dare to be careless in the slightest, and 2 of them looked embarrassed, as if they had already suffered a big loss under the hands of this monster. The power of various martial arts and secret treasures blasted towards the monster, but the opponent stood still, with an anthropomorphic look of contempt in the pupils of the beast, and the colorful rays of light blooming on its body, unexpectedly blocked all attacks down. After the energy collided, the monster was unharmed, but the 5 of them were all out of breath because of the long battle. Yang Kai's arrival did not hide his figure, which surprised all 5 people. The most fearful thing in this kind of place is the matter of mantis catching cicadas and orioles behind. But when their divine sense swept over Yongkai and found that he was only a void return first stage, they all breathed a sigh of relief. The lowest strength among the 5 people is also at this level, and there is the existence of the second level and third level realms. Naturally, Yongkai was not taken to heart. After meeting with each other, a middle-aged man divided part of his mind to monitor Yongkai. No movement, the rest of the people continued to besiege the monster. Yongkai naturally knew what they were doing, but he didn't feel annoyed in the slightest. If he was in a situation, he would do the same, so there was nothing to care about. But Yongkai's brows were even tighter. Because he found out that he didn't know any of these 5 people. Although Yongkai didn't have much dealings with warriors from other forces on Gloom Star, but when the Emperor Garden opened this time, he had been condensing his own power outside. In other words, all those who passed by him to the Emperor Garden, he has seen most of the warriors. But none of these 5 people were familiar with each other. What surprised Yongkai the most was that the costumes worn by the 5 people were somewhat different from those on Gloom Star, as if they were not from Gloom Star at all. Together with this idea, Yongkai fell into the clouds. However, he just came to find someone to inquire about the situation, and he didn't mean to intervene or disturb. He just planned to wait until the battle between the 5 of them was over before going forward to speak. The battle over there continued, and after half an hour, all 5 of them showed disappointment and flinched. There was no other reason. The monster similar to the colorful elk was extremely difficult to deal with, and the colorful glow covering its body was unknown. What is so magical is that it is so strong that no matter how the 5 people attack it, they cannot break it. And the counterattacks that the monster made from time to time were also extremely sharp. At this point in the battle, all 5 of them were injured to some extent. The most seriously injured black-haired old man had his abdomen pierced and blood flowed. Although it is not a serious injury, but continuing to delay will only make the injury worse and gradually weaken the combat effectiveness. Brother Min, why don't we wait for a while and think about it later? Another old man with fair hair and beard said with a frown. Everyone can see that nothing can be done, not to mention that they can't kill this monster in a short time. Just say that the geographical location of this place is empty. If someone takes advantage of it during a fierce battle, it might be captured by a fisherman prophet. After all, Yongkai had already followed the movement of the battle to find this place. The injured black-haired old man is not a person who doesn't know how to adapt. Hearing this, he nodded and said, "Okay, let's take a step back. The 2 most powerful elders have already said so, and the remaining middle-aged men and 2 women who are less powerful naturally have no objection." All 5 of them made a feint, immediately withdrew from the battle circle, and galloped towards the distance like lightning. I don't know whether it was intentional or unintentional, the direction where the 5 people left was actually where Yongkai stood. It seems that he wants to use him to resist the monster a little bit. Yongkai frowned, and immediately understood their thoughts. Although he was unhappy, he didn't show it. "Let's go." Among the 5 people, a woman wearing a black dress with a small and exquisite figure, who looked only 17 or 18 years old, gave Yongkai a coquettish shout when she passed by Yongkai's side. Among the 5, her cultivation was the lowest. Like Yongkai, she only had the void return first stage, and she didn't know what technique she was practicing. Her strength was not low, but her appearance did not change. Out of good intentions, Yongkai also grinned at her and asked, "You don't want this monster, do you?" The woman frowned slightly. She didn't have time to answer. She was 100 feet away in an instant, and her figure swayed a few times, and she was far away. The 5 wanted to escape, but the monster became fierce. A sound similar to the cry of a deer came out, and it moved its hooves, and suddenly turned into a colorful streamer, chasing the 5 people in the direction where they were fleeing. The speed was as fast as lightning, almost undetectable to the naked eye. During the attack, a ray of colorful rays of light separated from his body and shot towards Yongkai. Facing such a monster, Yongkai didn't dare to be careless, stretched out his hand, and the purple shield stood in front of him, and the next moment, that colorful glow collided with the purple shield. Silently, to Yongkai's astonishment, his purple shield was unable to completely defend against this attack, and the colorful glow actually ignored the shield and directly penetrated it, hitting his chest. But the shield was not damaged at all. Is there really the magic of ignoring defense? Yongkai was shocked, thinking to himself that he was blind. This is really a colorful elk that should be extinct. But soon, he denied this idea, because although the 7-colored glow did penetrate his purple shield, its power was greatly reduced, and it didn't have the terrifying power it had just released. If it was really the glow of the colorful elk, it would definitely not look like this. From this point of view, even if this monster is not a real colorful elk, it has some blood relationship with this ancient alien species. Found the baby. Yang Kai was not surprised, instead he was overjoyed, and with a sway of his figure, he avoided the attack of the colorful glow, and at the same time flicked his fingers. A space blade attacked the monster beast with lightning speed. The other party didn't seem to take Yang Kai seriously, thinking that one blow could kill him, so he didn't have any intention of guarding against it. He didn't realize it was wrong until the space blade got close to him. At this time, it was too late to escape. The pitch-black blade of space slashed at the monster's body, the colorful light shook for a while, and a small hole was actually cracked. The defense that the 5 of them couldn't break no matter how hard they tried before, was effectively hit by Yang Kai. After all, the space blade is one of Yang Kai's trump cards. It has the magic of expelling all things into the void. How can its power be judged by common sense? To be continued. This text is provided by the Breaking Dawn update group at A Diaresis CC. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to a unknown currency first A cent to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1443 Shocking News. Forgot to write the title of Chapter 1442. It's a shame. I'm sorry, I was talking to someone when I woke up in the morning, and I forgot it for a while, but it doesn't affect my reading. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Half an hour later, Yang Kai exhaled softly, stepped forward, came to the corpse of the monster, bent down and stretched his hand, inserted it into its abdomen, and took out its sachet and inner alchemy. A strange fragrance permeated out, smelled into the nose, cannot help but make people feel refreshed and extremely comfortable. This monster is indeed related to the colorful elk in blood. Even if it is not a direct bloodline, it should be a product of hybridization. Although its sachet and inner alchemy cannot be used to refine rare treasures like Wanyanxiang, they can be used to refine some panacea for resisting demons. This kind of elixir is extremely precious. It is what warriors most want to get when they break through the big realm, and it is also the most difficult to get. Elixir is hard to find. Sachet and inner alchemy have reached alchemy like Yang Kai in the hands of the master. It can definitely play a huge role, and it can also bring unimaginable value. For Yang Kai, the battle just now was not a thrilling one, but it took a lot of trouble. Only relying on the space blade, Yang Kai couldn't kill it at all. The speed of the monster was too fast, and he wanted to run away after seeing something bad. How could Yang Kai make it as he wished? So he immediately sacrificed his piece of light-splitting cloud sea formation, and turned it into a sea of AA clouds to cover it. With the help of the prestige of the light-splitting cloud sea formation to trap it, it succeeded. The array card of split light cloud sea formation was brought out by Yang Kai from the Emperor Garden. It is extremely miraculous. When Fei Zhitu and others were trapped in it, they also suffered a lot. With Yang Kai's current strength, combined with Space Blade, and how could the golden blood thread monster be spared? The inner alchemy is the sachet, which is the most precious thing on this monster, but the body of the 9th order peak monster can't be wasted. Yang Kai thought for a while, took out the dragon bone sword Dikyuai, and poured the Saint Yuan into it. The dragon bone sword immediately turned into a 10 feet long green dragon, swallowed the monster's body in one gulp for a while, and then spit it out. Only the shriveled body was left, and the essence of flesh and blood seemed to have been swallowed up. Yang Kai showed a smile. The dragon bone sword is a secret treasure that can grow, and by devouring the essence of the enemy's flesh and blood, its power will become stronger and stronger. Satisfied with putting it away, he shot a few more Saint Yuan, withdrew from the light-splitting cloud sea formation, and retrieved the formation card. Yang Kai then turned his head and glanced at the direction where the 5 people left. Revealed, the figure flickered, and the person disappeared in place. At the same time, thousands of miles away from here, in a certain natural cave, all 5 void-returning mirrors who had previously fought against monsters gathered here. It was unknown what kind of monster lived in this burrow. It seemed to be a kind of python, but it had been abandoned for a long time, and the environment was dry, so the 5 people used it as a temporary rest. A simple concealment formation was also set up outside. The variant of the colorful elk has not been chased for a long time. It seems that the kids should have lured it away. Not bad, not bad. Although the kid's cultivation level is not high, he should have practiced some secret technique of escaping, and the speed is not slow. Among the 5, the black-haired old man's spiritual sense searched outside for a long time before he said happily. As far as his cultivation level is concerned, I'm afraid it will be very difficult for him to escape the poisonous hands. The petite woman with the lowest cultivation level showed a gloomy expression, as if she felt a little guilty. What do other people's life and death have to do with us? This trip to the Emperor Garden was originally thought to be full of surprises, but I didn't want to be full of surprises and thorns every step of the way. It is a fluke for the 5 of us to survive until now. How can we care about others? The white-haired old man snorted coldly. Another middle-aged woman also said, "Yeah, I didn't expect the interior of the Emperor Garden to be so dangerous. There are 10 people in our party, and now there are only 5 left. If we didn't leave early, I'm afraid even I will be waiting. I'm going to die in it." Hey, the black-haired old man sighed softly, and laughed at himself. It is true that the older you are, the less courageous you are. Although there are many crises inside the Emperor Garden, there are many benefits. If you were young, the old man would definitely not will quit, but this old man, looking forward and backward, is far less meaningless than it was back then. This remark resonated with the white-haired old man. He nodded and said, "Yes, why did you and I dare not go there back then? Even Longtan and Tiger's Lair can make a breakthrough, but now." Another long sigh. For a while, there was silence in the cave, only the weak breathing of the 5 people could be heard. After about half a cup of tea, there was a loud shout from outside. "Yang has met all of you friends, and I want to ask you something, can I come in and talk about it?" The voice came to the ears clearly, causing the expressions of the 5 people sitting cross-legged to change drastically, and the white-haired old man immediately yelled, "Who?" Being intruded in front of him and yet to find any trace of the visitor, this made the white-haired old man feel a sense of alarm. He secretly rejoiced that the visitor did not make a sneak attack, otherwise if he had any malicious intentions, the 5 of them might have become adults. The turtle in the urn. A hearty laugh came from outside. "It's only been a while since I parted from you all, don't you remember me? Well, let me introduce myself first, I'm Yang Kai." Yang Kai. Several people frowned, but when their spiritual minds swept out, they all showed shock. It turned out to be that kid just now. Not only did he not die, but he also got rid of that monster. How is this possible? The 5 people looked at each other, very curious about how Yang Kai escaped and ascended to heaven in front of the monster, but they were somewhat worried. After all, when the 5 people escaped just now, they all wanted to use Yang Kai as a shield. The other party now after chasing it, I don't know what it means. Brother minimum. The black-haired old man looked towards the white-haired old man with some hesitation on his face. It's okay, from his tone of voice, he doesn't come here to seek revenge. Besides, his cultivation level is not high. Even if he seeks revenge, does he have the ability? Let him in, the white-haired old man said freely, not blame him for his lack of vision. After all, Yang Kai's realm is there, and he is alone. He thinks that the other party will not be able to make any waves in front of his 5 people. Hearing the words, the black-haired old man waved out a sage yuan, temporarily closed the formation that concealed the breath, and said politely, "My little friend, please come in." "Thank you." Yang Kai smiled slightly, stepped forward, and walked towards the burrow without the slightest intention of guarding, causing the 5 people in the crypt to be a little stunned. The other party went deep alone and was so bold, either because he had a brain problem and didn't know the dangers of the world, or because he had something to rely on and didn't take the 5 of us seriously. The latter is unlikely, so it is obviously the former. This also makes sense. The other party doesn't look very old, but he has the cultivation base of the void returning mirror. It is estimated that he is a disciple of some powerful force, who has been practicing in closed doors in the sect all year round, does not contact outsiders, and has no understanding of the world. Thinking of this, the expressions of the 5 people in the cave softened a lot. Such a person is easy to deal with. The area of the burrow is not big, it only takes about a dozen feet or so, and the inside is dark. After Yang Kai fell into it, he turned his head and looked around, nodding secretly. Although what the 5 people did when they ran away just now made him uncomfortable, but now it seems that none of them are treacherous and evil, otherwise they would definitely attack him once he fell down. At least they didn't show any malice now, and the petite woman nodded slightly at herself, and the other woman seemed a little reserved and embarrassed, as if she felt a little guilty for what she did just now. It's not bad, Yang Kai was still thinking before, if these people didn't know each other, he would definitely not show mercy. Now it seems that it saves some trouble. I'm going to Yang Kai, I've met all of you. Yang Kai clasped his fist slightly and said with a smile. Yang Xiaoyu is polite. The white-haired old man seemed to be the leader of this group of people, and he tactfully did not ask how Yang Kai escaped from the monster's ominous power, but introduced himself in a pleasant manner. My old man Min Sha, the owner of Songyu Island, these few are my best friends. The demeanor is easygoing, as if nothing happened before. Songyu Island, Yang Kai frowned, his face blank. However, since the other party is the owner of an island, he must be living overseas. It is normal that he has never heard of it. After all, he has never been overseas, and only the Haishinman family has dealt with the forces there. Yang Kai took it for granted, but Min Sha's next words made him dumbfounded and stunned on the spot. Well, Songyu Island is an island on the planet Cyanwood, so it's impossible for my little friend to have heard of it. I don't know which star Yang Xiaoyu is from, Min Sha asked. Cyanwood star. Yang Kai opened his eyes wide, staring at Min Sha and the others in astonishment and shock. His mood fluctuated for a while. However, his thinking is also quite quick. Although Min Sha didn't say much, only a few sentences, but he heard some unexpected information from it, and asked in surprise, Master Min, is this the Emperor? Yuan is not only a warrior with 1 star can enter. As soon as this remark came out, the 5 of them laughed. Yang Kai scratched his head and stood there awkwardly, knowing that he must have asked the wrong question. Could it be that the star that Yang Xiaoyu came from is in a remote place? Min Sha speculated boldly. What Island Master Min said is that the star Yang came from is indeed relatively remote, so. Yang Kai nodded slightly. Oh, that's no wonder. Min Sha said with a clear look, the same is true for our planet Cyanwood, which is remote and inconvenient to communicate with the outside world. Originally, the old man and others had the same idea as Yang Xiaoyu, thinking that entering the Emperor Garden only warriors from my planet Cyanwood. I didn't know that after I came in, I found out that warriors from the entire star field can enter this place. The old man also asked someone to inquire about it that day, and found that the Emperor Garden casts phantoms on every star. With the Emperor Jade, you can teleport to this place through the space magic circle. It turned out to be like this. Yang Kai murmured, and said casually, Yang's Gloom Star is about the same as your Cyanwood Star. Gloom Star. All 5 of them frowned, obviously never heard of it. However, even though the location of Cyanwood planet is remote and it is inconvenient to communicate with the outside world, it must be much better than Gloom Star. It will not be like this. To be continued. This text is provided by the Breaking Dawn Update Group at A Diaresis CC. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to a unknown currency first A cent to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1444 Rejection. There is such a situation here, which really surprised Yang Kai. He never thought that the opening of the Emperor Garden is for the entire star field. He used to think that only the Dark Star warriors would enter it. This accident is a misfortune rather than a blessing for the warriors on the gloomy star. After all, the number of competitors has increased significantly, and the danger will also increase a lot. Thinking of this, Yang Kai was startled, and said, Island Master Min, is there a Void King Realm expert entering here? Hearing his question, Min Sha smiled slightly, waved his hands and said, Little friend Yang, please be safe and don't be impatient. There are no Void King level powerhouses here. You can rest assured about that. He had the same worries as Yang Kai before. After all, the aura of heaven and earth on Cyanwood Star is not too rich, and the cultivation resources are not too rich. Although there is no suppression of the law of heaven and earth, there are only a handful of warriors who can be promoted to the Void King realm. Nearly 1,000 years since then, there has never been a Void King level martial artist on the Cyanwood planet. With his cultivation base of the Void Return 3rd layer, he is already the top expert on the Cyanwood planet. This is exactly the same as Gloom Star. Entering this place with such a cultivation base, I thought I could sit back and relax, but I didn't want to accidentally learn that warriors from other stars could also enter this place. Naturally, I was frightened, lest I would meet a too strong opponent here. However, after some inquiries, he was overjoyed. He didn't know how mysterious and magical this place is, and he didn't allow any Void King realm to enter it, the same grade. Hearing Min Sha's explanation, Yang Kai couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief, his expression softened a lot. Although he has also been promoted to the Void Returning Mirror now, he can fight against the Void Returning 3rd layer powerhouse by himself, but he must have no power to fight back in front of the Void King realm. If he really encounters the Void King realm here, what will happen? Unbelievable. Things aren't too bad. Yang Kai pondered for a while, and suddenly asked solemnly, then dared to ask, is this place the Emperor Garden? Before Min Sha could answer, the petite woman in a black dress continued from the side, of course this is the Emperor Garden. We all entered here through the space magic circle with the Emperor Jade in our hands. Where could it be? She looked funny and looked at Yang Kai with great interest. Since it is Emperor Garden, why? Yang Kai frowned. Yang Xiaoyu wants to ask, why is it different from what I imagined? Min Sha looked at him with a smile. Yang Kai nodded slightly. In your imagination, since the Emperor's garden is the other courtyard of the great Emperor, shouldn't there be a grand palace stretching across and across? Good. Of course there is. 100,000 miles to the west of this place, there is that palace, and that is the real Emperor's garden. Min Sha said while pointing in one direction. Yang Kai's eyes brightened. Min Sha laughed and said, but since the Emperor Garden is the great Emperor's other courtyard, it is naturally impossible to have only such a huge and magnificent palace, and there is also a large area around the palace. The grassland we are now is just part of it. Apart from the grassland, the Emperor Garden is surrounded by swamps, deserts and oceans, and the dangers hidden in each place are different. The warriors who enter this place with the Emperor Jade appear in different positions. Well, our luck is not bad. The grassland side the danger is the lowest, but don't underestimate it. So that's it. Yang Kai put on a teachable expression. If he didn't ask someone about this kind of thing, he really didn't know. Before talking to Min Sha, he was still doubting whether this place was the Emperor Garden or not. Since the real Emperor Garden is over there, why are you all here, Island Master Min? Yang Kai looked at the 5 people in amazement, not understanding why they would let go of this God-given opportunity and not go deep into the Emperor Garden. Stay on the prairie. Min Sha smiled wryly, and said dully, it's a long story, let's put it this way, although the Emperor's Garden has many treasures, its interior is also extremely dangerous, not to mention the extremely hidden restraint formation, and those long lost the ancient puppets. The powerhouses gathered in the Emperor Garden at this moment alone are countless. The old man and others originally entered this place together with 10 people, but look, my friend, how many of us are left now? Hearing his explanation, Yang Kai immediately understood that these 5 people probably encountered some great danger in the Emperor Garden, so they were scared back. This is not difficult to understand. After all, everyone has only one life. Although treasures and opportunities are full of temptations, if life is gone, how can there be a chance to enjoy it? It seems that Diwan is a little different from when I entered last time. The degree of danger should be greatly increased, otherwise these 5 people would not be so terrified. It's not surprising to think about it. When I went in with Phasia 2 and others last time, the Emperor Garden was not officially opened, and it made sense that some prohibition formations were closed. Seeing that Yang Kai was contemplating, Min Sha didn't bother him, and after a while he smiled heartily and said with an uplifted expression, but Xiao Yuyong, don't underestimate the periphery of the Emperor Garden, whether it's grassland, swamps or desert oceans, there are also hidden treasures inside. All kinds of enviable opportunities. Oh, how do you say that? Yang Kai couldn't help but get excited. It's true that the palace is located in the Emperor's other courtyard, but Yang Xiaoyu, think about it, the Emperor could never live alone before he was alive. There are always some servants, some disciples and so on. What is the state of the Emperor's cultivation? The old man does not dare to speculate, but even those who serve him are definitely not low in cultivation, and those disciples, not all of these people live inside the Emperor Garden, but are scattered outside, so the outside of the Emperor Garden there are many hidden caves in these places, as long as you can find one, hee. Then the old man and others will make a worthwhile trip. Min Sha said while stroking his long beard, and a red light appeared on his face. Yes, in addition to these hidden caves, you can also find many spiritual herbs that have long since disappeared from the outside world, as well as rare minerals, and some rare monsters, such as the variant of the colorful elk just now. If you can kill it. The petite woman stopped in the middle of her words, and looked at Yang Kai with some embarrassment, as if she remembered what happened just now, and didn't know how to continue. Yang Kai chuckled, and didn't care, not only because he didn't lose anything, but also gained something, and because these 5 people told him so much information at this moment. Based on this alone, all the previous things were also written off. Has anyone found those hidden caves? Yang Kai asked casually. Yes. Min Sha nodded solemnly, with a look of envy on his face. Just 3 days ago, someone found a hidden cave somewhere in this grassland, and brought out a Void King level secret treasures. There are many panacea. Speaking of this, Min Sha's breathing is a little short. The situation of Qingmixing is almost the same as that of Gloomy Star, and the temptation of the Void King level secret treasure is not small. Since the news has spread, it seems that the fate of that person is not very good. Yang Kai raised the corner of his mouth slightly. Min Sha looked at Yang Kai with a look of admiration. Little friend Yang hit the nail on the head. That person is indeed being chased by many people. I don't know what the end will be, but I don't think life will be easy. Yang Kai nodded slightly and didn't say anything more. Those who should be inquired have also been inquired. As long as they know that this is indeed the Emperor Garden, it is enough, and they have also found out the location of the Emperor Garden. Yang Kai didn't plan to stay outside for too long. Although he didn't know when the Emperor Garden would be completely closed, there must be a time limit. Before that, he still had at least 2 things to do, 2 things to find. These 2 things were encountered when I entered the Emperor Garden last time, but I didn't have the time or ability to deal with them. Now that his strength has increased greatly, it is natural to give it a try. Little friend Yang, from the looks of you, you entered this place alone, right? If you can trust me, why don't you join us? If you find something good, the 6 of us will share it equally, and you won't be at a disadvantage. Not knowing why, Min Sha actually invited Yang Kai. Island Master Min's kindness, Yang accepts it. Yang Kai shook his head and refused without thinking, although I am alone now, I did not come in alone. I have a companion waiting, and I have to find them. That's it. A look of pity flashed across Min Sha's face, but he didn't intend to force it, and said freely, if that's the case, then just pretend that I haven't said anything. Well, everyone, take care, Yang is leaving. Yang Kai stood up and cupped his fist slightly, and immediately swayed, and rushed out from this hidden cave, looking for a direction, and flew towards that side. After Yang Kai left, the black-haired old man looked at Min Sha in the cave, and said suspiciously, Brother Min, why did you invite this kid? He's not too strong. Several other people also looked blank, not knowing what Min Sha's intention was. Min Sha laughed and explained. Although his strength is nothing, but since he can escape from the mutant of the colorful elk, his speed must be top-notch. The old man invited him to join, and he just wanted him to explore for us. Ida South just a road, but since the other party does not have that intention, then forget it, eh? Several people suddenly realized, don't mention this, let's carefully study how to kill the mutant of the colorful elk. If we can kill it, the value of the sachet and the inner alchemy is very important. Min Sha's face turned serious. Several people nodded repeatedly, and immediately began to plan carefully, but they didn't know that the variant of the colorful elk had already been captured by Yang Kai, and the sachet and inner alchemy had already been installed in Yang Kai's space ring. At this moment, Yang Kai is flying in the direction of the Emperor Garden. According to what Min Sha said, the Emperor Garden is 100,000 miles away from this place. Such a distance, even at the speed of Yang Kai, would take 3 or 2 days to reach, so there is no rush. He is calm and indifferent on the surface, but deep down in his heart, his emotions are turbulent, full of anticipation. Full of longing, he longed to meet Su Yan here. To be continued, this text is provided by the Dawn Update group at We Sent. Chapter 1445 Hidden Cave. Since the Emperor Garden is open to the entire star field, as long as Su Yan is still in a certain place in the star field, she can have the opportunity to enter it, but Yang Kai doesn't know, what is her current cultivation level, is it enough? Even if the qualifications to enter it are enough, can you get a piece of imperial jade smoothly? Due to various uncertain factors, the chances of the 2 of them meeting here are extremely slim. Even so, Yang Kai still holds a hope in his heart. The 2 are inextricably linked because of the yin-yang joyous art. If Su Yan is really here, she can sense the existence of the other party within a certain range, and it is not difficult to find. Confused by his thoughts, Yang Kai stretched out his hand to wipe the ring, and a crystal-clear bead with a cold aura appeared on the palm of his hand. Su Yan's Ice Soul Orb. Beads live, people live, beads break and people die. This Ice Soul Orb was given to him by Qianyu. Even though so many years have passed since it was condensed, there is still a breath of nostalgia left on the bead. Feeling the coolness emanating from the bead in his hand, Yang Kai's eyes gradually softened, and his mood quickly calmed down. Sending the beads back to the space ring for safekeeping, Yang Kai let out a long howl, like a rolling dragon's chant, straight to the sky, and after venting the last suffocation in his heart, he approached the location of the Emperor Garden as quickly as lightning. A day later, Yang Kai was still flying over the grassland, and the surrounding scenery didn't seem to have changed much, which shows how big this weird place is. Passing along the road, I didn't encounter any danger. Although there are quite a few warriors entering the Emperor's Garden, they are scattered in such a large area, and the crowd is not too dense. On the grassland, however, there are many strange monsters, each of which looks very difficult to provoke, either with a monster aura, outstanding strength, or good at escaping, and they don't give anyone a chance to get close. Yang Kai didn't intend to waste time dealing with these monsters, he just wanted to find someone to find out if his direction was wrong. During the flyby, the divine scent spread leisurely in all directions. After a stick of incense, Yang Kai's figure suddenly stopped, his face showing a touch of joy. Not far from his left side, there was clearly the aura of living people, and there were quite a few of them. Just to inquire about it, Yang Kai made up his mind, changed direction and galloped there. After a short cup of tea, Yang Kai had already arrived at the location of those people. Looking around, his expression couldn't help being stunned. He stared at a certain location energetically, with a look of interest on his face. There is no other reason, he actually found traces of restraints and formations here. Right where he was looking, there was a layer of energy light curtain looming, which seemed to be due to some flaws after being attacked, and when the energy light curtain was looming, some subtle changes occurred in the scenery wrapped in the light curtain. Variety. Magic array. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and looked more carefully. The terrain here is rather special. Although it is still a grassland, there is a ring-shaped mountain located here. Looking at it with the naked eye, the valley inside the ring-shaped mountain is not unusual. Although the vegetation is lush, there is no magic herb. But all of this must be an illusion, because when the energy light curtain flickered, the scenery in the valley was also changing. No way, how lucky are you? Yang Kai was amazed. He only heard Min Sha say a day ago that there are many hidden caves in this grassland. He didn't expect to come across them so soon. That valley is clearly a hidden cave. There is no doubt about this, otherwise there would be no need to set up a phantom array on the periphery to confuse others' sight, but it was discovered and attacked, so it was exposed. At this moment, there are two groups of people gathered here. The number is not large, 4 people on one side, 3 people on the other side, all led by a warrior who returned to the 3rd level of the void, and the rest are the first or 2 levels of return to the void. Immediately next to the valley is the party with a relatively small number of people, all women. When Yang Kai glanced over the 3 women, he couldn't help raising his brows, revealing a thoughtful expression. These 3 women are all dressed in clean white attire. They seem to be from the same sect, and they are outstanding in appearance. Even the oldest one is full of charm. The remaining 2 are also thin and fat, each with its own merits. But what Yang Kai cares about is not their beauty, but their temperament. Cold, aloof, seems a little unreasonable, a little repulsive, and the aura emanating from her delicate body is also extremely cold. This kind of temperament made Yang Kai feel a kind of familiarity and kindness. Su Yan's temperament was exactly the same as theirs. On the other side, there are also warriors from the same sect, and the clothes they wear are all fiery red, like a burning ball of fire. 3 men and 1 woman all looked at the 3 women facing each other with malicious intent. Although Yang Kai had just arrived and only looked at him a few times, he quickly figured out what was going on in front of him. These 3 women must have discovered this hidden cave first. When attacking the restriction here, they were noticed by another group of people and chased here. However, because the difference in numbers and strength between the 2 sides was not too obvious, there was a stalemate, and no one had the intention of taking the lead. Generally warriors encounter this kind of situation. There are nothing more than 2 solutions. One is that the 2 sides fight to the death, and the side that stays monopolizes all the benefits. The other is that the 2 parties reach an agreement for the time being and explore together, and the benefits obtained are distributed according to the pre-negotiated agreement. Other than that, there is no other possibility. Yang Kai looked at his words and felt that the first possibility was the most likely, because when the 2 people looked at each other, their eyes flashed with hatred and anger. It seemed that the 2 had known each other for a long time, and the gap was quite deep. I don't know which star they came from. This is interesting. Yang Kai was overjoyed. If the 2 people really joined forces, then there must be something wrong with him here. With 1 against 7, and 2 more void return 3 layer, Yang Kai is not arrogant to that extent. It is obviously irrational to fight against both of them for a hidden cave with uncertain benefits. But if there are enough clear benefits, Yang Kai doesn't mind exercising his muscles and bones, trying to see if he can make a chestnut out of the fire. Although the 3 women felt more cordial to Yang Kai, but they met by chance and had no friendship at all, Yang Kai naturally didn't intend to fight righteously. He just hoped that they would fight as soon as possible. But to Yang Kai's disappointment, neither side had any intention of making a move, but because of his arrival, a turning point appeared in the already delicate situation. When Yang Kai rushed to this place, the 7 of them naturally found out, but after realizing that Yang Kai was only at the void return first stage, they all breathed a sigh of relief, and even the warrior in the fiery red shirt revealed a look of disdain. The leader was a bald-headed man, who looked extremely tough, and looked at Yang Kai coldly. Seeing that he didn't intend to retreat voluntarily, but stayed behind, he couldn't help but look cold, and shouted, "Boy, there is no one here. If you don't want to die, get out of your business." Yang Kai listened. The corners of his mouth were slightly raised, and he didn't have the slightest fear, but his demeanor was even more indifferent. On the other hand, the leading woman dressed as a young woman raised her eyebrows, and there was a little joy in the depths of her beautiful eyes. There are only 3 people on her side, although their personal strength is not much worse than the other party, but after all, there are fewer people. Now seeing that bald man threatening Yang Kai mercilessly, she can't help rolling her eyes, thinking of wooing Yang Kai. As long as Yang Kai can join them, the gap in the number of people will be evened out immediately, and he has nothing to worry about. Although the strength of the Void Return first level is not high, it is still a Void Return mirror. At such a critical moment, it will definitely come in handy. After thinking up to this point, the young woman no longer hesitated, looked at the bald man and snorted coldly, "Kong Wendong, you are so bold, with me here, do you think you still have the ability to hurt innocent people?" After finishing speaking, he nodded slightly at Yang Kai, and said softly, "Don't be afraid, little brother, as long as I'm still alive, he can't do anything to you." Hee hee. Yang Kai laughed dryly, speechless. The young woman's intention of wooing and showing affection in her words could not be more obvious. With his scheming, he didn't know what the other party meant. He clearly wanted to use his own strength, otherwise, how could she protect an irrelevant outsider like this? However, judging from the dialogue between the two parties really knew each other, and they already had enmity. Bad maid. The bald man smiled contemptuously, "You have this ability. You speak loudly of Kong, but I think your tone is not small." Saying this, he turned his head to look at Yang Kai again, and said viciously, "Boy, I warn you one last time, if you don't want to die, go away quickly. Don't think that this lowly servant girl can really protect you, and get involved with my Huo Yaozong and her. The battle in Bingxin Valley, what awaits you is nothing more than smashing your bones to pieces." Huo Yaozong, Bingxin Valley. Yang Kai raised his brows, although he had never heard of these two forces, but judging from the names, they were a bit incompatible. No wonder the two sides were on the verge of meeting each other. However, he didn't take the threat of Kong Wendong seriously. With his current strength, if he wanted to kill himself in seconds, unless it was a Void King Realm powerhouse, the Void Returning Mirror would not be able to do it. The young woman smiled, straightened her hair, and said casually, "Kong Wendong, you've really gone back and forth, and now you can only threaten others. Little brother, you don't need to be afraid of him. Vulgar, but Bingxin Valley, is not easy to bully. If you can help me wait for someone once, I can give you some benefits, how about it?" Hearing what she said, Kong Wendong frowned, but Yang Kai became interested, and asked with a smile, "I don't know what's the benefit." The young woman smiled like a flower, she lightly parted her vermilion lips and said, "Pillion, Shengjing, how about it?" Yang Kai sneered and shook his head slowly. Medicinal pills and holy crystals may be quite attractive to other Void Return first levels, but they are not at all attractive to themselves. Unfinished to be continued. This text is provided by the Breaking Dawn update group at a diaresis CCC a degree I1/4 a unknown currency a diaresis a C section. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to a unknown currency first a cent to vote for recommendations, monthly tickets. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 1446 Fight or Not. Then what benefits do you want? The young woman seemed a little displeased that Yang Kai was negotiating terms with her at this time. Before Yang Kai could answer, Kong Wendong didn't give him a chance. How could he just sit and watch Yang Kai being drawn over by the young woman? With a ruthless expression, he shouted, "Boy, Kong has given you a chance. You are the one who seeks your own death. Then no one else is to blame. Kong is going to kill you. Who can stop me?" Quote. Saying so, the whole body of Saint Yuan was running with a bang, and the scorching breath permeated from the body, which suddenly raised the surrounding temperature to a higher level. He looked like he was about to start a killing spree, but in fact he was just putting on a show, wanting to drive Yang Kai back. Since he had offended the other party verbally, he naturally didn't want Yang Kai to stay, but he didn't understand Yang Kai's details, so he didn't want to really go to war. The plan was very good, and the thinking was very clear, but the young woman in palace attire was not a fool. How could she just watch Yang Kai go away? Before Kong Wendong finished speaking, she yelled coquettishly, "Try if you have the ability." The chill emanating from her tender body became more intense, and she stared at Kong Wendong without flinching. Yang Kai frowned, and looked at the beautiful woman with a gloomy gaze. The other party's words just now didn't seem to be a problem at first glance. On the contrary, they seemed to be protecting themselves and standing out for themselves, but if Yang Kai's expectations were correct, the other party's intentions were obviously not so kind. She seemed to wish Kong Wendong could attack her. This is also understandable. If the bald man really attacks him, he will definitely push himself to the side of the three women and make himself their helper. At that time, whether you like it or not, if you want to survive, you have to unite with them. This woman is not as pure as she appears on the surface, but has a deep scheming heart. This greatly reduced Yang Kai's impression of her. The key now is whether Kong Wendong will be her hero. As soon as he thought about it, Yang Kai looked at the bald man again, and after only one glance, he sighed slightly. The other party is a warrior from the Fire Brilliant sect, and the cultivation technique must be of the fire attribute. Most warriors who have practiced this kind of technique have a problem, that is, their temper is relatively irritable and aggressive. This has nothing to do with personality. It is created by exercises. A word from the young woman made Kong Wendong look like a tiger riding a tiger, and he himself is not a mild-tempered person, so why would he hesitate any longer? What's more, he really didn't pay attention to a mere void return one layer, otherwise when Yang Kai first arrived here, he wouldn't be so unceremonious to expel him. With a smirk, Kong Wendong said, "Boy, don't blame me when you get to the underworld. If you want to blame you, blame that lowly servant girl. She forced me." While speaking, he took a hand, showing a false grasp, and patted Yang Kai on the head. The fire attribute spiritual energy between the heavens and the earth suddenly gathering at the top of Yang Kai's head, and soon, the flames over there shot up into the sky, and a huge flame slab took shape, burning blazingly, and slapped Yang Kai on the head without mercy. Seeing this scene, the eyes of the women on the young woman's side shrank slightly, and their faces showed horror. Although they fought against people from the Huo Yaozong all the year round, it was the first time they saw such a powerful attack. The attack has been played to the fullest extent. The shock was all the shock, but the young woman in the league didn't let go of this rare opportunity. At the moment when Kong Wendong shot at Yang Kai and almost everyone's attention was attracted, she suddenly flipped her hands like butterflies wearing flowers, her whole body exuded a heart-piercing chill, and a pure white icicle spear lay leisurely in front of her. It took shape, and with a yell in his mouth, the spear trembled slightly in the void, like an arrow off the string, and shot towards the weakest warrior on the opposite side. The martial artist's cultivation realm is the same as Yang Kai's, they are all void return one layer realms, and they belong to the bottom of the 7 people. It is better to cut off one finger than to injure his 10 fingers. The young woman is good-looking, but her attacks are extremely ruthless and merciless. The screams sounded immediately, and a bloody arrow shot out from the body of the martial artist who was targeted by the young woman. Although he moved his lower body instinctively at the critical moment of attacking close, the lower abdomen was still pierced by the ice pick spear, instantly bloody, has been severely injured. After all, it was a sneak attack by a martial artist 2 levels higher than him, and it was a fluke for him to be able to save his life. If this is the case, most of the combat power has been lost. If there is a big battle next, it will not play much role at all. With one hit, a satisfied smile appeared on the young woman's delicate face. And that Kong Wendong lost his mind for a moment, his face suddenly became ferocious, and he gritted his teeth and said, "You maidservant, so that's what you came up with." He underestimated the young woman's cunning. He thought that after he made a move, the young woman would go to rescue Yang Kai, show her kindness to him, and then win over this new force, forming a 4-on-4 situation. How did they know that the other party didn't put Yang Kai's life and death in their eyes at all, and didn't even have the idea of rescuing that kid, but instead took advantage of this opportunity to severely injure one of their own? With the life of an unknown kid in exchange for the fighting strength of one of his own, Bing Xinggu has made a lot of money in this deal. Kong Wendong's face was uglier than that of a dead person, as if he had eaten a fly. It was extremely disgusting. The young woman smiled like a flower, and said leisurely, "Kong Wendong, if you are sensible, get out of here quickly, or else you can stop blaming me for being rude." "Slut," Kong Wendong yelled, "do you think you're sure of me? You don't know the heights of the sky. Look at what this is." The young woman didn't care about the other party's insults. Instead, she tapped her hand calmly, and a small flower drum appeared on her palm. Aura fluctuations. Zhan Yin destroys the heart. The bald man shrank his eyes and shouted in surprise, as if the secret treasure had a long history. He looked at the young woman in disbelief and said, "How could you have this thing?" The young woman chuckled lightly. "Since you want to enter the Emperor's garden, of course you have to bring some good secret treasures. Why, don't you have a virtual king-level secret treasure?" Kong Wendong almost couldn't breathe for a word. He and the young woman are of the same level of cultivation, and their status in their respective sects are almost the same. But now, the other party has a Void King-level secret treasure in his hand, but he doesn't have one. In comparison, I seem a bit shabby and neglected. It doesn't matter, the key is the power of the secret treasure. Since it is a virtual king-level secret treasure, it must be something with huge lethality. The bald man knows the strangeness of Xuanian's heart-wrenching, and a touch of fear suddenly appeared on his face. But soon, he laughed out loud, as if he had figured something out. Baby maid, you don't have to put on an act. If you can fully arouse the power of this mysterious yin that can destroy your heart, why didn't you show it just now? If I'm not wrong, you haven't completely refined this thing, have you? Now it was the young woman's turn to look ugly. Indeed, as Kong Wendong said, this virtual king-level secret treasure was specially obtained from the elders for this trip to the Emperor Garden. After it was used up, it had to be returned. The time was too short, and she did not refine it completely. At most it can only display 50% of the power of this secret treasure. Otherwise, she would have wasted so much time with Kong Wendong, and she would have used the power of the secret treasure to repel him long ago, and she would not continue the stalemate. Seeing the young woman's complexion change slightly, Kong Wendong immediately knew that his guess was right, and he laughed loudly. It's just a secret treasure that hasn't been fully refined, and I want to scare Kong away. You stinky woman, you really think Kong is scared too much? So what? The king-level secret treasure is the king-level secret treasure. If you want to try it, you can come here. If you don't have the guts, just get out. The young woman yelled coldly. Kong Wendong frowned, not knowing what to choose for a while. On the one hand, it is the nostalgia and greed for this hidden cave, and on the other hand, it is the heart-wrenching fear of the Xuanian. He really does not want to test its power with himself, so his expression is hesitant. Hey, are you going to fight or not? I have to rush to another place. A long sigh came from not far away, and in an instant, everyone looked there in astonishment, with expressions on their faces. Jaw-dropping. The place where the eyes gathered was surrounded by a ball of fire, which was the place where Kong Wendong gathered the fire attribute aura to strike, but at this moment, the rich fire attribute aura seemed to be scattered by something, and it leisurely swayed around, revealing a figure hidden in it. How is it possible? Kong Wendong almost bit his own tongue, but he couldn't believe his eyes. Over there, the Void Return one-layer boy who was attacked by him before stood there unscathed. Not only did he not die, he didn't even show any signs of injury. How is this possible? I know my own attack well, not to mention a Void Return first layer. Even a Void Return 3 layer of the same level is so undefended, it will be disheartened and embarrassed, and it should be directly attacked by a Void Return 1 layer. Killing is. The opponent didn't sacrifice any defensive secret treasure at all just now, nor did he use the body protection saint element. How could there be no injuries at all? Kong Wendong almost thought he was dreaming. Not only him, but the three women on the young woman's side were also extremely shocked. Their beautiful eyes were full of surprise. Yang Kai's expression was extremely helpless. Originally, after he was attacked by Kong Wendong, he restrained his aura and prepared to sit on the mountain and watch the tiger fight, but now it seems that this idea is a bit unrealistic. The strength of the two parties has now formed a balance. It will be a stalemate for a long, long time, and no one will make the first move unless there is another accident. In desperation, he could only show up. This time, not only Kong Wendong's face was ugly, but the young woman's expression was also ugly. The former attacked him, and the latter used the moment he was attacked to sneak up on the enemy. He talked nicely, but in the end he refused to save him. Naturally, he couldn't hold back his face. To be continued, this text is provided by the Dawn Update group at We Sent. Chapter 1447 Fair Proposal. However, compared to Kong Wendong, the young woman still took the initiative. After all, she only used Yang Kai and did not directly fight against him, so after turning her eyes, she immediately shouted softly, "Little brother is really powerful, I already know that nothing will happen to you." It was as if she was a prophet. Yang Kai sneered, walked forward, and said, "I won't talk nonsense, madam, what you said just now still counts." The young woman was taken aback when she heard the words, and then she was overjoyed. She nodded quickly and said, "Of course it counts." Okay. Yang Kai nodded in satisfaction. "Since that's the case, after that is done, I will take half of the income in the cave. If madam agrees, I will help you immediately. If you don't agree, just pretend I didn't say anything." Half. The young woman looked at Yang Kai in surprise, her expression suddenly became displeased, and she yelled, "Little brother, don't you think this proposal is unfair?" "Where is it unfair?" Yang Kai looked at her with a smile. "You are only one person, and you only have the cultivation level of the Void Return first stage, but I have 3 people in Bingxin Valley. Even if they are allocated, you can only occupy a quarter or less, half of the number. Hee, you don't? Do you think it's too lionized? I don't think so. Yang Kai shook his head sternly. Without my intervention, you wouldn't be able to get anything in it. If you could get something, it's because of my participation, so half of the income is reasonable for me and you proposal. No, the young woman shook her head like a rattle, and said firmly, I can't agree to this proposal. At most, I can decide to give you a fifth. If you don't agree, then forget it. Really? Yang Kai smiled even more intensely, and looked at her with interest. Even if they have helpers coming over later, you won't agree. What did you say? The young woman's expression changed. What are you talking about? Won't you take a look for yourself? Yang Kai replied casually. The young woman was not a fool. She immediately turned her head to look at the four people over there after hearing the words, and after a while, her beautiful eyes narrowed and her expression turned cold. There is no other reason, but she actually saw the first-level void returning warrior who was severely injured by herself, secretly pouring divine thoughts into the communication compass, as if she wanted to notify someone, and she didn't know whether he had reached contact with the other party. Seeing this scene, the young woman immediately knew that the matter could not be delayed any longer. She gritted her silver teeth, and said coquettishly, okay, half is half, as long as we can get the things in that valley, I will definitely not break my promise. I hope you keep your word. Yang Kai gave her a deep look, and the young woman's heart trembled, and for some reason, she felt a little uneasy. But soon, she dispelled this idea. The most important thing to do now is to drag this kid into the water first. As for how to distribute the things in the valley after getting it, it is not up to her to decide. Give him a piece of paper. 10% or 20% is about the same. Half. It's extremely ridiculous. Even if he has no intention of crossing the river and demolishing the bridge, he will burn the incense. If he is really ignorant by then, it will not be too late to do it. Don't worry about it. After thinking this, the young woman smiled. During the whole process of Yang Kai's negotiation with him, Kong Wendong didn't mean to stop him. He knew that he and Yang Kai had formed a grudge, and it would be useless to say anything now. When they finished talking, he smiled sinisterly. Boy, do you really think you are a character? Isn't it? Just see the real chapter under my hand. Yang Kai grinned, and didn't bother to find Kong Wendong. After all, the opponent's strength is the strongest among the four members of Huo Yaozong, and it must be a bit troublesome to deal with. He directly put his own target. Staring at a half-grown old man who returned to the second level of the void, this half-grown old man was wearing a soap-colored robe and 3 strands of long beard. He looked a bit fairy-like, but his face was rosy, and his skin was delicate and tender, than newborn babies. With a flick of a finger, the golden bloodshot shot towards the old man in the soap robe, directly covering him under the attack of the golden bloodshot. Seeing that Yang Kai shot so resolutely, without any sloppy intentions, and unexpectedly found an opponent who was a level higher than him, the 3 women in Bingxin Valley all looked overjoyed, and the leading young woman shouted coquettishly, and took the initiative to meet Kong Wendong. The remaining 2 girls also searched for their targets, and started fighting each other. On Bingxin Valley's side, except for the leading young woman who is at the 3rd layer void returning realm, the remaining 2 women are at the 2nd layer state and the other at the 1st layer state. On the side of Huo Yaozong, there are also fighters of this level left. However, the opponent's first level had already been severely damaged by the young woman, and it didn't take much for the woman in Bingxin Valley to deal with him. It was just a matter of time. Once the battle here was decided, they could then reinforce other people. The weak advantage can grow like a snowball, and the Huo Yaozong will definitely be defeated by then. The young woman predicted the next changes in the battle in an instant. She was secretly happy and at the same time looked at Yang Kai with some worry. After all, this prediction was based on the fact that Yang Kai was able to entangle the old man in the soap robe. If Yang Kai was killed by the soap-robed old man of Huo Yaozong in a short period of time, then this beautiful prediction would not be true. The young woman had no choice but to treat Yang Kai more. She thought that the battle over there would be one-sided, and Yang Kai would struggle to support him, and he would be stretched. After all, the opponent he chose was stronger than him. But after looking at it, the young woman couldn't help being shocked. The situation of the battle was indeed one-sided, but it was not what she imagined. It was the soap-robed old man at the 2nd level of void return who was struggling to support, stretched. The side of the old man was covered with golden light. The golden light cut through the void, and there was a chi-chi sound, as if it could cut off the space and was wrapped in the golden light. The leading young woman of Bingxin Valley almost popped her eyes out. One lost her mind, was taken over by Kong Wendong, and was almost injured, so panicked, she quickly restrained her mind and concentrated on fighting Kong Wendong, and no longer had any extra thoughts to pay attention to Yang Kai. At the same time, on Yang Kai's side, the soap-robed old man's face was ashen, and he never thought that this young man who only had the void return first level was so difficult to deal with. Those golden silk threads are extremely sharp, and I don't know what kind of secret technique they are. The golden light produced by cutting them is overwhelming, and when the sacred element of his body is cut, a gap will appear immediately. The soap-robed old man had no choice but to sacrifice his defensive armor, so he felt a little hard to stop him. This is not the most sad thing for the soap-robed old man. The most unbearable thing for him is that his own power can't cover the opponent at all, and the power of power sometimes plays a decisive role in the battle between void-returning mirror warriors. If one's own potential is stronger than the enemy's, once the opponent's potential is destroyed and covered, the opponent's strength can be discounted and it is easier to deal with it. The old man in the soap robe didn't take Yang Kai seriously at first, and his idea was to use his own power to seize the advantage. How could he know that the power had just been released, and it would be cut to pieces by the golden thread, and he couldn't form it at all, let alone said to cover the other party. This golden thread actually has the miraculous effect of breaking the momentum. The old man's face was shocked. He didn't dare to underestimate Yang Kai. He drank heavily, opened his hands wide and closed. A washbasin-sized fireball suddenly appeared in front of him. The old man pushed it forward fiercely. The fireball then he attacked Yang Kai. Halfway through, the fireball exploded with a bang, and countless smaller fireballs separated from the fireball, covering the sky and covering the earth with an astonishing momentum. Yang Kai raised his eyes, flicked his fingers repeatedly, and clusters of pitch-black magic flames flew out, facing those fireballs. Playing with fire. Seeing this, the soap-robed old man had a mocking smile on his face. When it comes to playing with fire, he is an expert. After all, he is a warrior of the Fire Brilliance sect. Even if that young man has the secret technique of breaking power, he is definitely not as good as himself in the competition of fire-type secret technique. He has put on a posture of watching the show. But the next moment, his smile froze on his face, and he put on an expression of seeing a ghost in daylight. The pitch-black flames exuded an extremely cold breath, which was much stronger than the cold-type secret arts of Bingshin Valley warriors. When Yu Yi shot out, he couldn't see anything about it, but they twisted and changed in midair, one after another. It turned into a petite flying bird, seemingly disorganized, but actually greeted its own flame with extreme precision. The art of controlling Yuan. The eyes of the soap-robed old man were condensed, and his face was horrified. Although the Yuan control technique is a level that can be touched by void-returning mirror warriors, not everyone can master it. The soap-robed old man has also studied and practiced, but it is only a little bit of experience. It is impossible to be as precise as Yang Kai. Manipulate every separated sage energy. To be able to do this requires not only practice makes perfect, but also a strong spiritual power. The other party is obviously only one level. How can he have such ability? The old man exclaimed in his heart, and immediately knew that something was wrong. Although they are both flames, the opponent's attack is obviously much more powerful through the control of the element control technique. Sure enough, after the pitch-black birds met their own flames, the burning flames were immediately frozen and annihilated, but those birds did not suffer much damage, but instead gathered together again to form the larger firebird threw itself on the head. Taste my flame too. Yang Kai grinned, and with a thought, the cold magic flame turned into a scorching existence. The magic flame can be hot or cold, and the change of hot and cold is only between Yang Kai's thoughts, which is weird and unpredictable. The old man in the soap robe didn't notice for a while, and immediately suffered a big loss. The change of heat and cold was so fast that he couldn't guard against it at all. He just sacrificed a shield-shaped secret treasure in a hurry, and it turned into a streamer of light to protect him. The next moment, his whole body was wrapped in magic flames. Yang Kai, who thought he had succeeded in one blow and was about to step forward to make a final decision, had just taken a step when suddenly his expression turned serious, and he immediately floated back. Boom! With a loud noise, the shield guarding the old man in the soap robe suddenly exploded. With the help of the explosion of the secret treasure, the old man flickered and disappeared from the spot. When he reappeared, he was already more than 10 feet away. To be continued, this text is provided by the Breaking Dawn update group at We Sent. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1448 Dry Sky Thunder and Fire. Looking around, the old man in the soap robe didn't have any serious injuries, but he looked a little embarrassed. At the price of a defensive secret treasure, he finally escaped from the magic flame package, and his actions were extremely decisive. Yang Kai was surprised, secretly paying himself a little underestimation of the other party, being able to cultivate the realm to the second layer of void return. The other party's combat experience is really rich. Boy, this old man must skin you, otherwise it will be hard to get rid of the hatred in my heart. The soap-robed old man escaped, not only did not give in, but his expression became violent. He gritted his teeth and looked at Yang Kai, viciously threatened. After finishing the sentence, he opened his mouth, puffed up his cheeks and blew out a breath, with a difficult expression, as if he was about to perform some powerful secret technique. How could Yang Kai make him happy? Although he didn't know what cards the other party had, but the battle situation often changed only in a flash. Maybe this old guy really had a final move. At this thought, the golden blood thread was shaken straight, and shot towards the opponent's head like a spear. The golden blood thread is already sharp and unparalleled. After being raised by Yang Kai for so long, its power is huge, and it can change freely. After the old guy on the opposite side exploded his defensive secret treasure, he could not protect against the golden blood thread piercing like armor alone. Attack. Yang Kai has full confidence to kill or seriously injure him. What surprised him was that facing such a blow from him, the other party had no intention of dodging at all, and still stood there with a solemn expression. The breath that came out of his mouth was like a billowing heat wave, extremely red, visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, a fiery red air mass appeared in front of him, and even Yang Kai couldn't help but stare sideways at the terrifying power contained within. It is still the power of the fire attribute, but this fiery red air mass is completely different from the flames released by the old man before, and I don't know what kind of mystery is hidden inside. As soon as the fiery red air mass took shape, the golden blood thread had already arrived, piercing directly into the air mass. But the next moment, Yang Kai's face changed slightly, and he immediately took back the golden blood thread, frowning and looking. The front part of the golden blood thread showed some signs of being melted. If he didn't pull away in time, part of his golden blood thread would definitely be dissolved, and then he would also suffer a certain amount of backlash. Yang Kai's face was serious. Some did not expect the power of this secret technique used by the other party to be so powerful. On the other hand, the old man's originally rosy face turned slightly pale at the moment, and it was obvious that performing the secret technique was a heavy burden on him, but he laughed wildly. Boy, come and try the power of the old man Qianshan Leihuo. As he said this, he moved his fingers forward a little, and poured his whole body of holy energy into the fiery red air mass in front of him crazily. With the nourishment of the holy energy, the fiery red air mass suddenly swelled up, and a scorching breath that changed the color of the world leisurely swung away, and immediately the fiery red air mass squirmed and changed, turning into a ferocious monster covered in flames. As soon as you took shape, the monster rushed towards Yang Kai ferociously. Passing by along the road, it seemed that even the space was melted, and the sand and stone on the ground immediately turned into molten iron, which looked shocking. Moreover, this monster is not only covered with extremely high-temperature flames, but also has tiny black lightning swimming endlessly on its body, crackling and exploding endlessly. It looks extremely terrifying. Yang Kai was neither surprised nor afraid. A strange look appeared on his face. His brows were slightly wrinkled, as if he was thinking about something. But soon, he restrained his mind, and with a thought, a sharp bird song suddenly came out. Accompanied by the bird song, a strange-looking firebird suddenly rushed out of his body, spread its wings, and covered 10 people. A space of several feet. Artifact Firebird. After being released by Yang Kai, Qi Ling's eyes shone with excitement, staring at the monster rushing towards this direction, as if seeing some delicious feast. And at the moment when the Qi Ling appeared, the monstrous aura on the monster's body obviously stagnated for a moment, and the beast's pupils showed an anthropomorphic fear, as if it was very afraid of the Qi spirit, even rushing towards Yang Kai. Involuntarily slowed down a lot. The smug face of the old man in the soap robe immediately brightened up, as if someone had punched him hard in the face. He opened his mouth wide and stared at the firebird in astonishment. He never expected that Yang Kai could display a method similar to his. But worry and surprise are useless now. He doesn't believe that the means displayed by the other party can be compared with Qian Tianleihuo, who has practiced for most of his life, and he is full of confidence in his means. Just as he was in a daze, the weapon spirit firebird and the thunder fire entangled monster had already collided, and the two strange existences in the form of flames were entangled in an instant, and the sounds of beast roars and birdsong were endless, and it was extremely lively. The soap-robed old man secretly sweated. Although he felt that his methods were superior, it was impossible not to worry. Compared with it, Yang Kai seemed extremely indifferent. The artifact spirit firebird had swallowed up several things like the true sun fire. Although this Qianshan thunder fire didn't know what it was definitely not as good as the true sun fire. That's for sure. It should not be difficult for the weapon spirit firebird to deal with it. Taking advantage of this leisure, Yang Kai also took the time to investigate the situation in other battlefields. Needless to say, Kong Wendong and the young woman, both of them have the same level of cultivation, and on the premise that they didn't sacrifice the king-level secret treasure Xuanian, the two can be regarded as rivals in chess. They will meet good talents and they will fight fiercely and evenly. The same is true of the two Void Return 2-layer battlefields on the other side, and it will be hard to see who has the advantage for a while. On the battlefield of the Void Return 1st layer, the woman from Bingxin Valley had the upper hand. After all, her opponent was hit hard by a sneak attack by the leading young woman from Bingxin Valley. At this moment, she couldn't exert much combat power at all, so she could only grit her teeth in front of her opponent. Support, just struggling. It probably won't be long before the fall. As long as there is a winner here, the advantage will slowly fall to Bingxingu's side, and there is no suspense in winning. It didn't take much time to investigate these situations. Yang Kai just let out his spiritual sense to scan, and immediately understood the whole situation, and at this moment, a mournful beast roar suddenly came from there. Yang Kai raised his brows, looked over there, and saw the Qiling firebird suppressing the monster in an imposing manner, and Qiling saw the thunder and fire released from the monster's body as nothing, turning it into a ball of fire and wrapping it. Although they are both bodies of flames, there are differences between them. Yang Kai's artifact spirit has already been born with sanity, and has been nourished by the fire of the Earth's lungs for tens of thousands of years in the Earth's lung fire pool. It is not comparable to ordinary flames. After swallowing a few real sun fires, its power has greatly increased. Compared with the monster transformed by Qianshan Leihuo, it is not a heavyweight at all. So just after the fight, he was immediately at a disadvantage, and judging by the posture of the firebird's weapon spirit, it seemed that he wanted to swallow it together. This scene was imprinted in front of my eyes. The soap-robed old man was anxious and angry. The trump card he used with great strength unexpectedly did not have any effect. Why didn't he vomit blood? Constantly releasing divine thoughts, trying to control the monster transformed by Qianshan Leihuo to escape from the package of Keeling Huobert, but it was of no avail. Old man, look this way. Yang Kai suddenly grinned at him and yelled loudly. The soap-robed old man turned his head to look involuntarily, secretly wary of Yang Kai's movements, lest he take the opportunity to attack him. But once he looked at it, he couldn't look away anymore. In Yang Kai's left eye, a budding flower bone appeared leisurely, and after a slight sway, it strangely took root in the sea of AA consciousness of the soap-robed old man, and immediately, the flower spread out petal by petal. It seems that it is about to bloom its own beauty. But what horrified the old man in soap robe was that as the flower bloomed, his spiritual power was actually gathering towards it and being absorbed by it without being controlled at all. It seems that its blooming is based on the energy of one's own consciousness. In just a short moment of effort, nearly 1/10 of his spiritual power was consumed, and it was still being consumed at a terrifying speed. I am afraid that it would be completely dried up in less than a dozen breaths of effort. Once the sea of AA consciousness dries up, he will inevitably suffer mental trauma, and this kind of injury cannot be easily recovered. The old man in the soap robe turned pale with fright, and he didn't even bother to activate his Qianshan Leihuo. He quickly activated his spiritual power, wrapped it around the flower, and drowned it. Boom! A silent explosion occurred in the old man's sea of AA consciousness, and the entire sea of AA consciousness was on the verge of falling, rolling up huge waves. With a bang, the old man spat out a mouthful of blood mist, as if he had been seriously injured. Although he used his own consciousness to forcibly dispel Yang Kai's Lotus Birth secret technique, he still suffered heavy injuries inevitably. The so-called blessings are unparalleled, and misfortunes never come singly. The old man has just lifted his own crisis, but the Qianshan Leihuo that is not under his control has been completely swallowed by the Keeling Firebird. The firebird showed its original shape again, but the monster transformed by the sky thunder and fire was gone. But if you look carefully, you can find a dark lightning arc flickering energy in the belly of the weapon spirit firebird. Is walking non-stop. That is of course a thunderbolt. Puffa. Another mouthful of blood mist spewed out from the mouth of the soap-robed old man. Qianshan Leihuo was connected to his mind, but now it was swallowed by the firebird, and the connection was severed, and there would naturally be a backlash. The successive encounters made the soap-robed old man's aura extremely sluggish, and his face was as pale as paper. How about the high spirits of the previous Void Return 2-layer powerhouse? At this moment, he looked like an old man, as if he would collapse in the wind. One wrong move and a complete loss. The old man never thought that a mere void return one layer could push himself to such an extent. Before he could stabilize the tumbling Sheng Yuan in his body, a golden light had already struck in front of him. Yang Kai's golden bloodshot, taking advantage of his illness and killing him. Yang Kai has been wandering outside for so many years, and has experienced countless battles, big and small, so he naturally understands such a simple truth. To be continued, this text is provided by the Dawn Update group at We Sent. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Chapter 1449. The old man in the soap robe was at the end of his strength. Even if he knew that the golden blood thread was a fatal attack, he couldn't move and dodge it for a while, let alone resist it. There was a soft chirping sound, and the protection of the Saint Yuan that he had set up was like paper in front of the sharp golden bloodshot. It did not play any blocking role at all, it was penetrated directly. Not only that, even his head was also covered by the golden blood the bloodshot pierced through. The lips of the soap-robed old man twitched, and he stared at Yang Kai in astonishment, as if he wanted to say something, but he didn't have any strength, and the vitality in his eyes quickly dissipated. When Yang Kai retracted the golden blood thread, the old man's body crashed to the ground. From Yang Kai's attack on the opponent to the end of the battle, it was only half a cup of tea time. Such a battle has already divided the winner, and the final outcome is the fall of the stronger old man. The short time and the unexpected ending shocked everyone present. Yang Kai was also quite surprised. Although with his current methods, he was not afraid of a void return two-layer at all, and he was fully sure to kill him, but he did not display his full strength from the beginning to the end of this battle. Only the golden blood thread and the spirit fire bird were fighting against the enemy, and in the end they only used the lotus secret technique once. It's not that he wants to hide his clumsiness, but that he feels that there is no need to use too many means. For the opponent to fall so quickly, the killing firebird undoubtedly made great contributions. If it hadn't swallowed up the old man's sky and thunder and made it worse, he would not have won so easily. Although the other battlefields were fighting on their own, everyone was paying attention to the situation nearby. Naturally, the death of the old man did not escape everyone's observation. Seeing the death of the soap-robed old man, Yang Kai easily won. The bald man Kong Wendong couldn't help being shocked and angry, and his face was extremely ugly. Even the beautiful eyes of the leading young woman in Bingxin Valley showed a little fear. She thought that Yang Kai's strength was not high. Although she deliberately wooed him to help out, she didn't take it too seriously, and she didn't take the conditions of the previous negotiation seriously. How could she know that this young man was actually a fierce and powerful man character of? But generally speaking, the young woman was more overjoyed than surprised. After all, one person from Huo Yaozong died, so she could gain the upper hand in the battle. As soon as she thought of this, she immediately shouted at Yang Kai Jiao, "Little brother, hurry up and help my concubine sister." Okay, Yang Kai nodded casually, and then turned his attention to the Void Return one-layer warrior who had been severely injured by the surprise attack before. This person was already seriously injured, and he was so stretched by the woman in Bingxin Valley that he had no way to fight back, but he was struggling to hold on. Still don't know that your future is worrying. Under the shock of his mind, his strength was further compromised. Facing the fierce attack of the Bingxin Valley woman, he didn't know how to resolve it. Instead, he exposed his own flaws and wanted to escape. How could the woman in Bingxin Valley make her happy? Took the opportunity to drive the secret treasure to hit her, and hit her on the back until she vomited 3 liters of blood. The girl's eyebrows are picturesque, she looks extremely beautiful, but she also knows the truth of hitting a snake with a stick, so she immediately stepped forward to make up a blow, completely killing her opponent. After winning, he exchanged a glance with Yang Kai and joined the battle circle on the other side. The battle circle here is 2 Void Return 2-layer warriors, originally fighting evenly, but with Yang Kai and that 1-layer helper joining, the situation immediately becomes different. With 3 against 1, the female warrior of Huo Yaozong didn't even have a chance to escape. She persisted for less than 30 breaths, and was killed by the 2 women of Bingxin Valley on the spot. Yang Kai only played a role of containment, but it is also indispensable. The rapid change of the battle situation was beyond everyone's expectations. With Yang Kai as the breakthrough point, Bingxin Valley had the upper hand in the battle, and now there is only one Kong Wendong left among the Huo Yaozong 4 to deal with the young woman. Seeing that there was nothing to be done, a trace of resentment flashed in the depths of Kong Wendong's eyes, and he said viciously, "Baby maid, you will pay the price one day." Saying so, with a feint, he got out of the young woman's attack range. A ball of flames emerged from his body, burning around him, and flew towards the distance at an unimaginable speed. I don't know what secret technique is being used. The young woman didn't notice for a while, but she actually let him escape a few miles away, and her face paled in a hurry. She didn't want Kong Wendong to escape from Shungshan. If the other party called for some help, then the affairs here would be full of twists and turns, so she hurriedly shouted, "Stop him!" Hearing her shout, the other two women from Ice Heart Valley naturally chased after her, but Yang Kai frowned and stood there without moving. Whether Kong Wendong is dead or alive has nothing to do with him. Huo Yaozong doesn't know which star power it is. Even if he lets him run away, he will not be able to threaten him. After breaking the restriction of the hidden cave and searching for the good things inside, he can leave calmly. He is not in the mood to intervene in the grievances between Huo Yaozong and Bing Xinggu. Seeing that Yang Kai was still motionless and had no intention of helping, the young woman was anxious, rolled her eyes, and said, "Kong Wendong also has Qianshan Leihuo on his body, killing him will be of great benefit to your spiritual fire." Her thinking was really fast, and one sentence aroused Yang Kai's interest in making a move. Really? Yang Kai looked at her suspiciously. After all, Qianshan Leihuo looked very powerful. He thought that the old man in soap robe got some chance to cultivate it, but he didn't expect that even Kong Wendong had it. "How could this concubine deceive you? I can explain the specific reason to you later, but Kong Wendong definitely has thunder and fire." Seeing Yang Kai's excited expression, the young woman immediately knew that she had made the right bet, and quickly assured her. "If that's the case, then we can't let him run away." Yang Kai's eyes flashed, and his figure swayed, disappearing in place. When it reappeared, it was already miles away. The young woman's eyes shrank, and the fear in her eyes became much stronger. With her cultivation level, she didn't even see through what kind of miraculous movement technique Yang Kai had displayed. It's no wonder that the power of space mastered by Yang Kai is rarely practiced by anyone. Not only is it extremely rare, but it is also difficult to get started, unless you meet someone like Mo Xiaosheng, the elder of the Zontian Union, who wants to see through Yang Kai. Traces and identities are impossible. Only people like Mo Xiaosheng, who have cultivated the power of space like Yang Kai, can vaguely grasp some traces. Using the power of space slightly, Yang Kai can cross a long distance at an extremely fast speed. Although this method is not as good as tearing space, it is not trivial. The most important thing is to conceal, so that it will not expose his proficiency in space. The strength of the trump card. After all, tearing the space is too obvious. Kong Wendong's speed is not bad, but no matter how fast he is, he can't compare with Yang Kai who spans the space. In just a dozen breaths of time, Yang Kai had stopped in front of him, flicking his fingers repeatedly. One after another demon flames turned into birds, and greeted him. "Kid, get out!" Kong Wendong was so angry that he didn't dodge or dodge. The secret treasure in the shape of a big knife in his hand was poured into the holy yuan, buzzing, and slammed down towards Yang Kai. A gigantic sword light more than 10 feet long shot out from the secret treasure, showing the shape of a half moon, and the momentum was astonishing. The demonic flames were instantly scattered and flew in all directions. Faced with such a blow, Yang Kai did not dare to take it lightly. After all, the opponent is not weak, so without even thinking about it, he sacrificed his purple shield and turned it into a sandstorm, guarding the front. There was a loud noise, the wind and sand splashed in all directions, the sword light disappeared, and the sandstorm formed by the purple shield was also torn out a gap, almost exposing Yang Kai's figure. Void level top rank defensive secret treasure. Kong Wendong shrank his eyes and exclaimed. His eyesight was pretty good, and he could tell the grade of the purple shield right away. Heaven's evil is forgivable, self-inflicted, you can't live, Kong Wendong, this place today is your burial place. From a distance, a soft shout came out. It was the young woman from Bingxin Valley who came chasing Kong Wendong. Although her speed was slower than Yang Kai's, Kong Wendong didn't run far before being stopped by Yang Kai. Seeing this situation, the young woman was overjoyed, and she took out the Void King rank secret treasure Zhan Yin destroy the heart drum. Before the person arrived, the jade hand had already patted the drum lightly. The slight drumming sound came from all directions. It was extremely strange, although the sound was small, but hearing it in the ears, it made people's blood churn and made them extremely uncomfortable. And this is not over yet. The young woman's jade hands are constantly beating on the drum. The movements are slow, the expression is hard, it seems that she has paid a lot, and every time she slaps, the young woman's face becomes paler. However, the sound of the drum coming from the Xuanyan destroying heart drum became louder and louder, until it was deafening, as if it was ringing right next to the ear, and there was no way to guard against it. The sound of the drum not only engulfed Kong Wendong, but even Yang Kai was not spared. As the drums sounded, Yang Kai's eyes were gradually filled with bloodshot eyes, His face flushed, and the blood all over his body rushed to the top of his head. Realizing this, Yang Kai looked at the young woman coldly. Even after a distance of several hundred feet, this heart-piercing gaze caused the young woman's delicate body to tremble, and her movements involuntarily paused. The next moment, when she patted the drum again, Yang Kai's ears the drumbeat immediately weakened a lot, and had almost no effect on him. But Kong Wendong, who was standing in front of Yang Kai, was under a lot of pressure. The power of the King Void's secret treasure was unpredictable. Although the young woman was not fully refined, she could only exert half of her strength, but Kong Wendong was extremely difficult to resist. Unknowingly, fresh blood flowed out of his 7 orifices, his expression became incomparably ferocious, as if he was enduring great pain, even his burly body trembled violently. There was a young woman in Zhanyin trying to contain Kong Wendong. Yang Kai shot without hesitation, and the sky filled with golden threads shrouded Kong Wendong, and with a flick of his fingers, the blade of space was hidden in the magic flame, shooting towards him. At the same time, the Firebird, the artifact spirit that was chasing after him, also got Yang Kai's order, and rushed towards Kong Wendong. To be continued. This text is provided by the Breaking Dawn update group at A Diaresis CC. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to a unknown currency first A cent to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 14 50 Valley Medicine Garden. There is not much suspense about Kong Wendong's demise. Although his own cultivation level is not inferior to that young woman, but with one enemy the young woman calmly displayed the power of Xuanian to destroy the heart, and Yang Kai attacked from the side. Even if he is extremely capable, he will not be able to escape. After struggling for a stick of incense for a while, the 4 of them teamed up to beat him to death. The young woman in Bingxin Valley is right, but Kong Wendong has something like the dry sky thunder fire in his body. His dry sky thunder fire is exactly the same as that owned by the old man in the soap robe. Extremely weird. After Kong Wendong's death, the Qianshan Leihuo was naturally swallowed by the Keeling Firebird. After the battle, it is natural to share the spoils. The space rings in the hands of the 4 enemies cannot be let go. Yang Kai unceremoniously took Kong Wendong's space rings into his own. As for the remaining 3, the 3 daughters of Bingxin Valley dealt with. Regarding this, although the young woman looked a little bit critical, she didn't say much. After all, if Yang Kai hadn't made a move this time, not only would they have nothing to gain, but they might even be in danger of their lives. At the very least, that the women with the lowest strength are in a very dangerous situation. The artifact spirit Firebird hovered above Yang Kai's head, chirping cheerfully, as if it was in a good mood after devouring 2 heavenly lightning fires. When looking at the Qi Ling Huo now, the young woman's beautiful eyes showed a little fear. She couldn't observe much of Yang Kai's ability, but the tyrannical spiritual energy fluctuations emanating from the Qi Ling Huo now's body were obvious of. This is a weapon spirit that can fight against the Void Return 3rd layer powerhouse. The young woman secretly judged in her heart. Little brother, I would like to thank you very much. If you hadn't acted righteously, I'm afraid it would be difficult for my sisters to kill this Huo Yaozong thief. A bright smile appeared on the young woman's face, and she thanked her. Yang Kai smiled, and said lightly, Madam is serious, it's just that everyone takes what they need, not to mention, they were the ones who attacked me first. Quote, although the young woman shrouded herself in it when she used Zhanyin to destroy her heart just now, whether it was intentional or unintentional, Yang Kai didn't intend to tear her face with them here. However, the necessary deterrence and awakening are still needed, otherwise it will be a troublesome thing for people to cross the river and demolish the bridge. The Xuanian destroying heart drum is very powerful, and it is very troublesome to deal with. If it is not necessary, Yang Kai does not want to fight with the 3 of Bingxin Valley. What conflict? He just wants to quickly enter the interior of the Emperor Garden. So he never took Qi Ling back, just wanted Qi Ling to put pressure on the other party, so that the young woman's words would not be worthless. By the way, Madam hasn't explained to me yet, why both of the Huo Yaozong's people have cultivated such a secret technique as Qianshan Leihuo. Yang Kai asked suspiciously. Hee, so the little brother is wondering about this question. The young woman smiled, but she didn't mean to hide it, and said, actually, there are many people who practice this kind of secret technique in the Fire Brilliance sect, and it's not just the 2 of them. Well, as long as the martial artist with a little higher strength can practice this kind of secret technique, but the power is not easy to judge. Oh, how did they do it? Yang Kai was very interested. The dry sky thunder fire is very beneficial to the tool spirit. Unfortunately, among the 4 members of the Huo Yaozong here, only Kong Wendong and the old man in the soap robe have the dry sky thunder fire. The remaining two people didn't have any. Now hearing what the young woman said, they were naturally taken aback. It's very simple. There is a dry sky thunder flame in the fire brilliance sect, which can be regarded as the foundation of their sect. Relying on this dry sky thunder flame, coupled with secret techniques, the high-level warriors of the fire brilliance sect can cultivate the dry sky thunder fire. There are many wonderful uses when fighting against the enemy. The young woman explained softly, and then asked a question as if casually. Little brother asks this, it seems that he is not from Xilan Star. Well, I'm not from Shalangsing. Yang Kai didn't deny it, but he didn't mean to introduce his origin, and nodded slightly, so that's the case, Qianshan Leiyan. Although it is only one word away from Qianshan Leihuo, it is the foundation of Hoa Yaozong after all, and it is also the foundation for Kong Wendong and others to cultivate Qianshan Leihuo. If Qi Ling can swallow that Qianshan Leihuo, then what kind of benefits should it get? Of course, this idea just flashed in Yang Kai's mind. Leaving aside the unknown location of Qilan Star in the star field, it is impossible for Yang Kai to run over for no reason. Even the Huo Yaozong cannot break in alone. Judging from Kong Wendong's cultivation base, this sect it is very likely that there will be a Void King level powerhouse in charge. Forget it, let's not talk about this. Yang Kai grinned again. Ma'am, shouldn't we go and see the hidden cave now? There may be a lot of good things in it. Hee, it should be. The corners of the young woman's mouth twitched slightly. Although she was full of reluctance, she couldn't go back on the agreement she had reached with Yang Kai. She didn't put Yang Kai's strength in her eyes before, and felt that after the event was completed, the distribution of benefits was up to her, but after going through such a battle, she realized that her thoughts were a bit wishful thinking. The other party is not a character that I can flatten and round at will, and he obviously has some vigilance towards himself, otherwise the Firebird would not have been hovering over his head. Thinking of this, the young woman sighed slightly, not wanting to make any more troubles, so she flew towards the valley first. The other two girls followed closely. After a short while, a group of 4 came to the valley's restriction again. The restriction still remained the same as before, and the light curtain flashed from time to time, which was obviously the trace left after being attacked, but it was still a long way from being broken. Little brother, is he proficient in formation? The young woman in Bingxin Valley turned her head and looked at Yang Kai and asked. I don't understand. Yang Kai shook his head resolutely. If it was Yang Yan who was here, it would probably take less than a dozen breaths of effort to break such a restriction, but he has no Yang Yan ability. The young woman couldn't help laughing. Then there is no other way. The sisters who are concubines have never studied formations, so if they want to break the formations, they can only force it. Saying so, he first took out a long sword that was crystal clear like ice jade, poured holy yuan into it, condensed the sword light and slashed at the restriction, and the other 2 Bingxin Valley women followed suit. Of course Yang Kai wouldn't be idle, but he didn't use the secret treasure, not because he didn't want to, but because his attack secret treasure was only the dragon bone sword Dikyui, so he couldn't easily show it to others. He could only use his own magic flame to condense one attack after another, and hit the restriction. It seemed that the momentum was not weak, especially the alternating changes of cold and heat of the magic flame, which caused unimaginable damage to the restriction. So his attack power is not weaker than the other 3 women. For a while, there were only 4 people in front of the valley attacking the band together, and the rumble was endless. No matter how strong the restrictions are, they can't withstand such indiscriminate bombing. What's more, these restrictions are not known to be left over tens of thousands of years ago. Even though they were solid in their heyday, their power has been greatly reduced after so many years. Even so, the 4 of them teamed up and stormed for half a day before they completely broke the restriction blocking the front. During this period, the 3 girls of Bingxin Valley were visibly apprehensive, for fear that any strong enemy would come here again. After the restriction was broken, they couldn't help but look delighted. After looking at each other, the young woman led them and rushed inward quickly. Yang Kai used his spiritual sense to investigate, and after confirming that there was not much danger inside, he also followed. This is a gourd-shaped valley with a narrow entrance but an extremely spacious interior. Passing through the mountain path that was more than 10 miles long, the scene that was imprinted in everyone's eyes made everyone stunned, and they all froze in place. In front of that, there are several medicine fields. In the medicine fields, many exotic flowers and herbs are planted. Even after countless years, no one takes care of them, but these spiritual herbs are still alive and well. At a glance, there are at least 1,000 or so plants. The whole valley is filled with the aroma of various medicines. This is actually a hidden medicine garden. Yang Kai couldn't help showing joy and excitement, and the performance of the three women in Bingxin Valley was not much better. Each of them was short of breath, and there was a strange brilliance in their beautiful eyes. After all, no one has set foot here for at least tens of thousands of years, that is to say, no matter how low grade the medicinal materials here are, they are still tens of thousands of years old. With such a high age limit, no matter how common medicinal materials are, they are also priceless. No wonder they are so excited. The harvest in front of them alone made their trip worthwhile. However, the leading young woman was not dazzled by the temptation in front of her, but turned her head to look at Yang Kai and asked, "Look, little brother. Well, let's collect it first, and when the collection is over, everyone will distribute it." Yang Kai grinned, very free and easy. "That's great." The young woman nodded slightly, exchanged glances with the other two women, and immediately dispersed to start collecting medicinal materials. Although there are a lot of things to think about when collecting medicinal materials, and some precious medicinal materials may be greatly reduced by negligence when collecting them, but everyone is a void returning realm warrior after all, so they are naturally very experienced in this area, and there is no need to Yang Kai went to remind me more. As for stuffing one's own pockets, it probably won't happen. Yang Kai's divine sense is released from the body without any scruples. Even if the three girls have such thoughts, they probably won't be ashamed to do it. They are collecting medicinal materials. Yang Kai naturally will not be idle. One by one medicinal field, one by one, the medicinal materials are collected carefully. No matter the method or the speed is much faster than the three women. As an alchemist, he was already familiar with these things. The more he collected Yang Kai, the more excited he was, because in this hidden medicine garden, he not only saw many extinct spiritual herbs and wonderful medicines but also many things that he couldn't recognize. These medicinal materials are undoubtedly of great value. There are good and bad grades, ranging from the Holy King grade to the Virtual King grade, but no matter how low the grade is, it cannot stand the age of the medicine. Even the lowest grade of the Holy King grade medicinal materials can make excellent pills, medicine. Yang Kai is extremely happy. Now his level of alchemy has been promoted to the level of void level high-grade alchemist in the last retreat. If he wants to go further, he can only do a lot of alchemy. It is best to practice with Void King level materials. To be continued. This text is provided by the Breaking Dawn update group at We Ascent. I knew it was like this, like a dream. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for recommendations, monthly tickets, your support, that's my biggest motivation. Chapter 1451 Hidden Cave. One day, if Yang Kai can successfully refine the Void King grade pill, it means that his alchemy level has reached a peak, the peak of the star field. He does have some king level medicinal materials, which were collected when he first set foot in the star territory and fell into trouble on the hanging continent. These years, he has not refined them because of his insufficient level of alchemy. But no one would dislike this kind of thing, naturally the more the better. Especially for a high-grade alchemist of the Zhuang class who wants to be promoted to the Zhuang class, it must be very difficult, and the medicinal materials will definitely be consumed by then. Thinking of this, Yang Kai worked harder to collect. Time flies, although there are several medicine fields in this valley, and at least 1,000 spiritual herbs have been planted, but the four of them work together, and the collection is quite fast. Half a day later, Yang Kai straightened up and looked around. After looking around, I found that the medicinal materials in the medicinal field here have almost been picked, only the last little bit is left, and the three daughters of Bingxin Valley are busy there. With a slight smile, Yang Kai also meant to intervene, but stood still and waited. Being bored, Yang Kai looked around the valley. This place should be a hidden cave left over tens of thousands of years ago. Since it is a hidden cave, there should be traces of people living there. It's just that when everyone flocked in just now, was attracted by the spiritual herb in front of him, and didn't have time to investigate carefully for a while. But now Yang Kai looked around, but he didn't find any place to live here, not even a house. Could it be that Yang Kai showed a pensive look on his face, and looked towards the mountain wall on the side. After careful observation, he really made some discoveries. After a while, he flickered and came to the front of a smooth mountain wall. He stretched out his hand and patted on the mountain wall. There was nothing abnormal, but Yang Kai is not a kid who just debuted. How could he be deceived by this trick? Constantly tapped the mountain wall with his fingers, listening to the voices from inside, and at the same time sent out his divine sense to probe inside. After a while, Yang Kai's expression brightened, and he slapped a certain part of the mountain wall without hesitation. He didn't use Shengyuan in that palm, but when his palm hit that position, there was a rumbling sound from inside the mountain wall, and immediately, a hole appeared in the smooth mountain wall, revealing a black aisle. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and walked in without hesitation. The corridor inside the mountain wall is not very spacious, it is only about 3 feet long, barely enough for 2 people to walk side by side, but it seems very deep and secluded. Yang Kai walked a full mile or two, and only then did some faint light come out from the front. Seeing this scene, Yang Kai's expression straightened, and his pace accelerated a lot. After a while, he came to a stone room. The stone room was not too big, with a radius of only 20 or 30 feet. The interior layout was also very simple. A table, a chair, and a bed were all made of stone. Nothing else. But when Yang Kai arrived here, his eyes were instantly attracted by a certain position. Over there is a pill stove about half a person's height standing quietly on the ground. This pill stove looks extremely simple, and a desolate atmosphere permeates from the inside. It is obviously something that has passed the age, and looking at its texture, obviously the grade is not low, it should be a king-level alchemy furnace without a doubt. And beside this alchemy furnace, there is a dead bone, which is sitting cross-legged. Judging from the posture of this dead bone before death, it seems that it is pouring holy essence into the alchemy furnace. Before this person died, he was still making alchemy. Yang Kai guessed the truth of the matter in an instant, and then thought of the many spiritual herbs planted in the valley outside. The identity of this person is ready to be revealed. Alchemist. Only an alchemist would plant so many herbs in his cave, and judging from his posture before death, this person must be a person obsessed with alchemy, otherwise he would not still be refining alchemy before his death medicine. I just don't know if it worked. Thinking like this, Yang Kai curiously let out his divine sense, and swept into the alchemy furnace, and after sweeping, he suddenly found that there was a pill inside the alchemy furnace. This man actually succeeded. Yang Kai felt a sense of admiration spontaneously. Although I don't know whether the master of the cave died because of the exhaustion of alchemy, or because he wanted to fulfill his wish and refine some pills before he died, but this kind of spirit made Yang Kai feel inferior. His alchemy has always been for cultivation, and no matter whether this person was good or evil, male or female, he undoubtedly regarded alchemy as something more important than life. That's why the scene in front of him appeared. Just as he was sighing with emotion, there was a slight sound of footsteps outside. Yang Kai frowned. Without thinking, he immediately reached into the pill furnace, took out the pill, and threw it directly into a jade bottle inside, put it into the space ring. The whole process was so smooth, Yang Kai didn't even have time to take a look at what grade the pill was. After he finished all this, a beautiful figure appeared behind him. "Little brother, is this the cave of the owner of this place?" The young woman from Bingxin Valley came to this place, and immediately asked in a surprised voice with a casual glance. "It should be." Yang Kai nodded slightly, his expression calm. "Hey, there is an alchemy furnace. So, this person was actually an alchemist in his life." The young woman looked overjoyed, and hurried to Yang Kai's side, looked carefully, and found that there was no sign of being passive around her. A pair of beautiful eyes immediately attracted by the space ring on the skeleton's hand, there was a look of excitement on his face. "Madam, please." Yang Kai watched her words and expressions, how could he not know what she was thinking? With a free and easy smile, he reached out his hand to signal. A look of embarrassment appeared on the young woman's face, but she didn't shirk it. She nodded and said, "In that case, the concubine will not be polite." Saying so, he secretly encouraged Sheng Yuan to protect his body, and stretched out his hand to grab the space ring. Unexpectedly, without touching any danger, she smoothly grasped the space ring in her hand, swept her divine sense inward, and immediately beamed with joy. After a while, she reluctantly tossed the space ring to Yang Kai, saying, "Little brother, take a look too." Yang Kai took it, and also released his divine sense to sweep it in. After retracting his divine sense, he looked at the young woman for a while and said, "The things inside are divided equally. Madam, do you have any objections?" "Hee, since it was agreed in advance, I naturally have no objection." The young woman forced a smile. "Well, since that's the case, let's divide the contents here first." Yang Kai said this, and took out the contents of the space ring without any politeness. There are a lot of holy crystals, about tens of millions, all of which are top-grade goods. Such a net worth is naturally a shocking wealth for ordinary warriors, but considering the identity of the ring owner, it is not a big deal. After all, alchemists have always been rich. Sheng Jing is very easy to allocate. Yang Kai and the young woman add 2 to 5, and they are quickly allocated. But the next thing is the highlight, because apart from the holy crystal, there are various jade bottles in the ring, large and small, there are hundreds of them. Yang Kai took out the jade bottles one by one and placed them in front of him. During the whole process, the young woman stared at her beautifully without blinking, as if she was afraid that Yongkai would do anything. What's in the jade bottle? The two of them don't need to think about it. Since the owner of this place was an alchemist in his lifetime, the jade bottle must contain panacea. So when hundreds of jade bottles were placed in front of her, the young woman's breathing became obviously a lot faster. Yongkai smiled slightly and said, "Ma'am, although these bottles must contain pills, but after such a long time, it is not known how useful these pills are, and they may all be scrapped, so it is better not to use them. There is so much to look forward to. Eh?" Hearing what Yongkai said, the excitement on the young woman's face immediately subsided a lot. She nodded slightly and said, "What the little brother said is true, let's check first." "Madam, please first." Yongkai stretched out his hand to signal. After the young woman nodded, she reached out to pick up a jade bottle in front of her, uncovered the bottle cap, and poured out 7 or 8 pills from it, but when these pills came into view, the young woman couldn't help showing disappointment look. Because these 7 or 8 pills have all turned into mud balls, not only has no fragrance at all, but also has no internal medicinal effect. Sure enough, all these pills have been scrapped. Bad luck. The young woman laughed at herself, looking up at Yongkai with beautiful eyes. Yongkai casually grabbed a jade bottle, opened the bottle cap, and poured out 7 or 8 pills from it, but as soon as these 7 or 8 pills appeared, the two people's eyes lit up. Because one of the elixirs exudes a tangy aroma and is fiery red in color, and the elixirs have lines like the meridians of the human body. Dan pattern. Only pills with pill veins can be stored for a long time without losing their efficacy. For panacea pills without pill veins, even if they are stored properly, their efficacy will fade with time. Although only one of the 7 or 8 pills was available, it was a good start after all, and the grade of the pill was obviously not low, so the young woman couldn't recognize what kind of pill it was. It's actually Da Zhengyuan pill. Yongkai also raised his brows, showing a look of surprise. What? The young woman's face changed slightly. Little brother, you are right, this is Da Zhengyuan pill. She had obviously heard the name of this elixir. Well, I won't admit it wrong, because I am also an alchemist myself, and I know more about pills than ordinary people. This is indeed Da Zhengyuan pill. Yongkai explained casually. The young woman looked Yongkai up and down, and said in astonishment, "I am clumsy, but I didn't recognize that the little brother is actually an alchemist. I have offended many things before, please don't blame the little brother." After learning that Yongkai is an alchemist, the young woman's attitude towards Yongkai has obviously changed. After all, the status of an alchemist is much higher than that of ordinary warriors. Hee, madam is serious, alchemy is just out of interest, not proficient, just dabbled in. Yongkai said modestly, to be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to M to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Mobile phone users please go to M to read. Closing parenthesis. Chapter 1452 Assignment. The young woman in Yuan Bingxin Valley didn't intend to discuss this matter anymore. After all, even if Yongkai was an alchemist, he wasn't from Shilon Star. Hezheng yuaned and said, "According to what the little brother said, then this pill is Shu Wang middle grade pill. If you take it for cultivation, 1 day can be worth 2 days of hard work by others. 3 days, after all, this elixir has elixir patterns, and its efficacy is better than the general Da Zhengyuan elixir." The young woman's eyes lit up, full of surprises. This kind of elixir that can increase the speed of cultivation is extremely rare. The reputation of Da Zhengyuan elixir is widely spread in the star field, but very few people can get it. One such elixir can last for the longest time after taking it. At least half a year or so. Half a year of retreat is equal to the results of 1 or 2 years of hard work by others, which is not insignificant to her temptation. Unfortunately, only one pill in this bottle is useful, and the others are the same as the previous bottle. Same, all scrapped. When she was thinking about it, Yongkai had already put the Da Zhengyuan pill aside. Look at the rest. With a good start, the young woman's mood immediately became much higher, and she picked up another jade bottle and poured out the elixir in the bottle. Nearly 100 bottles of elixir. It didn't take much effort to check it. Only half an hour before and after, Yongkai and the young woman had already removed all the useful elixir, and the other scrapped ones were thrown aside. Da Zhengyuan pill, Rising Dragon pill, Zusheng pill, Soul Cultivating pill, Ningbi pill. The elixirs here are of different grades, covering a variety of uses: healing, cultivation, breaking through bottlenecks, increasing strength, dazzling, and all the elixirs that have not been scrapped are all the existence of giving birth to elixirs. And judging from the grades of these pills, the owner of this place was definitely a Void King level alchemist in his lifetime, and he was also a Void King level top grade alchemist. Alchemists of this level, looking at the current star field, are probably rare. Yang Kai doesn't know if there is any alchemist who has achieved such a high achievement in this era. Moreover, this person's alchemy skills are definitely second to none, because almost every bottle of elixir contains pill patterns, and some bottles even have more than one, and the most reached 3. It's a pity that he didn't see the panacea that gave birth to Pill Cloud, which made Yang Kai sigh with regret. After all, the pill pattern is extremely rare, and the pill cloud above the pill pattern is even more heaven-defying. Even with the master's skills and attainments, I am afraid that there is no guarantee that the pill he refined can produce a pill cloud. Ma'am, there are a total of 135 spirit pills here, each of which has different value, but if you trust me, I can distribute them. Yang Kai looked at the young woman in Bingxin Valley and said, "Little brother, it's serious. Since you are an alchemist, you should naturally do the distribution." "I have no objection." The young woman seemed very generous. When the medicine was taken out, Yang Kai would tell her what kind of pill it was and what its use was. Although there were many pills in front of her, the young woman had already estimated the value of each pill, naturally not afraid of Yang Kai secretly doing anything. Seeing what she said, Yang Kai nodded slightly, and began to distribute the spirit pills without hesitation. 135 grains, although the number is not equal, but if divided according to value, it can basically be divided equally. But when Yang Kai divided the pill in front of him into 2 parts, the young woman looked at him in surprise and said suspiciously, "Little brother, did you make a mistake? The pill on my side is obviously more. And the value is slightly higher, you." Yang Kai grinned. "That's right, ma'am, have you forgotten that there are other things besides pills here?" "Other things?" The young woman turned her head and glanced, and the next moment she understood what Yang Kai was referring to. That king-level alchemy furnace. When Yang Kai distributed it, he obviously included the value of the Void King grade alchemy furnace, so the 2 spirit pills seemed a little unequal. "Well, ma'am, I've made the choice first." Yang Kai smiled slightly. "If madam chooses more spirit pills, then this alchemy furnace will belong to me, otherwise the alchemy furnace will belong to you." The young woman couldn't help showing a hesitant look. Her eyesight is not bad, so she can recognize the grade of the alchemy furnace immediately, but Yang Kai's doing so seems to be extremely fair. It depends on how she chooses. If she wants more spirit pills, she will definitely give up that alchemy furnace. If you want alchemy furnace, you have to give up some panacea. With 2 choices in front of her, the young woman was naturally in a dilemma. But soon, as if she had made up her mind, she pursed her lips and said with a smile, "The concubine needs more panacea. Since my little brother is an alchemist, this alchemy furnace must be very useful to you. It's not good to steal people's favor, eh?" Saying so, he put away the more elixir in front of him. Yang Kai didn't say much, and also put away his own things. In fact, to him, it doesn't matter what the young woman chooses. Although the king-level alchemy furnace is useful to him, it is not a must. However, for the young woman, it is undoubtedly good to have more spirit pills. If she takes the alchemy furnace back, she can only hand it over to the sector, give it to other alchemists, which is far less realistic than the benefits she gets. She will make such a choice, and there are traces to follow. The 2 of them just finished distributing the elixir, and the other 2 Bingxin Valley women also came in one by one. The young woman will tell about the harvest here, and the beautiful eyes of the 2 women are full of excitement. Excited. The spiritual grasses and miraculous medicines outside have been picked, and the next thing to do is to distribute the medicinal materials. The 4 of them counted nearly 1,000 medicinal herbs with an age of tens of thousands of years together, and it took half a day to distribute them. But no matter who it is, all faces are full of joy, even Yang Kai. With so many medicinal materials as a base, if he wants to make alchemy in the future, he is not afraid that he will not have the materials to practice his hands, and it is only a matter of time before he can be promoted to the Void King level alchemist. After a lot of tossing, it's over here. "Little brother, there should be nothing here. Do you want to go out with my concubine sisters?" The young woman looked at Yang Kai and asked. Yang Kai pondered for a while, then slowly shook his head and said, "Let's go first, I still have something to do." Oh, the young woman was surprised. With a puzzled look, she didn't know why Yang Kai stayed. She was puzzled, her spiritual sense swept around, and she didn't even let go of the skeleton sitting cross-legged on the ground. She thought that Yang Kai had found some benefits here, and wanted to occupy it alone after they left, but under the prying eyes of spiritual mind, it was clear that there was nothing else in this place. How could Yang Kai not be clear about her thoughts, glanced at her, and explained lightly, I just want to bury this skeleton. The young woman looked embarrassed. I am an alchemist, and he is also an alchemist, so he is my senior. I got his alchemy furnace, so I should do something for him out of emotion and reason. Quote, so that's the case, hee. Since that's the case, the sisters who are concubines will leave first. The young woman felt a little uncomfortable on her face, feeling that she was being cautious about the heart of a gentleman, so she hurriedly said haha, and said goodbye to the other two women. Go. Of course Yang Kai won't keep anything, don't look at him and the three of them working together here, but after all, we met by chance, and this young woman has a lot of scheming, it seems that she was trying to attack him before. It doesn't matter if they cooperate, Yang Kai has no interest in making friends with such a person. A moment later, outside the valley, the three girls of Bingxin Valley flew out quickly. The other two girls were in a happy mood, but the leading young woman's complexion was cloudy, as if she was upset about something, and she sighed deeply after a long time. What's wrong, senior sister? The woman at the first level of Void Return asked suspiciously. It's nothing, I just think that young man is a bit weird. The young woman shook her head slowly. Just now in that stone room, the place is small, there are 3 people on his side, it is undoubtedly a very suitable place for sneak attack. The young woman also had such an idea in her heart, she wanted to unite her 2 junior sisters and subdue Yang Kai there. After all, there are so many panaceas with pill patterns, and so many medicinal materials that are tens of thousands of years old, no one is willing to be divided by others. But when such a thought flashed through her mind, there was a sense of horror in her heart at the same time. It was a warning sign, as if she really cooperated with her junior sister to make a move, then she must be the one who suffered. It was this sense of horror that made the young woman not choose to make a move in the end. Thinking about it now, I don't know if the decision was right or wrong. But no matter what, the young woman must feel a little uncomfortable when half of the benefits were taken away by a person who only had the first level of returning to the void. Regret now is useless, the young woman can only suppress the faint unwillingness deep in her heart, trying not to think about it. At the same time, Yang Kai sighed leisurely in the stone room in the valley. He did not lie to the people of Bingxin Valley, he stayed to find a burial place for this alchemy master. After all, this person was a top-notch king-level alchemist, and he was still in alchemy at the moment of death. Yang Kai, as a member of the alchemy master, respects him in awe. After receiving the Void King grade alchemy furnace, Yang Kai flicked it casually, and a stream of pure Saint Yuan came out, wrapped the skeleton and then swept it away lightly. Let him sleep forever under the medicine field, Yang Kai secretly made up his mind. This place of burial should be what this senior hoped for. After a while, Yang Kai came to the medicine field, flicked his fingers repeatedly, shot out one after another Saint Yuan, and made a pothole with a radius of several feet on the ground, and immediately moved the skeleton carefully into the pothole. There were no mistakes in the whole process, what the owner of the skeleton looked like before death, and what it looked like when it was put in. But when Yang Kai withdrew the Saint Yuan that wrapped the skeleton, without the protection of the Saint Yuan, the clothes of the skeleton suddenly turned into dust and drifted away with the wind. To be continued. This text is provided by the Breaking Dawn Update group at A Diaresis CC. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to a unknown currency first A cent to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1453 Snow Moon 3 Young Masters. After all, he was a person who had died tens of thousands of years ago, and the clothes he was wearing could not see the wind at all. Not only that, but also the skeleton. With a crash, the whole skeleton collapsed, and every single bone was turned into fly ash. Yang Kai frowned, and Saint Yuan came out through his body, wrapping the pothole on the ground to prevent the strong wind from raging in. It's fine for the clothes to be turned into powder and blown away, but the same thing cannot happen to this skeleton. If this is the case, then this senior will die without a place to bury him. How miserable it would be. Sheng Yuan shot out one after another, and Yang Kai took the nearby soil and filled the hole. Yudi raised his brows and stared blankly at a certain place in the pit. A trace of suspicion flashed across his face, and after a long while, his golden bloodshot shot out and shot forward. After the golden blood thread was withdrawn, Yang Kai had a bone in his hand. This should be a thumb bone, but it didn't shatter in the wind like other parts of the bone, but it was still intact. Although there was no energy fluctuation overflowing inside, when Yang Kai carefully looked at the phalanx, but he couldn't help showing surprise on his face, and said in surprise, "This is." There are many complicated lines and runes covering the phalanx, as if there are some secrets hidden inside. Slightly pouring the Saint Yuan into it, There was not much reaction. Yang Kai showed a puzzled look, not knowing what is the mystery of this phalanx. Without exploring carefully, Yang Kai put it away carefully and continued to fill the hole with soil. A moment later, a tomb rose from the ground, and Yang Kai didn't have any intention of worshipping it, so after taking a look, he quickly left the valley. There is only so much I can do for that senior, but the phalanx can be studied carefully. I believe that the senior must have sealed something in his phalanx, so it has been preserved for tens of thousands of years. Speeding all the way, Yang Kai looked for the direction and rushed towards the Emperor Garden. Passing along the road, the wind was calm and there was no unexpected situation. For Yang Kai, although the previous trip to the valley wasted a little time, compared with the huge harvest, it was still acceptable. But he also made up his mind, even if there was anything else, he didn't plan to get involved anymore, he just wanted to get into the Emperor Garden as soon as possible. But I don't know what's going on. The closer he is to the Emperor Garden, the more Yang Kai can smell the wind and rain, and many warriors are ambushing the periphery of the Emperor Garden, trying to attack the people who go deep inside or come out from the inside. Shot. And as time went by, Yang Kai could even see many warriors fighting in groups, fighting extremely fiercely. There were also people who wanted to stop him, but were easily thrown away by Yang Kai. Thinking about it carefully, Yang Kai immediately understood what was going on. According to Min Sha from the Cyanwood Star, D1 was full of internal crises, and they had to escape because of heavy losses, looking for opportunities outside. Those warriors who were ambushing outside the Emperor Garden obviously also knew the situation inside the Emperor Garden, so they wanted to sit on the sidelines and rob the nearby warriors. In this way, not only can you get some gains easily, but you don't need to take risks. Why not do it? That's why the situation around the Emperor Garden is treacherous, and murderous intentions are everywhere. It took Yang Kai a lot of effort to break through the ambush circle of those people. 3 days later, Yang Kai stood on a soil slope, looking at the magnificent and majestic palace in front of him. Emperor Garden. He finally saw the magic of the Emperor Garden with his own eyes. This other courtyard of the Starry Sky Emperor was actually suspended in the midair. Looking around, he couldn't see where the end was, as if it occupied a radius of tens of thousands of miles. The last time he was inside the Emperor Garden, it was far less profound than this time. Even if he was thousands of miles away from the Emperor Garden, Yang Kai could still feel the ancient desolate aura coming from there, and that aura permeated all around, making people feel as if they were in the ancient wilderness without any security at all. Where is the entrance? Yang Kai frowned, but soon, he locked a position. Over there, colorful rays of light bloomed, violent energy fluctuations one after another, and many small black spots were flying up and down in midair. Apparently quite a few people were fighting. The closer you get to the Emperor Garden, the more chaotic it becomes. The opening of the Emperor Garden faces the entire star field. Now that the martial artists of the major cultivation stars meet together, there are naturally many frictions and battles. And if Yang Kai's guess is correct, then the location of the most intense battle should be the location of the entrance to the Emperor's Garden. As soon as he thought of this, he didn't hesitate, and flew over there in a flash. After half a stick of incense, Yang Kai has gradually approached the battlefield. Observing the melee here at close range is even more shocking. There are at least hundreds of warriors participating in the battle, most of them are void return mirrors. There is a Saint King realm here, which is also the cultivation base of the Saint King third layer, and he was led here by his elders. These people wear different clothes and have different levels of cultivation, but they are all fighting bloody battles. Some want to fight a bloody way and rush into the Emperor Garden, some want to leave this place, and some are just afraid that the world will not be chaotic. Deceit, random shot. There were screams from time to time, blood spattered, and corpses fell from midair downward. It is obviously impossible to pass safely in such a chaotic place. Yang Kai's face was gloomy to the extreme. Although he is strong and capable of defeating the Void Return third layer, he is not sure that he can pass through such a chaotic place safely. If he is not careful, he will be involved in the vortex of the battle. I can't help myself. And looking up, Yang Kai's face was happy again. As expected, the entrance of the Emperor Garden is indeed not far from here. There is a gate as high as tens of feet in the huge and magnificent palace. Then, a light shone inside the gate, making it impossible to see what was inside, but there was a sense of mystery, which aroused the desire of warriors to enter this gate. Just when Yang Kai was hesitating whether to rely on his speed to forcibly rush over, he suddenly seemed to have a sense, and turned his head to look in one direction. Over there, a bright blue rainbow is rapidly approaching. Although it has not come close, the coercion like a stormy wave is rushing towards this side. Every martial artist who was fighting looked shocked, stopped and looked sideways. After a while, Qinghong arrived at the edge of the chaotic battlefield, and the light dissipated, revealing 6 or 7 figures hidden inside. After realizing the cultivation of these 6 or 7 people, all the people present changed their expressions. These people include men and women, old and young, but only one of them is at the 2nd layer void returning realm, and the others are all at the 3rd layer void returning realm. Such a powerful lineup, although I dare not say that it can sweep everyone in front of us, it is not something these stragglers can resist. These people are clearly the elite of a certain big force. And after seeing the clothes those people were wearing, someone even exclaimed, Hengluo Chamber of Commerce. Hearing the voice, everyone showed fear. The Hengluo Chamber of Commerce is also a well-known existence in the entire star field. It is one of the few superpowers and controls the existence of several cultivation stars. There are as many as a dozen of Void King realm powerhouses alone. There are even more rumors that President Io, the helm of the Hengluo Chamber of Commerce, has reached the peak of the Void King's 2nd layer realm, and is only one step away from being promoted to the Void King's 3rd layer realm. That is the existence that makes the entire star field look up. So when they saw that they were members of the Hengluo Chamber of Commerce, all those warriors became extremely honest and did not dare to make the slightest mistake. But Yang Kai's expression was shocked. Looking at one of the group of people, his heart beat wildly. That person's face is like a crown of jade, his lips are like vermilion, his body is long, and his skin is too fair. It is not an exaggeration to describe it as bullying Saishui. There is a faint and modest smile on his face, which makes people involuntarily give birth to a smile. A sense of intimacy. His cultivation is at the 2nd level of void return, and his strength is the lowest among that group of people, but he is like the most dazzling star, surrounded by other strong men like stars, attracting everyone's attention. Those void return 3rd layer realm powerhouses suddenly paled in front of him. Any woman would fall in love with him, not only because of his outstanding appearance, but also because of his temperament, like a bright light, attracting moths to him. Shuiyu. In the star field, the famous Hengluo Chamber of Commerce, Shuiyu Sanshao. Yang Kai never thought that he could not meet Su Yan here, but he had a narrow road with his enemy and would meet here. What a coincidence. Yang Kai came here late after being outside for 10 days after the opening of the Emperor Garden. Why did Shuiyu not arrive at the Emperor Garden until now? Yang Kai didn't know what he did after he came in, but he definitely didn't want the other party to notice him. There is no other reason. Yang Kai and Shuiyu have some grievances, and he also knows a big secret of Shuiyu that is unknown. The 3rd young master Shuiyu, who looks like a jade tree facing the wind, is suave and charming, and has fascinated thousands of girls and wives in the star field, is a woman at all. If this news spreads out, I don't know how many girls will feel sad, let alone how many young women will cry bitterly. The grievances between the two are not only Yang Kai knowing her secret, they also have many encounters that are unknown to outsiders. They hugged each other and kissed each other skin to skin, but they were full of murderous intentions, wishing to put each other to death. In the end, in the stalemate, Shuiyu used the secret art of life chain to link the lives of the two together so that the crisis was resolved. Because of this secret technique, Yang Kai had to try every means to save Shuiyu's life before, and suffered a lot for this, almost falling with her. Although in the subsequent contact, Shuiyu's perception of Yang Kai has improved a lot, but a person like her will not allow Yang Kai to wander around with her own secrets. If this secret is leaked out, the consequences will be disastrous. To be continued. This text is provided by the Breaking Dawn Update Group at A Diaresis CC. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to a unknown currency first A cent to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1454 Get rid of. After all, Shuiyu has a special physique, the dragon marrow and phoenix body. This kind of physique is coveted by even Void King realm powerhouses, because as long as they can get her yuan yin, any man will greatly increase his cultivation without any hidden dangers. That's why she had to live as a man, and the Hengluo Chamber of Commerce concealed her true gender. In the entire Hengluo Chamber of Commerce, people who knew this secret could be counted with a single slap. Plus a Yang Kai. How could Yang Kai let Shuiyu recognize him? So the moment he saw this woman, Yang Kai immediately hid in a corner where no one was paying attention, restraining his aura and reducing his sense of existence. And over there, Shuiyu was guarded by many third-layer powerhouses, and the smile on her face was as charming as ever, enough to make any woman scream crazy. Is this the Emperor Garden? She glanced at the majestic palace and murmured. Back to the third young master, according to the information obtained from inquiries, this place is undoubtedly the Emperor's garden. A beautiful woman with an enchanting figure beside Shui Yu replied respectfully. Well, since we're here, let's go in. Shui Yu didn't mean to talk nonsense, and after saying a word, she led those third-level void-returning realms to fly towards the gate of the Emperor Garden. No one dares to stop it. Let's not talk about the number and strength of Shui Yu's group of people. The Hangluo Chamber of Commerce's huge name alone has a full deterrent force. Which life or death guy dares to fight against them here? So Shui Yu and the group passed through the battlefield in front of the Emperor Garden easily, and within a dozen breaths of time, they disappeared inside the gate. After their figures disappeared, there was the sound of breaking through the air in the battlefield, but someone took advantage of this short-term calm and wanted to rush into the Emperor Garden quickly. And there are still quite a few people, at least 20 or 30, each showing their skills, turning into colorful rays of light and shooting towards that side. Yang Kai was also among them. How could he not grasp the opportunity if he missed it and never came again? Although it is possible to run into Shui Yu head-on by rushing into the Emperor Garden now, this is undoubtedly a good opportunity. Once the scuffle here resumes, it will be very difficult to pass this section of the road. And he is not alone, there are other people rushing towards the Emperor Garden, and these people can cover him. In an instant, Yang Kai rushed to the main gate of Emperor Garden, rushed in with those warriors who wanted to enter, and rushed into the shining gate. For a moment, there seemed to be some signs of space power added to him. After Yang Kai recovered his vision, he immediately found that he was already inside a complex of buildings. Looking around, there were pavilions, towers and pavilions, white jade trails, vertical and horizontal staggered. Come in. Yang Kai was overjoyed. When I entered the interior of the Emperor Garden last time, what I saw was similar to what I saw in front of me. There is no doubt that this is indeed the interior of the Emperor Garden. But before Yang Kai showed his joy, he couldn't help but shrink his neck. Because Shui Yu and his party who entered the Emperor Garden one step ahead did not go too far, but stood in front as if observing something. They didn't leave, and a group of warriors who used the deterrence of the Hangluo Chamber of Commerce to break into here didn't dare to make any rash moves. After entering, they all stopped and showed embarrassment. Yang Kai was in the middle, his heart was up and down, and he secretly prayed that Shui Yu would not find him. Thinking this way in his heart, Yang Kai stood still and didn't move. But she just came here for whatever she was afraid of. Shui Yu seemed to be a bit idle and bored, her beautiful eyes looked around, circling around the warriors who followed in. Yang Kai's face sank and he knew that he could no longer hide safely. Before she could see his face, he hurriedly flew towards the side. This movement immediately became the focus of everyone's attention. Shui Yu naturally cast her gaze over, and when she saw that seemingly familiar side profile, Shui Yu's face first flashed a trace of bewilderment, then she was ecstatic, and then she was furious, and shouted heavily, "Stop, master!" How could Yang Kai listen to her? Not only didn't he listen, but he ran even faster, flew over 100 feet in the blink of an eye, and threw Shui Yu a cheek back. Third young master. The alluring beautiful woman looked at Shui Yu suspiciously. Catch him back, master. Shui Yu gave orders coldly with a gloomy face. Although the beautiful woman didn't know why Shui Yu was so fussy with a void return one-layer warrior, she didn't ask any more questions. She chased Yang Kai and ran out while her figure was swaying. After the beautiful woman chased her out, Shui Yu frowned and pondered. A strange look flashed across her face, although it was just a glimpse just now, but that profile did make her feel familiar. It was clearly a person who made her hold grudges in her heart, making people sleepless at night, the profile of a man who tosses and turns. But the world is so big, there are too many similar people. Shui Yu couldn't see the front, and she didn't dare to be too sure. The most important thing is that that person's cultivation is at the first level of returning to the void. When I separated from him back then, he had only entered the third level holy realm. Could it be that he had grown to this level in just a dozen years? Shui Yu was a little unsure. After all, as the third young master of the Hangluo Chamber of Commerce, she had a special physique, a large amount of cultivation resources and a good cultivation environment, and she had only just broken through from the third level of the Holy King to the second level of the returning void. Moreover, he had just broken through, and he hadn't even had time to stabilize his realm. If the other party really has this ability, then the aptitude is too heaven-defying. It was the cultivation of the void return first layer that made Shui Yu dare not be too sure about her guess. But that man, Shui Yu will never forget even if hundreds or thousands of years have passed. Every time she dreamed back at midnight, Shui Yu would gnash her teeth in hatred, thinking that when she tried to keep him back in the past, he refused without hesitation. Are you not pretty? Do you have no status? Certainly not. In terms of beauty, Xueyu is confident that she will not lose to anyone, and in terms of status, there are very few people in the entire star field who can compare with her, but even so, she has not been able to retain a mere third-level saint man. Back then, when I asked him to stay to help me, that bastard refused without even thinking about it. This made Xueyu feel extremely humiliated. Secretly hating, one day he will be captured and imprisoned, and he will be taken with him wherever he goes, so that he can see what kind of scenery he has, and make him regret his original decision. Let him know how blind he really is. Although in front of outsiders, Xueyu appears as a humble, polite, gentle man, but deep down, she is still just a woman. Women's ideas are sometimes ridiculous and unreasonable. Let's go and have a look. Xueyu's mood was fluctuating, she couldn't wait in place. After a while, she chased after the beautiful woman and Yang Kai, and the other void return 3 layers looked at each other for a while. Know what kind of medicine San Shao sells in this gourd. But they didn't dare to disobey Xueyu's orders, 1 or 2 could only obediently follow. On the other side, not long after Yang Kai flew out, he felt that there was a void return 3-layer powerhouse chasing behind him. Although he would not be too afraid of such a powerhouse with his strength, the other party was not alone. If he is really entangled by the strong behind him, maybe he will be caught by Xueyu. At that time, I will be doomed. Yang Kai's impression of this woman Xueyu is very complicated. He actually has no deep hatred with her, and he is even her savior, rescued. But in the final analysis, I took advantage of her a lot. On the Death Star, naked and hugging each other, I touched everything that should be touched and should not be touched, and everything that should be seen, up. Although it was a last resort at the time, if he didn't do that, he would definitely die, but this is really not something a man should do. If it were any woman, she wouldn't let her go, not to mention her high status and strong self-esteem, how could she be so kind? She ran away without giving any explanation, of course she would hold a grudge. In a word, it's over if she catches her. So after learning that there were pursuers behind him, Yang Kai mustered all his strength and rushed to the depths of the Emperor Garden. During the attack, a golden light suddenly appeared in the left eye, and he kept looking around. The world-extinguishing demon eye, the innate supernatural power of the great demon god, has the ability to break through illusions, and using it at this time undoubtedly gave Yang Kai a huge help. He wanted to find an available restraint. There are many prohibition formations in the Emperor Garden. When he and Phasia Tu and others went deep into this place, Yang Kai had a deep understanding, but this time the Emperor Garden opened to the entire star field, and there were a lot of warriors entering the interior. No matter how many restraining formations there are, most of them have been cracked. Yang Kai ran all the way, but he didn't find any available restraints or formations, and there were occasional traces, all of which had been destroyed. As time passed, the pursuers behind him were getting closer and closer to him, and Yang Kai was in a hurry. Fortunately, at this time, he finally discovered something. Under the observation of the world-exterminating demon eye, there seemed to be some powerful formation covering the huge area in front of him. Without even thinking about it, Yang Kai rushed over there, carefully sticking to the edge of the formation. And a moment later, when the beautiful woman arrived here, she didn't check for a while, and directly broke into the formation. In an instant, the formation was touched, and the beautiful woman was wrapped in it, making it impossible for her to enter. Yang Kai stood on the spot and listened for a while, only to hear a burst of coquettish voices coming from inside, occasionally mixed with not weak energy fluctuations, and immediately knew that his plan had succeeded. Smiling, Yang Kai changed direction and flew to the other side. For now, I should be safe. The Emperor Garden is so big, as long as he is more careful, he will never meet Xueyu again. Thinking of this, Yang felt relieved, but he did not relax his vigilance. He also accidentally fell into the Prohibition formation. To be continued. This text is provided by the Breaking Dawn update group at A-Diaresis CC. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to a unknown currency first A cent to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1455. And less than half a cup of tea time after Yang Kai left, Xueyu also led the group of strong men to this place. After hearing the beautiful woman's yelling, everyone worked together to break the formation and rescued them. Beautiful woman. After listening to the beautiful woman's report, Xueyu's expression was extremely ugly. She didn't expect her people to be so unlucky that they would touch the formation here and let that kid run away. Third young master, this subordinate is not doing well, please punish third young master. The beautiful woman also had a bad expression on her face, she said shamefully. Forget it. Shui Yu waved her hand. It's not a big deal, I just suspect that that person is an old acquaintance of mine, but I'm not sure, since I didn't catch up, then this matter will be over. As expected of the third young master of the Hangluo Chamber of Commerce, he can pick up and put it down, and does things without sloppiness. After learning that Yang Kai has run away, he has no intention of entanglement. Third young master, the most important thing now is to find that exercise. This is closely related to the future of the chairman. As long as he can find that exercise, the chairman will definitely be able to make great strides forward and become the king of Shu, the top existence of the third level. An old man with a clear face said, although this person is old, he is full of energy, has a ruddy complexion, and is extremely powerful in energy and blood. Well, what Elder Chu said is that, it's just that we have received too little information, and whether there is such a practice here is another matter. Anyway, the biggest goal of our trip is this, so let's search around first. Shui Yu didn't refute, but agreed with the old man surnamed Chu. Obviously, this old man's status in the group is not low. The Hangluo Chamber of Commerce is rich in the world. Although the Emperor Garden has a great name, there are not many things that can tempt them. But this time, the Hangluo Chamber of Commerce is still an elite team. Not only is the team led by such an important person as Shui Yu, it can be seen that the picture is very big. And the so-called cultivation method, in their words, I don't know what it is, it can actually make a warrior who is at the peak of the second-level Void King to be promoted to the third-level Void King. On the other side, after Yang Kai got rid of the pursuers behind him, he went all the way to the interior of the Emperor Garden. Along the road, there are traces left over from the battle and signs of the destruction of the formation prohibition everywhere. There are also many corpses of warriors lying around. It can be seen that this place is indeed full of dangers and thorns every step of the way. At least it was much more dangerous than the last time he came in. Because Yang Kai was still passing by, he found the wreckage of many ancient puppets. Those ancient puppets had different shapes and sizes, but without exception, they were destroyed by the warriors who broke into this place. When I came in last time, although I also encountered puppets, the number was definitely not so exaggerated. It seems that after the official opening of the Emperor Garden, the danger inside has also increased greatly. No wonder Minsha and others fled outside and did not dare to stay in the Emperor Garden for a long time. The competition here is too fierce and the dangers are too much. However, coming in late also has the advantage of coming in late. Yang Kai has spent a lot of time outside. After entering the Emperor Garden now, he doesn't have to worry about touching any restraining formations. It is generally safe to just walk through the positions with traces of battle. Extremely. There are countless people in front of him to open the way. Of course, there are gains and losses, and the benefits must have been taken away by those people. Along the way, the doors of the attics and wing rooms are all wide open. The mess inside must have been searched carefully, and I don't know if any good things have been searched away. But Yang Kai didn't care, he went deep into the Emperor Garden this time just to get two things. I found it the last time I came in. The same as the life nectar, which is one of the three great divine waters in the star field and has infinite uses. But for Yang Kai, what he was most interested in was the function of life fine wine that could help him condense his own golden blood. The last time he got some dilutions of life nectar, after he swallowed it all, he had already gained a lot. If he could get more and pure life nectar, it would be of great help to himself. He longed to exchange all his blood for that pure golden blood. If this step is really achieved, then both the strength of one's own chi and blood and the strength of the physical body will be greatly increased. I dare not say that I am immortal, and it is extremely difficult to suffer serious injuries. And the second thing is naturally the spirit of heaven and earth hidden in the ice passage. That thing was transformed by the pure cold air, and it has already produced spiritual wisdom. It is the favorite of the ancient Holy Spirit. It is rumored that in ancient times, there were many spirits of heaven and earth, but they were preyed upon by the ancient Holy Spirit, so they are gradually extinct now. The spirit of heaven and earth in the ice path is of the cold attribute, which is just in line with the appetite of the ice phoenix. If it can help the remnant soul of the ice phoenix swallow it, the remnant soul of the ice phoenix will also be greatly nourished. It is related to Su Yan's future, Yang Kai will naturally take care of it. As long as these two things can be obtained, the trip to the Emperor Garden will be considered a bumper harvest, and Yang Kai doesn't care too much about the others. Thinking in this way, Yang Kai kept observing the surrounding terrain, but after a full day, he was still at a loss. Without him, the scenery inside the Emperor Garden is too similar, and he doesn't know where he is now, let alone go to find the spirit of heaven and earth or the nectar of life. During this day, Yang Kai also had a peaceful life, and he didn't meet anyone. The martial artist who wanted to enter this place had either fallen or went deeper, so he didn't even want to find someone to inquire about the news. But inside the Emperor Garden, unlike outside, the divine sense can spread out to explore the surroundings. Inside, the divine sense is suppressed within a few tens of meters around the side, and cannot extend too far at all. Yang Kai took out the communication compass that could communicate with Yang Yan and Qian Tong again, and poured his spiritual thoughts into it, but to his disappointment there was still no response. Sighing, Yang Kai reluctantly put the communication compass into the space ring, and continued to move forward. About half a day later, Yang Kai suddenly stopped in his tracks, and listened with his ears. Vaguely, he seemed to hear some fighting sounds coming from not far away, and after listening carefully for a moment, he couldn't help but look happy, and hurriedly rushed over there. There were indeed people fighting over there, and as they got closer, the sound and movement became more and more obvious. The battlefield is in a palace, and the number of people seems to be quite a lot, at least 7 or 8, and their strength is not too low. Judging from those movements, the battle between the two sides seems to have fallen into a stalemate, even if one side has the upper hand, and the advantage is definitely not obvious. Yang Kai didn't show up in a hurry, but restrained his breath, quietly swept to the outside of the palace, pierced the window and took a look inside. Looking around, the brilliance of secret treasures and martial arts in the palace blooms, and there are people's figures ups and downs from time to time, or two catch and fight, or gather together in groups of 3 or 4, fighting happily. There is another person who looks like a woman who is lying on her side, not sure if she is dead or alive. It's actually them. Yang Kai looked at it for a moment, stunned. He didn't expect it to be such a coincidence that the first group of people he met when he entered the interior of the Emperor's Garden were actually acquainted. The Grand Elder Mo Yu of the Qianshan sect, the sect master Ji Yu Zhen, and Shen Shitao. Although Mo Yu and Ji Yu Zhen are both at the 3rd level of returning to the void, they are considered top powerhouses in the Emperor Garden, but after all, Shen Shitao has just been promoted to the 1st level of returning to the void, and many elders of the Qianshan sect joined forces. Those who use secret techniques to improve their cultivation level will not be able to exert the strength of the void return mirror at all. She didn't even condense her own momentum. On the other hand, there were 4 of their enemies, 2 of them at the 3rd layer Void Return Realm, and 2 at the 2nd layer Void Return Realm, so the situation of the battle seemed to be obviously unfavorable to Qian Tianzong. Shen Shitao is in danger, if not relying on the powerful protective secret treasure of the Zhugong Tianluo umbrella bestowed by Mo Yu, she might have been captured alive or fell. When Ji Yu Zhen and Mo Yu were fighting against the enemy, they put more thought into protecting her. But after all, it is the master of the sect and the great elder, and the secret treasures they possess and the methods they use are all frightening, so although the scene looks a little precarious, it can last for a while. Before Yang Kai arrived, they must have fought each other for a long time. Since they knew each other, Yang Kai would naturally not stand by and watch, not to mention that he had a good impression of Mo Yu, and he also had friendship with Shen Shitao. But Yang Kai also looked puzzled. He didn't understand why Qian Tianzong's people fought with those 4 people in this palace. Is there any benefit here? Thinking like this, Yang Kai looked into the palace, and when he looked at it, Yang Kai couldn't help raising his brows, revealing a look of ecstasy. Because in the very center of the palace, there is an altar-like thing, which looks like a strange stone, blood red in color, the size of a heart. Blood essence stone. Yang Kai recognized what this thing was at a glance. This is actually a blood essence stone. It's really hard to find a place to go through the iron shoes, and it doesn't take much effort to get it. The blood essence stone has great uses for other warriors. It can absorb the blood of dead warriors and convert it into pure blood energy. It can be used to heal injuries or replenish the power of blood at critical moments. But for Yang Kai, it has a great use, and that is to act as the heart of stone puppet. On the Tongshuan continent, Yang Kai obtained a total of 2 stone puppet stone embryos, but there is only 1 blood essence stone, so after coming to Gloom Star, he can only promote the birth of 1 stone puppet. But in his black book space, there is another stone puppet's embryo, which has not been able to break out of its shell. All that was missing was a blood essence stone. As long as the blood essence stone can be obtained, a second stone puppet can be born. The power and mystery of the stone puppet, Yang Kai knows better than anyone else. Yang Yan can use it to refine weapons. It also has a very strong fighting ability. The performance of the stone puppet in the Battle of Longshe Mountain is extremely eye-catching. Yang Kai already had a stone puppet. If he gave the second stone puppet to Yang Yan, she would be very happy. This girl has been envious of Yang Kai for a long time. To be continued. This text is provided by the Breaking Dawn update group at A Diaresis CC. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to a unknown currency first A cent to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1456 The Hunted Woman. Yang Kai once asked Qian Tong to inquire about the Blood Essence Stone, but unfortunately, even with the power of Shadow Moon Palace, he did not find this strange stone. But I didn't want to go deep into the Emperor Garden, so I found a piece here. How could he not be happy? In an instant, Yang Kai regarded the Blood Essence Stone as his own possession. But first, he had to find a way to resolve the crisis of Qian Tianzong and the three of them. Thinking of this, Yang Kai looked towards the battlefield again. Qian Tianzong had 3 people, and the other party had 4, so he was somewhat disadvantaged in terms of numbers alone, and the reason why he was able to support him until now was entirely due to the strong cultivation of Ji Yugen and Mo Yu. As the master of a sect, Ji Yugen's own strength should not be underestimated. At this moment, he has dealt with 2 enemies alone, one is a 3rd-level enemy, and the other is a 2nd-level enemy, while Mo Yu is fighting against another 3rd-level enemy. As for Shen Shitao, she was jumping up and down beside Mo Yu, and was chased by the last 2-level enemy. Unable to fight back, she could only use the Zhugong Tianluo umbrella to defend against the opponent's attack. Her pretty face was full of anxiety. Yang Kai observed for a while, and immediately decided to put the breakthrough point on Mo Yu. As long as Mo Yu can be liberated, the battle here will have no suspense. With this in mind, Yang Kai no longer hides his figure, and with his feet pointing, he breaks through the window and enters directly. In midair, he released the Firebird artifact spirit, and in an instant, the temperature of the entire palace rose sharply. The 2 parties who were fighting all turned pale and looked sideways. They are fighting in dire straits. Who would have thought that someone would come to intervene at such a time? Everyone is worried whether the person coming will be the other's reinforcements. Looking at this, I saw only a fiery red bird with a strange appearance, swooping from there like a ball of burning flames. With a sharp chirping sound, the bird's beak opened, and a ball of water was sprayed out from its mouth. The fireball the size of a wash basin is so hot that it makes one's heart jump. This is. Mo Yu's eyes narrowed, but a look of surprise soon appeared. He had participated in the Battle of Longshe Mountain that day, so he was naturally impressed by the killing firebird. When he saw it now, he immediately deduced that it was Yang Kai's arrival. Not the enemy's reinforcements, but your own. Mo Yu was overjoyed, and with his mind relaxed, his attacks became more ruthless and unreserved. On the other hand, the 4 people on the other side had uncertain expressions, sensing the strength of the weapon spirit firebird. All of them had ugly faces. As for Yang Kai who rushed out behind the firebird, they didn't pay much attention to them. In the blink of an eye, the fireballs ejected by the firebird had already rushed over Mo Yu's opponent's head. The terrifying power contained in the fireballs made him look horrified, and retreated in a hurry, getting rid of Mo Yu's entanglement. Turning around on the spot, a circle of milky white mist diffused from his body, covering everything within a few feet of where he was. I don't know what the method is, but it seems to have a strong defense at first glance. Boom boom boom. The fireball arrived as promised, and it all blasted on the milky white mist. The white mist hit straight away for a while, revealing the figure of the warrior wrapped in it. The milky white mist squirmed as if alive, trying to repair the gap. At this moment, a swift golden light suddenly shot out from behind the killing firebird, and rushed towards the man's chest and abdomen. Yang Kai made a move. He released the firebird immediately, just to attract the attention of the enemy, and hide behind the firebird, just for this blow. Naturally he will not miss this rare opportunity. Although he didn't know how magical the opponent's defense was, he definitely wouldn't let the white mist mend it. The golden blood thread is unparalleled sharp, extremely fast, and also has a strong concealment. It was not until the golden light hid in front of him that this person noticed it. Golden blood thread blocked the past. But it was too late. Accompanied by a light pop, the golden blood thread directly pierced the man's lower abdomen, and the golden thread came out from the other side of his body, and then bound him tightly. At this time, the killing firebird spread its wings and swooped down on its head. And Mo Yu, who had been fighting with this person, also stretched out his big hand, which seemed to extend infinitely, turning into a huge slap, and slapped him on the head. There was no way for that person to avoid him, and he was instantly submerged in flames and palm prints, and the screams came from inside, which soon stopped abruptly. After the palm prints dispersed and the firebird flew into the air, there was only a charred corpse left on the spot. A void-returning third-layer expert was destroyed in an instant. Of course, Yang Kai's sneak attack was indispensable. Qi Ling and Mo Yu's powerful kills were also the main reason, otherwise Golden Blood Silk's sneak attack alone would not be able to kill this person at all. After killing an enemy, Yang Kai didn't delay at all. Driven by his thoughts, he and Huo now found the two people who were fighting with Ji Yuzhen, while Mo Yu went directly to the one who had been chasing Chen Shidao. The virtual two-layer realm rushed over. For a while, Qian Tianzong's momentum was like a rainbow, turning against customers. But the other party was shocked at each other, and the third-level void returning realm who was still alive was extremely decisive. After realizing that Qi Ling was not easy to mess with, a trace of unwillingness flashed across his face, and he sternly shouted, "Let's go." It is undoubtedly too late to leave now. At least the two warriors at the second level of returning to the void were unable to escape. Mo Yu stopped one of them abruptly with his superior cultivation, and killed him without any means. The other person was entangled by Yang Kai and Qi Ling, and it was also difficult to escape bad luck. On the other hand, the third-level void returning realm was really powerful. After taking Ji Yuzhen's blow, he took the opportunity to escape and disappeared in an instant. A great battle subsided in less than half a cup of tea after Yang Kai intervened, and it ended with Qian Tianzong winning a big victory. This ending really surprised Mo Yu. Seeing that Yang Kai took away the artifact spirit, Mo Yu hurriedly brought Chen Shidao to thank him. Sect Master Yang, I didn't expect to meet here. Mo is ashamed. I will remember my great kindness and virtue in my heart. Elder Mo, you don't have to be polite, I just met you by chance. Seeing that you have consumed a lot of Saint Yuan, it's important to recover as soon as possible. I will protect you. Yang Kai smiled slightly. What Sect Master Yang said is true, so please trouble Sect Master Yang. Mo Yu is not a mother-in-law, so he naturally knows the importance of having ample Saint Yuan here, so he immediately took Chen Shidao to the side, took the pill, and took out the Saint Crystal. Meditate and adjust your breath. Ji Yuzhen hadn't come back yet. Yang Kai was not polite, he rushed to the side of the altar-shaped thing, looking at the heart-sized blood essence stone happily. This thing is not something that can be taken at hand. I don't know what this altar-shaped thing is used for. It has been covered with a lot of protection. Outside the blood essence stone, it is covered with a protective cover like a film. If you want to get the blood essence stone, you have to break through this barrier first. Since Yang Kai was interested in the blood essence stone, he naturally wouldn't be ambiguous, and immediately threw out the golden blood thread, hitting the film. In an instant, the halo flickered on the membrane, and this seemingly vulnerable membrane was actually very strong, which really surprised Yang Kai. But it is a dead thing after all. Even if Yang Kai didn't attack with all his strength, it couldn't resist the indiscriminate bombing for a long time. After a stick of incense, the film shattered, and Yang Kai immediately grabbed the blood essence stone in his hand. Looking carefully at the past, I found that it was almost the same as the blood essence stone I had accidentally obtained on Tongshuan continent. The birth of the second stone puppet was expected. Yang Kai grinned and put it away happily. Turning his head to look left and right, Mo Yu and Chen Shidao were still adjusting their breathing. Ji Yuzhen ran out after the enemy, and did not return until now. The news of Yang Kai taking the blood essence stone has obviously reached Mo Yu's ears, but he has nothing to say about it. After all, if Yang Kai didn't come, the future of Qian Tianzong and the three of them would be bleak. At least Chen Shidao would definitely lose here, not to mention grabbing treasures. In terms of emotion and reason, Yang Kai is qualified to take away the blood essence stone. The palace was quiet for a while. Yang Kai's eyes looked left and right, and suddenly fell on a woman lying on her side in the corner of the hall. When he was peeking inside the palace just now, Yang Kai discovered this woman, but he didn't know if she was dead or alive, because she hadn't made any movement until now. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling curious. Qian Tianzong should only have 3 people entering here, so this woman, could it be the accomplice of the previous group of people? Thinking like this, Yang Kai walked towards the woman, and as his steps approached, his divine sense came out through his body and swept towards the other person. Yang Kai was a little surprised by this investigation. This woman actually didn't die, but it was obvious that she had been severely injured, and she felt a little out of breath, and her cultivation level was not high. Just like myself, she was only at the first level of void return. What would a person with such a cultivation level come in for? Yang Kai shook his head secretly. As expected, people died for money, and birds died for food. When he came to the woman, Yang Kai looked around, only to see that her face was extremely pale, and there was blood that hadn't dried up at the corner of her mouth. Other than that, there were no obvious injuries. Obviously her internal organs had been severely injured. But the other party's black hair covered his face, so he couldn't see the beauty or ugliness. The old man was studying with Elder Mo on how to break the restriction on the altar. This woman ran in a panic. She was the one who led the 4 people here. At some point, Ji Zhen had returned, but judging by his annoyed expression, it is obvious that he did not catch up to the last enemy. After all, the opponent's cultivation level is the same as his. If he wants to run away, there is nothing Ji Zhen can do. So, she is not the accomplice of those 4 people. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. Ji Zhen shook his head slowly. She should be being hunted down. Oh, Yang Kai was a little surprised. Originally he thought that this woman was an accomplice of those 4 people, and he was going to take advantage of her severe injuries to make up for it, but now that he knew the truth of the matter, he couldn't do it harshly. To be continued. This text is provided by the Dawn Update Group at ch8296929 Dian Hanji. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to M to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Mobile phone users, please go to M to read. Chapter 1457. The world is impermanent. After all, there is no injustice or hatred, and Yang Kai is not a cold-blooded person, so there is no need to kill innocent people indiscriminately. And even if she doesn't kill herself, she probably won't live long in her state. But no matter what, the 3 of Qian Tianzong will encounter such a dangerous situation, and they have nothing to do with this woman. If she didn't try to divert the disaster, the 3 of Qian Tianzong would not be so dangerous. Thinking of this, Yang Kai squatted down, leveled the woman's body, and stretched out his hand to brush away the black hair covering her face. In an instant, the woman's face was imprinted in his eyes, and Yang Kai's expression was stunned. The next moment, his pupils shrank sharply, and an unbelievable look appeared on his face, and he lost his voice. How is it possible? He had an expression of seeing a ghost in daylight, as if he saw something unbelievable. What? Sect Master Yang knows this woman. Ji Zhenren was mature, and immediately guessed. Yang Kai didn't answer. The expression on his face was cloudy and uncertain. His eyes kept turning on the woman's face. The more shocked he looked, the appearance of this woman was exactly the same as the woman in his memory, almost nothing the difference. Even after 20 or 30 years, Yang Kai's impression of her has not faded. It's just, is she really the woman in my memory? If not, it would be too much of a coincidence. The world is so big. Even if there are people with similar appearance, it is impossible for them to exist exactly the same, but if she is, then why would she appear here? For a moment, Yang Kai's mood fluctuated, and all kinds of past flashes flashed in his mind, and scenes emerged in his mind. What makes Yang Kai most uncertain is that since she is here, the other woman should also be here. Why is she alone? This obviously doesn't make sense. Ji Zongju, I need to help her heal, and please Ji Zongju protect me. Yang Kai didn't have time to think too much. The eyes of the woman in front of him were closed tightly. Although she was in a coma, there was still pain in her brows, and the vitality in her body seems to be passing away rapidly. If she doesn't rescue her in time, she will die in a short time. Regardless of whether she is the person he guessed, Yang Kai will wake her up and ask her carefully. Sect Master Yang, don't worry, I guarantee with my life that no one will disturb you. Ji Zhen assured with a solemn expression. Thank you. Yang Kai didn't say much. He stretched out his hand to help the woman up, let her sit cross-legged in front of him, and then grabbed her wrist with one hand, pouring Saint Yuan and divine sense into her body and sighed, check it out carefully. With the investigation, Yang Kai's expression gradually became ugly. The woman's injury was more serious than I thought. All internal organs in her body were displaced. Not only that, but there seemed to be other energy raging in her meridians, and I don't know what kind of attack it was. This kind of injury is not insignificant, and it is absolutely helpless for an ordinary warrior. They can only consume Shengyuan, hang her breath, and try their best to maintain her life. For Yang Kai, it is also a difficult problem. Whether he can save him or not, he actually doesn't have much confidence in his heart, but the matter has come to this point, so he can only let it go. Thinking of this, Yang Kai reached out and wiped the space ring, took out a jade bottle, lifted the bottle cap without hesitation, and poured out a pink pill from it. The pill is fragrant and full of spiritual power, and it is not low-grade at first glance. Although Ji Zhen was protecting the Dharma, he was also paying attention to the movement here. At this moment, when he saw the panacea in Yang Kai's hand, he couldn't help showing a look of surprise, because if he read correctly, the pink pill the panacea should be a low-grade Void King level healing holy medicine. Void King level pills, this kind of thing, not to mention the Dark Star, is the entire star field, and it is also a priceless thing. Those who can refine this kind of pills are all Void King level alchemists. If it's just like this, it's fine, the key is that there are still pill patterns on the pink panacea. Ji Yugen's eyeballs were almost protruding, and he immediately realized that the relationship between this woman and Yang Kai might not be simple, otherwise, how could Yang Kai take out such a precious panacea to help him heal? Looking at the entire star field, such a panacea should not be much. If the gloomy star is taken back, it will even make countless strong people smash their heads. What is the origin of this woman, so that Yang Kai would not hesitate to do this to save her life? Ji Yugen suddenly became curious. This Void King grade spiritual pill was naturally obtained in the Hidden Valley before, and Yang Kai did not expect that the pill obtained from it would come in handy so soon, otherwise he would not be able to refine it with his own alchemy technique. Make such a elixir. When distributing the elixir with the young woman of Ice Heart Valley in the valley, Yang Kai deliberately divided some of the elixir for various purposes, including healing. However, the king-level elixir is powerful, but judging from the current situation of this woman, taking such a elixir is not sure whether it is a blessing or a curse. If she can't bear it, she may die sooner. Thinking of this, Yang Kai took another breath, forced out a drop of pure golden blood from his body, blended it into the pink panacea, then pinched the woman's cheek, and flicked the panacea into her chest and the mouth. With pure golden blood supplementing her vitality and blood power, there is no need to worry about the damage caused to her when the effect of the panacea explodes. The rest is to help it refine the medicinal effect. Yang Kai didn't avoid suspicion, he stretched out his hand to hold her two hands, the pure and vigorous Saint Yuan poured into her body step by step, driving the Saint Yuan in her body to circulate. As time passed, both Mo Yu and Shen Shitao had adjusted their breathing. After they came to Ji Yugen's side and inquired about it, they learned the situation in front of them and quietly stood aside. On the other side, with the continuous exertion of the efficacy of the medicine and Yang Kai's guidance, the complexion of the severely injured woman was obviously getting better and more rosy, the wounded internal organs in the body were gradually repaired, and the meridians were raging. Energy is also expelled. 2 full hours later, the woman suddenly groaned, opened her mouth and spit out a ball of black blood, and went straight to Yang Kai's face. Yang Kai's eyes were quick, and with a flick of his hand, he brought the black ball aside. Until now, he was relieved. Finally, the opponent's life was brought back from the gate of hell, but if she wanted to recover, she would definitely need a long period of recuperation, and in a short period of time, she could only display less than half of her combat power. In the Emperor Garden, such a situation is undoubtedly it is very dangerous. Once something happens, there is no way to fight back. After spitting out a mouthful of black blood, the woman's eyelashes trembled, as if she was about to wake up. Yang Kai was overjoyed. After a while, the other party really opened his beautiful eyes, but he didn't seem to understand the situation. His eyes were blank, and when he saw the man sitting cross-legged in front of him, he was obviously stunned for a moment, and stared blankly at Yang Kai, without saying a word. Yang Kai didn't dare to ask easily, for fear that the answer he got would not be what he wanted. After a long time, the woman stretched out a trembling hand, as if she wanted to touch Yang Kai's cheek, but there was a hint of excitement in Yang Kai's eyes, and there was no intention of dodging. They really know each other. Shen Shitao looked over there, and muttered to herself, and it seems that the relationship is not shallow. Meeting an old friend in a foreign land is undoubtedly a joyful thing. Shen Shitao is also happy for Yang Kai, secretly moved by this long-lost reunion. The next moment, an unexpected scene appeared. When the woman's little hand was only 3 inches away from Yang Kai's cheek, she suddenly changed her touch to a slap, as if she wanted to slap Yang Kai, but unfortunately she didn't have much strength. This slap gesture felt a bit flirtatious, extremely ambiguous. Bastard, you were the first person I saw when my mother died. My lord has waited for you for so many years, why did you die? Didn't you say that good people don't live long, and that evil will last for thousands of years? Cursing like this, tears rolled out of the woman's beautiful eyes, like pearls with broken strings, falling down continuously, looking extremely sad. Bai Luo, Yang Kai's face twitched, and he spat out 2 words from his throat. At this moment, he could finally confirm the identity of the woman in front of him. He didn't guess that she was indeed the person he knew before, otherwise it would be impossible to recognize him at a glance. Seductive Queen Shan Qingluo's personal maid, Bai Luo. It has been nearly 30 years since Kang Yun Shady left. Yang Kai never thought that he would meet Bai Luo here. The world is too impermanent. He hoped that he could meet Su Yan again in the Emperor Garden, but he didn't. Instead, he saw Shuiyu here, and saw Bai Luo who he thought would never be able to see him again. Without him, although he has not been able to reunite with Su Yan in these years, at least he still has some clues about her. knowing that she is still alive, but he has no news of the seductive Queen Shan Qingluo and Bai Luo. Back then when he left the world of Zhongdu and went to Tongshuan continent, this was the last time he met Shan Qingluo and Bai Luo. Nearly 10 years later, he returned to Zhongdu from Tongshuan continent, and went to Kangyangxi land to look for Shan Qingluo, but there was no trace of the two women. After some inquiring, I learned from Flash Movie King that the last place Shan Qingluo and Bai Luo went to was the Spider Mother's lair, and after Yang Kai arrived at the Spider Mother's lair, he only found an altar. Shan Qingluo and Bai Luo's he has no way of inferring whether he is dead or alive. After that, he thought that he would never see Shan Qingluo or Bai Luo again. Who would have thought that there would be such a dramatic scene during the trip to Emperor Garden? For a moment, Yang Kai felt like a dream, and could hardly believe it. And just when Yang Kai lost his mind, Bai Luo seemed to have realized that he was not dead, and he was a little embarrassed for a while, but more of a joy. She also didn't expect that she could see Yang Kai again here. Although this bastard bullied her back then, and made her lady queen worry about it all these years, it is undeniable that in this kind of place, reunited at this kind of time, it still made Bai Luo excited. Her beautiful eyes were full of splendor, and it seemed that she could not even get angry. Recovered a lot. To be continued. This text is provided by the Breaking Dawn update group at A Diaresis CC. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to a unknown currency first A cent to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1458 Shan Qingluo's experience. Miss Shen, please help me comfort her, she seems to be a little unstable. Yang Kai greeted to the side, afraid that Bai Luo would regain his strength and slap himself again. No matter how he is now the master of a sect, he would be slapped in the face. What is the system? Oh, Shen Shitao responded, walked over quickly, sat down beside Bai Luo, let her weak body lean against her, and began to comfort her. Yang Kai got up and had a brief exchange with Mo Yu and Ji Yu Zhen, and learned that they were not together after entering the Emperor Garden through the space magic circle on the Jade platform, but luck was better, and everyone was far away from each other. It's not too far, so it took a while to regroup. As for the whereabouts of the others, they don't know either. So that's how it is. After listening to their explanation, Yang Kai nodded lightly, without showing any disappointment. He originally wanted to inquire about Sha Yongyan and Yi Xian's situation. Since he didn't get it, then forget it. After all, with Yi Xian by his side, Yongyan shouldn't be in any danger. Looking back at Bai Luo, Yang Kai couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. At this moment, Bai Luo almost buried her head in Shen Shitao's plump peaks, and she didn't know whether it was intentional or not, but the woman actually put her mouth on the position of the cherry, and when she breathed in, the heat brought by it made Shen Shitao's pretty face flushed, and she was at a loss as to what to do. Although her whole body was itchy and uncomfortable, since the other party's severe injuries had not healed, she couldn't say much, so she could only endure it. What's more, Baluo was still holding onto his jade hand, rubbing and playing with it constantly, as if she was playing with some novel toy. Yang Kai's face was dark. This woman is indeed Bai Luo. She is right, as the saying goes, wolves eat meat when they walk in the world, and dogs eat shit when they walk in the world. Baluo had these bad habits in the early years, but she didn't expect to see her in the past 30 years, and she was still the same. It is really not so easy to change a person's interest orientation. Seeing Shen Shitao's discomfort, Yang Kai couldn't stand it anymore, walked over and grabbed Bai Luo by the collar, and lifted her up. Bai Luo glared at him viciously, as if she wanted to say something, but it affected the injury in her body, coughing lightly. Sect Master Yang, what are your plans next? If you don't dislike it, why don't you go with the old man and Elder Mo? Ji Yu Zhen looked at Yang Kai sincerely and asked. The danger inside the Emperor Garden was beyond his expectation. It's just the restrictions and array traps in the Emperor Garden, and the threats from other cultivating star warriors. At this time, one more person always has more power. Especially Yang Kai, they knew everything about him, even though they only had Void Return 1 layer cultivation base, but the battle just now made people's eyes shine. Ji Yu Zhen has the heart to join forces with Yang Kai to explore this place together. Yang Kai pondered for a while, then slowly shook his head and said, Sect Master Ji Yu kindly. Yang Kai accepted it. If it's just me, it's nothing to join forces with a few people, but now. Saying so, he glanced at Baluo. This woman has just turned around from the Ghost Gate, and now she is a burden. How could Yang Kai let her delay the speed of Ji Yu Zhen and Mo Yu? It is impossible to let him ignore Bai Luo, he still has many things to ask. What's more, it is not convenient for outsiders to know what he himself is plotting. If this is the case, then the old man will not force it. Zigen obviously understood Yang Kai's concerns, so he didn't say much. To be honest, he and Mo Yu were already struggling to bring Chen Shitao. If there was another Beluo, the road ahead must be full of thorns, and he smiled bluntly. In fact, the old man is planning to explore here for a few more days before leaving. If Sect Master Yang feels powerless, he should leave this place as soon as possible. The old man heard that there are also people outside the Emperor Garden. There are many opportunities and benefits. I remember this junior in my heart. Yang Kai nodded lightly, and suddenly seemed to remember something, and asked, by the way, you guys have stayed here for more than 10 days, have you found a cold one somewhere? Ice Road. Bingdao. Zigen and Mo Yu looked at each other, and slowly shook their heads. I didn't find such a place. Forget it, I'm just asking casually. Yang Kai smiled slightly. Although curious about what Yang Kai asked about that ice path, Zigen and Mo Yu didn't get to the bottom of it. They both exchanged a few words of greeting, and Qian Tianzong and the others left. Before leaving, Shen Shitao glanced at Bai Luo fearfully, and when she found that she was staring at him with a smile, she couldn't help shivering. Obviously she had some psychological shadow on Bai Luo. After Qian Tianzong and the others left, Yang Kai glanced at Bai Luo with a complicated expression, and after a long silence, he asked, can you act? We need to rest for a while. Bai Luo's face turned pale. Well, I just have something to ask, so let's stay here for a while. Immediately, the two found a corner in the palace and chatted while resting. Yang Kai was naturally very curious about why Bai Luo was here, where Shan Qinglo was, and where they went when they left Canyon Evil Land. After asking one by one, Bai Luo didn't hide anything. It's absurd enough to say that after Yang Kai and Shan Qinglo separated, they set off for Tongshuan continent, and after 2 or 3 years, Shan Qinglo took Bai Luo to look for Yang Kai's trace. Although I heard from Yang Kai before that as long as I can find a void tunnel, I can reach another world, but Shan Qinglo traveled all over the country, but he couldn't get his wish. I found a few void tunnels, but none of them led to the tunnel. The Zon continent was either unstable and unusable, or it was only teleported for a short distance. 3 years later, she and Beluo returned to the Canyon Evil Land, a generation of seductive queens, trapped by love, depressed all day long, and lovesickness became sick. Speaking of it, this is also the sorrow of the poisonous widow lineage. Shan Qingluo's mother and grandmother both had such experiences. Once they have this kind of physique, it is inevitable. But Shan Qingluo is different from them in that what they miss is the dead, relatives who died in their own hands, but what Shan Qingluo misses is the living. One day, Shan Qingluo took Beluo to the Spider Mother's lair, and her original intention was just to remember the past. After all, she and Yang Kai were captured by the 7th Order monster Spider Mother in the Spider Mother's lair, and lived and died together after a period of time. It was during those days that the two got acquainted with each other, and Yang Kai even left a love in her heart by chance. There is no better place to remember the past than here. Since the 7th Order monster Spider Mother was killed by Yang Kai, no one cares about the Spider Mother's lair. Who knows that after Shan Qingluo went in, he found a simple altar in the lair. Inside the altar there was a faint call, but the seductive queen couldn't resist, cut her wrist, and poured her own blood into the altar. In an instant, the light of the altar rose brightly, enveloping her and Bai Luo. When she and Bai Luo woke up, they suddenly found themselves in another place. She was overjoyed in her heart, thinking that she had come to the new world that Yang Kai said. But the joy turned into sorrow, and after she looked around, she found that there was a huge silver spider waiting opposite her. She and Bai Luo were scared to death immediately, thinking that they would definitely fall here. But after they inspected it carefully, they suddenly discovered that the spider, whose whole body was poured like silver, with a frightening aura and a height of hundreds of feet, had died for an unknown number of years, without any vitality at all, and all that was left was a corpse, that's all. What made Shan Qingluo even more unbelievable was that there was some subtle connection between herself and that giant spider. When she was performing exercises, she could absorb some magical energy from the spider's corpse. This kind of energy not only changed her poisonous widow's physique, but also improved her aptitude, allowing her cultivation to rise steadily. If one survives, there will be future fortunes. Shan Qingluo is a generation of queen after all. Knowing that this is a great opportunity for her, so she didn't leave in a hurry but started to practice there. A few years later, after the huge spider's body was turned into powder and all the mysterious power contained inside was absorbed by her, the strength of the seductive queen also climbed from the 2nd level of the holy to the 1st level of returning to the void in one fell swoop. And Bai Luo also benefited a lot from there, although she couldn't absorb the mysterious energy in the spider's body like Shan Qingluo, but the energy that filled the surroundings somewhat benefited her. At this point, the two women left from that strange place. After some inquiring, I found out that the two of us had come to the star field and landed on a cultivation star. Demon Star Emperor Chen. On this training star, 90% of the creatures are monsters and monsters. The area is extremely vast. There are also some humans, demons or other races, but the number is extremely rare, and the living environment is also very bad. After all, the Emperor on Chengxing, it is dominated by the monster race. Later, this master and maidservant wandered on Dichen Star for a period of time, and by chance, they were favored by Kai Yu, one of the 10 lords, and accepted Shan Qingluo as a righteous daughter, which gave them a stable residence. No need to go wandering anymore, and as one of the top 10 lords on the Demon Star Emperor Chen, Qiyu herself is a strong Void King realm, revered. After listening to Bai Luo's narration, Yang Kai was dumbfounded. My encounters and experiences in these years have been rich and colorful enough. I never thought that what Shan Qingluo and Bai Luo encountered would be no worse than my own, but compared to luck, they are undoubtedly much better, and they are not as good as myself. Experienced too many dangers, and survived countless times of near death. I came to Starfield step by step through Tongshuan continent as a transit point. And the two of them actually arrived at the Starfield directly through only one altar. That Qiyu is not only a Void King realm expert, but also one of the top 10 lords. Why did she fall in love with Qing Luo? And adopted her as a righteous daughter? Yang Kai was puzzled. After all, Qiyu is a demon clan, Shan Qingluo is a human race, and the two are not opposed to each other. Yang Kai subconsciously thought that the other party had bad intentions. To be continued, this text is provided by the Breaking Dawn update group at WeAscent. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1459 Returning to the Ice Road. Hearing Yang Kai's question, Bai Luo naturally knew what he was worried about, and smiled slightly, because my lord has inherited the original power of the Sky Moon Demon Spider. Sky Moon Demon Spider? Yang Kai's face changed slightly. Why, have you heard of it? Bai Luo also looked at him curiously. Yang Kai nodded slightly. Tianyu Demon Spider, one of the ancient holy spirits, strictly speaking, is at the same level as the dragon and phoenix, but it is difficult to judge which is stronger and weaker. The battle between the ancient holy spirits is after all no one seen. Yang Kai would know about the Sky Moon Demon Spider because he has been in contact with the ancient holy spirit a lot during this period of time. Whether it is the golden dragon remnant he owns or the ice phoenix remnant that belongs to Su Yan, they all belong to the ancient holy spirit category. How can Qing Luo have the original power of the Sky Moon Demon Spider? Yang Kai frowned, and suddenly said thoughtfully, could it be that the spider corpse you met when you first arrived at the Monster Star Emperor Chen? That's right, that's the body of the Sky Moon Demon Spider. Bai Luo cast an approving look. My lord spent a lot of time finding out, and she didn't know what that spider was before. And Kai Yu, the reason why the lord took a fancy to the lord and adopted her as a righteous daughter is also for this reason. Otherwise, do you think that the Lord Qiyu will benefit the Lord for no reason? So that's the case. Yang Kai nodded lightly. If this is the case, it would be easy to explain. The seductive queen possesses the original power of the Sky Moon Demon Spider, and it is because she absorbed the mysterious energy in the body of that Sky Moon Demon Spider that her bloodline changed. As for Shan Qingluo's ability to directly reach the Demon Star Emperor Chen through the altar, Yang Kai probably had something to do with the dead Sky Moon Demon Spider, and it could even be said that the altar should have been made by the Sky Moon Demon Spider. The poisonous widow physique possessed by Shan Qingluo's lineage was probably born from this. Everything makes sense. Then where is your lord now? Have you also entered the Emperor Garden? Yang Kai asked anxiously. At this moment, Bai Luo's expression became much sadder. She nodded and said, "Come in, but my lord and I separated after entering, and I don't know where she is now." Hearing what she said, Yang Kai couldn't help sighing. You still have a little conscience. Bai Luo pouted, seeing Yang Kai worried about Shan Qingluo, she couldn't help but look at him a lot. But don't worry, even if the adults are alone, there will be no problems. Her current cultivation is at the 3rd level of Void Return, and generally warriors at this level are no match for her at all. So powerful. Yang Kai was taken aback. Being invincible at the same level is reasonable. After all, Shan Qingluo is currently carrying the origin of the Sky Moon Demon Spider, so it cannot be inferred from common sense, but her cultivation is at the Void Return 3rd layer, which shocked Yang Kai. My own cultivation speed is fast enough, but I didn't expect the seductive queen to be more exaggerated than myself. But after thinking about it, it's not surprising. She absorbed all the mysterious energy in the corpse of the ancient Holy Spirit, and it only took a few years for her to be promoted from the second level of the Holy Spirit to the first level of returning to the void. Hey, if you don't work hard, you bastard, your lord will definitely empathize with you in the future. No woman wants to find a man who can't protect her. Bai Luo gloated. The seductive queen back then had a higher level of cultivation than Yang Kai. See you now, not only did the gap not narrow, but it expanded a lot. Bai Luo subconsciously felt that Yang Kai was not worthy of her own family, so she gloated. Some are also anxious for Yang Kai, and some hate iron for not being steel. It's none of your business. Yang Kai curled his lips, and when he thought of Shan Qingluo's demon girl, Yang Kai felt a little nervous. The temptation of a woman, even if a woman like Yin Sudi casts a charm on him, he can ignore it, but Shan Qingluo. He wasn't sure that he would be able to remain calm in front of her. If he was accidentally captured physically and mentally by her, his reputation would be ruined in an instant. Forget it, let's not talk about this, the Emperor Garden is very big, we may not be able to meet each other. Yang Kai seemed to be talking to Bai Luo, and seemed to be comforting himself, although a long time ago, Shan Qingluo planted a plant in his body. He developed a secret technique called the soul-chasing mark, and he could perceive his position through this mark, but after so many years, even if he didn't deliberately eliminate the soul-chasing mark, the mark was almost gone. If Shan Qingluo wanted to find him through the soul-chasing seal, he probably couldn't do it. Well, no matter what, after this trip to the Emperor Garden is over, I will go back to Dichen and tell the Lord about your situation. Bai Luo smiled slightly. The Lord has been worrying for so many years. If he knows that Yang Kai is still safe, has also come to the star field, I will definitely be very happy. Which cultivation star are you in now? Gloom Star, you guys can't come. Yang Kai shook his head slowly, and briefly explained the situation of Gloom Star. Bai Luo kept it in mind, and prepared to report to his lord one by one. By the way, are you looking for an ice path? After finishing the business, Bai Luo suddenly seemed to remember something, looking at Yang Kai and asking. Not bad, have you encountered it? Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. Well, I seem to have encountered it before, but I don't know if it is the place you are looking for. Bai Luo was thoughtful. When she was being chased and killed before, she panicked and indeed broke into the front of a corridor. Originally, she wanted to enter. I avoided it for a while, but after realizing the coldness inside, I gave up the idea and fled here instead. Then I ran into the three of Qian Tianzong and dragged them into the muddy water. Hearing her description, Yang Kai was overjoyed, and hurriedly said, do you still remember the exact location? If Baluo didn't make a mistake in describing it, then that place is definitely the ice path I was looking for. Almost, I'll take you there. Bai Luo said and stood up. Although she is still a little weak, she is not weak after all. After resting for such a long time, as long as she doesn't fight with others, there should be no major problems, so Yang Kai didn't stop her. While carefully releasing her divine sense to check looking around, he and the two of them walked in a certain direction. That place is not too far from here. Yang Kai and Bai Luo arrived in less than half a day. It's right here. Looking at the familiar surroundings, Yang Kai showed a happy expression. Although most of the scenes in the Emperor Garden are similar, there are still some differences in the subtleties. After all, he had been here once before, how could Yang Kai forget this ice road? Feeling the severe cold emanating from the ice passage, Bai Luo showed a look of fear. Even if she entered it in her prime, she would definitely be dead, not to mention that her vitality was seriously injured now. Am I waiting for you outside? Bai Luo asked. No, come in with me. Yang Kai shook his head. After crossing the ice passage, he still had to search for life nectar, so naturally it was impossible to turn back. Baluo stayed here alone, he must be worried. I'll go in too. Baluo frowned, obviously a little uneasy. Don't worry, I've walked this road once, and it's okay to protect you alone. Yang Kai grinned. Well, I hope I won't die for no reason. Bai Luo sighed helplessly, although the words were full of uneasiness, but the decision was not procrastinating, obviously trusting Yang Kai extremely. Let's go. Yang Kai greeted, and walked towards the ice road first. As soon as you stepped into the ice passage, the piercing cold came from all around, almost freezing the soul of a person. Yang Kai did not rush, circulated the Saint Yuan, condensed it into a shield, wrapped himself and Bai Luo in it, and in an instant, isolated the severe cold around him, and the hot magic flame burning outside the shield had a very good effect of keeping out the cold. Huh, is someone here? Yang Kai looked around and couldn't help raising his brows, extremely surprised. The world in this ice passage has obviously been stepped on by someone in advance, and it seems that someone has fought here, because the icicles around are damaged and the lifelike ice sculptures not far away have also been smashed to pieces. There is still the atmosphere after the war. Not only that, but there was also the sound of screaming not far away. It seemed that the war was still going on. Yang Kai and Bai Luo looked at each other, they both restrained their aura silently, and walked towards the place where the battle took place together. The further you go inside, the more terrifying the severe cold is. Yang Kai's Saint Yuan defense alone is not enough to resist all the severe cold. In desperation, Yang Kai can only release the fire bird artifact spirit, turning it into a flame light. The curtain wraps herself in Luo. Is this a weapon spirit? Bai Luo's beautiful eyes widened, she was full of surprise. You actually have such a powerful fire weapon spirit. For a moment, she couldn't help but look at Yang Kai with admiration. Hush! Yang Kai glared at her and continued to move forward. Although he deliberately restrained his own breath, the energy fluctuations in the firebird's spirit body could not be covered up. He didn't know if the people who were fighting over there had found him, but at this time, he should try his best to be careful. It took a whole incense stick of time before Yang Kai gradually came to the periphery of the battlefield. He hid his body behind a small iceberg and secretly looked forward. He saw two women in white long skirts standing up and down in front of him. Fly around and fight against something that looks like a white rabbit. The white rabbit looks small and exquisite, its whole body is crystal clear, carved like white jade, without any flaws, like a most perfect work of art, but its every move can lead to changes in the cold air here. In other words, the cold air can be controlled by it, forming extremely terrifying attacks. The two women who fought against it both had powerful cultivation bases at the Void Return 3rd layer, and they should also practice ice attribute exercises, because the martial arts and secret treasures they used all exuded chills. Fighting in this environment is undoubtedly can play super long. But even so, the two women still couldn't gain any upper hand, instead they were played around by the thing that looked like a white rabbit, with anxious expressions on their faces. It is self-evident what that white rabbit-like thing is. The spirit of heaven and earth. Yang Kai's eyes brightened. To be continued, this text is provided by the Breaking Dawn update group at We Sent. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1460 Who is the Hunter? The last time Yang Kai came across something when he entered the Emperor Garden, he knew that its body was invisible and could transform everything, so despite the fact that the white rabbit was small, exquisite and crystal clear, it was actually extremely fierce. Although the two women at the Void Returning 3rd layer are very powerful, and they can perform supernaturally in combat in this special environment, but the spirit of heaven and earth in the form of a white rabbit also occupies the advantage of the terrain. And the advantages are even more obvious than them. After all, the spirit of heaven and earth itself is the pure cold air of this place. After tens of thousands of years of accumulation, spiritual wisdom was born and evolved step by step. To it, the world inside the ice passage is simply its own back garden. So even though the two women joined forces, they were still powerless with the spirit of heaven and earth, instead they were restrained everywhere. This is really a coincidence. Yang Kai raised the corner of his mouth and murmured as he looked at the two girls. Know them? Bai Luo asked curiously. I don't know, but I know where they are from. Yang Kai answered casually. Bai Luo was confused. Yang Kai really didn't know these two women, but judging from the clothes they wore and the patterns embroidered on their clothes, they should be the strong men of Qilin Star Bingxin Valley. Yang Kai only fought against the people of Bingxin Valley a few days ago. How can you admit your mistakes? From this point of view, the people of Bingxin Valley are divided into two groups. One side is exploring outside the Emperor Garden, and the other is inside the Emperor Garden. It is quite wise not to put eggs in one basket. The warriors in Bingxin Valley are all practicing ice-attributed skills and secret techniques. One can imagine the temptation of the spirit of the earth to them, and it is probably the same, so they will take the risk to fight the white rabbit, but they don't want to fight the white rabbit now. Riding a tiger is hard to get off, and there is no way to get out, so I can only grit my teeth and hold on. The current situation is naturally to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. The strength of the two girls in Bingxin Valley is not low. Even if they lose to the spirit of heaven and earth, they can still cause some troubles for it. Or let the remnant soul of Bingfeng devour it. As for whether the two girls were dead or alive, it had nothing to do with Yang Kai. Everyone met by chance and had no friendship. Yang Kai really didn't have the mood to save people in distress. Having made up his mind, Yang Kai cast a glance at Bai Luo, telling her to be calm and calm. Bai Luo understood and nodded lightly. Although she was calm on the surface, she was very nervous deep inside. Without him, this kind of thing of robbing food from a tiger's mouth was really exciting. She didn't expect Yang Kai to be so courageous, daring to secretly plot to return's virtual 3-layer realm. But, after all, he is the man that the adults like. If he has no guts, then he is not worthy of the adults thinking so. Bai Luo actually looked forward to it. The battle over there is still going on. Yang Kai and Bai Luo hid behind the iceberg and did not reveal their whereabouts. The minds of the two girls in Bingxin Valley are completely attracted by the spirit of the day and the earth. How can they have time to check around? As time went by, the battle became more and more intense. The two girls in Bingxin Valley over there were almost fighting for their lives, trying to fight for a way out. By this time, they had already regretted it, and secretly hated that they shouldn't have rushed in. Provoking the spirits of heaven and earth here, not only failed to get what they wanted, but was in danger of falling here. Regret was of no avail. Facing the attack transformed by the surrounding cold air mobilized by the white rabbit, they could only defend hard, trying to escape while defending. The situation was getting worse and worse. Both women were sweating profusely, and their pretty faces changed color. Yang Kai watched from the sidelines not far away, looking for an opportunity to make a move. Suddenly, he frowned, as if he had sensed something, and there was a warning in his heart. This feeling, as if I was being watched by someone. As soon as the thought came together, Yang Kai quickly restrained his mind, frowned and looked around, and found nothing suspicious where his eyes passed. The divine sense could not be too far away from the body, and Yang Kai could not use his own powerful divine sense to investigate around. But he didn't think the feeling just now was a mistake. Maybe there are really other people hiding here. Thinking of this, Yang Kai lowered his head halfway, a golden light flashed in his left eye, and the world-exterminating demon eye was transported to the extreme. This time, Yang Kai finally discovered something. Just behind another iceberg less than 30 feet away from me, there were actually two figures standing next to each other. I don't know what kind of mysterious treasure they used to completely cover their own traces and aura. The world-exterminating demon looked at them, but couldn't see their real faces, only vague figures. But judging from the body shape, it should be a man and a woman, and that man is actually missing an arm. The golden stone of the devil's blood cult, and that glamorous leader. Immediately, the faces of the two appeared in Yang Kai's mind, and their expressions changed slightly. Although it was just his guess, it should be pretty close, a combination of a man and a woman, and the man is missing an arm. There is no other possibility except for the two from the demon blood sect. If there is, it can only be said to be too coincidental. They are also here. It is really narrow enough for the enemy. Yang Kai secretly called it unlucky. The relationship between him and the demon blood sect is far from harmonious. Before entering the Emperor's garden, Jin Shi even wanted to kill him, but unfortunately he was blocked by the power of the Emperor, and he was wounded instead. The threatening words of that day are still in my ears. Now that the enemy meets, Jin Shi will definitely not let it go. The other two should have found themselves, and the warning signs that surged in their hearts just now were probably brought by these two people. Fortunately, Yang Kai used the world-exterminating demon eye quietly, and Jin Shi and the glamorous leader didn't notice it. Still have some opportunities. The praying mantis catches the cicada, and the oriole follows. Who is the hunter? The current situation can be described as confusing, and Yang Kai dare not act rashly, otherwise it is very likely that the success will fall short. On the other side, the voices of coquettish shouts continued to spread. Although the cultivation base of the two girls in Bingxin Valley is not weak, and the secret treasure is also powerful, but it is thankless to fight against the spirit of heaven and earth here. All the secret treasures sacrificed were devastated by the overwhelming ice attribute attacks, and even their own protective Saint Yuan was in jeopardy, and their defenses were about to be broken. On the other hand, the spirit of heaven and earth in the shape of a white rabbit has a satisfied expression on his face. His red eyes are full of playful expressions. He jumps up and down, extremely flexible, and the icy air around him is gathered by it, and immediately transformed into sharp weapons like spears. They shot at the two women in Bingxin Valley overwhelmingly. The sound of breaking through the air was endless, and the expressions of the two women changed greatly. They didn't know what kind of mysterious secret technique they used to link their Saint Yuan together in a short period of time, and joined forces to resist the enemy. Boom boom boom. The entire ice passage echoed with loud noises, and the energy of the day and the earth rolled, making people horrified as if the end was coming. There was a scream, and two graceful figures flew backwards. In midair, blood spewed out, staining the pure white dress red, looking extremely miserable. At this moment, the two girls of Bingxin Valley were both desperate. They were exhausted in Saint Yuan and injured by the spirit of heaven and earth. At this moment, they can be said to have no power to fight back. They can only close their eyes and wait for death. And at this moment, two other figures suddenly appeared from behind an iceberg, extremely strange, as if appearing out of thin air, immediately turned into two blood-red rays of light, and shot towards the spirit of heaven and earth. The moment they showed up, Yang Kai found that these two people were exactly as he had guessed. They were Jin Shi and the glamorous leader of the demon blood sect. The two chose to act at this time, naturally not out of good intentions to save people, but at this moment when the spirit of heaven and earth is most relaxed, and they chose to act at this time, no doubt they went for the spirit of heaven and earth. Although the ice attribute spirit of heaven and earth is of no use to them, if such a rare treasure can be captured, it can be exchanged for a lot of other things they want. As for Yang Kai and Bai Luo, Jin Shi and the glamorous leader didn't pay much attention to them, they were only going to trouble them after dealing with the spirits of heaven and earth. The timing and angle of the two shots were well grasped. In midair, Jin Shi's cheeks bulged, and a cry similar to that of a cicada suddenly spit out from his mouth, forming a terrifying sound wave visible to the naked eye, covering it straight ahead. Circles of ripples spread rapidly, directly enveloping the spirit of the day and earth. The spirit of heaven and earth, who was about to attack the two girls in Bingxin Valley, didn't notice for a moment, and was immediately hit. Ordinary attacks are useless against this invisible thing, but Jin Shi's secret art in the form of sound waves is obviously not trivial. The cicadas are mainly aimed at the soul. Although the spirits of heaven and earth have wisdom, they are not fully activated. This kind of attack is the most feared thing. Jin Shi's attack can be regarded as the right medicine, and the effect is extremely significant. The spirit of heaven and earth in the shape of a white rabbit obviously showed an expression of extreme pain, and his movements were also paused, his whole body changed, as if he was about to collapse, his two front paws covered his head, and he rolled on the spot. But at this moment, the glamorous leader of the demon blood sect made a move, Qian Chenyu shook her hand, and two blood-red silk threads shot out. Magic blood thread secret technique. As the leader of the devil's blood sect, she had cultivated two devil's blood threads impressively. There is an essential difference between the demon blood sects cultivating the demon blood thread secret technique and Yang Kai's. Yang Kai uses the golden blood in his body to condense the golden blood thread. As long as the golden blood is abundant, no matter how much he practices, it will not harm him. But the magic blood threads of the demon blood sect are different. Their magic blood threads are produced by condensing the power of their own blood and accumulating the essence of flesh and blood over the years, so to the people of the demon blood sect, they are extremely precious. When cultivating the magic blood thread, the martial artist will lose chi and blood, and must find a way to replenish the power of chi and blood after training, otherwise there will be hidden dangers. Basically, a person can only cultivate one magic blood thread in a lifetime. If he forcibly cultivates the second thread, it will put a huge burden on himself, and may even cause death. The consequences can be said to be extremely serious. To be continued, this text is provided by the Breaking Dawn update group at WeAscent. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1461 Ice Phoenix reappears. After all, the secret technique of magic blood thread can break the power of the void returning mirror powerhouse, and its power is not bad, but the general powerful secret technique has many restrictions, and the number of magic blood thread is the biggest constraint of this secret technique. But this glamorous leader of the demon blood sect actually cultivated two magic blood threads. Judging from the aura emanating from the inside, the power of these two magic blood threads is comparable, and she herself is full of energy and blood. No sign of a loss, really no idea how she did it. From this point of view alone, she can be considered to be a leader if she is able to hold the position of leader. And the moment the two magic blood threads were shot out by her, they twisted and rolled, and a large amount of blood-red mist gushed out from inside, and immediately turned into two little blood-red snakes. Yang Kai's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help showing excitement. His golden blood thread can't achieve this level, it seems that it is as he guessed, this magic blood thread secret technique still has a lot of potential that can be tapped. He was able to cultivate the golden blood thread because he helped a disciple of the demon blood sect named Dang Ning when he came out of the flowing flame sand field, and obtained the first half of the magic blood thread secret technique from him, although it was only half of it has no effect on cultivation. Yang Kai had guessed earlier that the second half of the secret technique should describe how to flexibly use the magic blood thread and many changes. Now it seems that I guessed it right. It's just that the devil's blood thread secret technique is the untold secret of the devil's blood cult, so it's impossible for Yang Kai, an outsider, to obtain the second half of it. At this moment, Yang Kai was naturally delighted to see how the magic blood thread changed. Since he cultivated the golden blood thread, this secret technique has helped him a lot, and it has played a huge role in many battles. If he can really penetrate the mystery hidden in the second half, this secret technique will play a greater role power. All kinds of thoughts flashed in Yang Kai's mind. The two little blood-red snakes had already jumped in front of the white rabbit while it was in a daze, opened their mouths, exposed their fangs. One bit the white rabbit's head, the other he bit its tail and refused to let go. And from the fangs, there was blood-red energy pouring into the white rabbit's body, as if it wanted to pollute its spiritual power. The spirit of the land was attacked suddenly that day, and it was obviously taken aback. After it recovered from Jinshi's attack, it suddenly found that it was restrained back and forth. On the contrary, in this moment, the two blood snakes poured more blood-red energy into the white rabbit's body, making it feel a little insane. The spirit of heaven and earth also realized that something was wrong, and no longer dared to stay in place. Instead, with a sway, the form of the white rabbit immediately disintegrated, turning into streams of pure icy air, wanting to escape from this place. The coquettish giggles came out, and contained the power of seductiveness, which made all the people present couldn't help but twitch their blood, and there was a commotion deep in their hearts. The glamorous leader of the demon blood sect stood in midair, just pointed out a finger lightly, as if without the slightest aura of fireworks. The two blood snakes also changed accordingly. Looking around, I saw the two blood snakes. The snake reformed into two magic blood threads, which were entangled in an instant, and then suddenly split apart, turning into more and smaller blood-red threads. Those blood-red silk threads formed a big blood-red net at an extremely fast speed as they shuttled and intersected, covering the spirit of heaven and earth head-on. This time, the spirit of heaven and earth couldn't avoid it, and was directly caught by the blood-red net. "Take it," the Mayan leader yelled tenderly, and with a thought, the blood-red net suddenly shrank, and soon strangled the spirit of heaven and earth. No matter how much it rushed left and right inside, it couldn't get out no matter what the shackles of the blood-red net. In an instant, it became the possession of that beautiful woman. The beautiful woman smiled at the corner of her mouth, with a hint of complacency on her face. She stretched out her hand to hook the blood net, and the blood net flew towards her lightly as if it had spirituality. At this moment, a sudden change occurred, and a sharp phoenix cry suddenly came out, and immediately, a horrifying power fell from the sky. Whether it was the two women of Bingshin Valley who fell to the ground, or the high-spirited Jinshi and the beautiful woman, all of them changed color suddenly, looking around in horror. Behind an iceberg, a big bird with a body length of more than 10 feet, pure white and flawless, like carved from ice jade, flew into the air. The big bird had no real body, and what was there was just an illusory shadow. It is still looking down, as if it doesn't pay attention to everything in the world, and there is endless majesty in the pupils of the two birds. Anyone who looks at him can't help but feel as small as an ant. Bingfeng. The eyes of the two girls in Bingshin Valley almost popped out, and they called out the name of this big bird. After being shocked, the two pairs of beautiful eyes were full of fanaticism. Without him, Bingshin Valley practiced ice attribute exercises, and in this world, the ice phoenix is the most proficient ancient creature in the law of ice, and the totem worshipped by all the disciples in Bingshin Valley is an ice phoenix. But they have only seen patterns before, and have never seen the real ice phoenix. Although the one in front of them is not a real ancient holy spirit, it has something to do with that heaven-defying existence. In just a short time, the two women experienced ups and downs in their lives. At first they thought they would die under the attack of the spirit of heaven and earth, but at the critical moment someone came out and used powerful secret techniques to subdue the spirit of heaven and earth of the ice element. Before they could recover, another phantom of the ice phoenix appeared here. The emotions of the two women were extremely complicated. They never expected that there would be so many outsiders spying on them when the two of them fought against the spirit of heaven and earth. In addition to heart palpitations, he secretly rejoiced that no matter what, the two of them survived. The beautiful eyes stared at the ice phoenix tremblingly, and the faces of the two women had a strange brilliance. The sound of Fengming came out, and the ice phoenix left an afterimage on the spot, and disappeared in an instant. When it reappeared, it had already stopped in front of the beautiful leader of the demon blood sect, opened its beak, and moved towards the bloody net. The rapt spirit of heaven and earth pecked away. That posture, as if pecking at an insignificant bug, elegant and careless. The beautiful woman was obviously stunned for a moment. After all, things like Bingfeng are not something you can see in your spare time, but soon, she came back to her senses, and said softly, "You're looking for death." Regardless of whether it is a real ice phoenix or not, the beautiful woman dares to play tricks on her prey. She drank like this, then waved her hand and sacrificed a bracelet-shaped secret treasure, hitting towards the remnant soul of the ice phoenix. As soon as the bracelet was shot out, it suddenly turned into 2, and then turned into 3. In the blink of an eye, there were shadows of the bracelet covering the sky, covering the remnant soul of Bingfeng within. Bingfeng turned a blind eye to it. Although it was just a remnant soul now, it couldn't be wiped out casually. When the shadow of the bracelet all over the sky slammed down on it, it also swallowed the blood net into its belly, and then spread its wings, arousing the strong icy air here, turning it into countless ice blades, lingering in the air, around the body. Jingle jingle, a dense sound came out, one after another bracelet shadows shattered, and the ice blades also disintegrated. When the bracelet returned to the beautiful woman's hand, Bingfeng was not injured at all, but the beautiful woman's pretty face was livid. Without him, Bingfeng not only swallowed the spirit of heaven and earth into her stomach, but also did not let go of her magic blood thread. In this short period of time, she already felt that the connection between her magic blood thread and her mind had become much weaker. If it continued, her magic blood thread might be gone. If you dare to swallow my things, I'm not afraid that you won't be able to digest them. The beautiful woman snarled, and her weapon changed, as if she was urging her magic blood to attack from within Bingfeng's body. Even though it was just a fight, with the eyesight of a beautiful woman, she can naturally see that this ice phoenix is just a show, not a real ancient holy spirit. Otherwise, how would she dare to stay here? You can run as far as you have already. The real ancient holy spirit is vulnerable even to the Void King realm powerhouses. With this urging, Bingfeng immediately let out a cry of pain, and the pure white body surface faintly reflected a faint crimson, which seemed extremely mysterious. Yang Kai couldn't continue to hide anymore. Since the moment Bingfeng rushed out, he was ready to take action. Seeing Bingfeng screaming, he immediately rushed out with Bai Luo. Sure enough, it's your fault. Jin Shi rushed out from the side, took the initiative to meet Yang Kai, blocked his way, and looked at him with anger and ill intentions, his face extremely ferocious. Yang Kai didn't move, just looked at him with a cold face, and then put his eyes on Bingfeng again. He can't command Bingfeng to do anything. Bingfeng's remnant soul just uses his body as a carrier to stay temporarily. If not, he can give Bingfeng orders, and he is extremely anxious, lest something will happen to Bingfeng here accident. Fortunately, even though Bingfeng is only transformed by a remnant soul, she also knows how to choose and reject. After screaming sharply for a while, he opened his mouth and spit out a ball of blood-red light. As soon as the blood-red light appeared, it immediately separated and turned into 2 magic blood threads again, turning back to the beautiful woman. Hand. After all, this is a secret technique that the demon blood cult master spent countless years refining, and it is really not so easy to digest. After spitting out the magic blood, Bingfeng let out a long cry, turned into a white light, rushed directly into Yang Kai's body and disappeared. It is satisfied with devouring a spirit of heaven and earth, and must refine it as soon as possible to increase its own strength. As for the next battle, it has nothing to do with it. The moment the ice phoenix entered his body, Yang Kai couldn't help but shuddered, feeling cold all over his body, but fortunately this coldness didn't affect him too much, otherwise he could only turn around and run away at this moment. A series of accidents happened in the blink of an eye, so fast that almost everyone didn't react. Lying in a pool of blood, the 2 girls of Bingxin Valley, who could only protect themselves, couldn't help but show interest after seeing Bingfeng actually sneaking into Yang Kai's body. Even that kind of thing can be obtained. If that Bingfeng can let him get. But the glamorous leader of the demon blood sect was furious, his silver teeth clenched tightly, and his eyes looked at Yang Kai with fire. To be continued, this text is provided by the Breaking Dawn update group at Visual Blood Sacrifice. If you like this work, you are welcome to go to M to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1462 Discord. The spirit of heaven and earth was within easy reach, but it was snatched away by Yang Kai's Bingfeng halfway. This loss, the mood of the demon blood sect master can be imagined, hatred. But after carefully sizing up the situation in front of her, the beautiful woman suddenly restrained her anger and smiled coquettishly, her beautiful eyes looking forward, and she said in a waxy voice, "Little brother, we are really destined, we meet again." She looked at Yang Kai excitedly, and when she spoke, her pink tongue protruded from her mouth, and she licked her red lips, as if she had seen some delicious meal, with a big appetite. It's very destined. Yang Kai grinned and nodded slightly. Bai Luo's brows were upside down, she stared at Yang Kai viciously, and asked in a low voice, "This bitch knows you. Are you perverted again?" Undoubtedly, she couldn't get used to the unrestrained appearance of the demon blood sect master, thinking that Yang Kai and the other party were a little unclear. Hearing her question, Yang Kai glanced at her and didn't bother to explain. Little brother, we are all from Gloomy Star. We are a family. Why do you want to ruin the good things of our leader? Qing Qi said. You who are sensible, obediently hand over the spirit of the day and the earth to me, and I can pretend that today's matter has not happened. How about it? Okay, after returning to Gloomy Star, you come to Flowing Flame Sand to find me, and I will return the spirit of that day and earth to you. Yang Kai replied with a smile, as if he was pulling home with the demon blood sect master, without the slightest the color of tension. The beautiful woman's pretty face turned cold, and her heart was slightly angry. A fool can understand the perfunctory meaning in the other party's words. If he really waits to return to Gloom Star, then even if he has great abilities, he will not be able to enter the Flowing Flame Sand field to find him. What is the point of returning the spirit of heaven and earth? The other party made it clear that they wanted to occupy the spirit of the world. With a long sigh, there was a hint of sadness in the beautiful eyes of the demon blood sect master, as if he had been abandoned by Yang Kai, and he said slowly, Little brother, I have no intention of being your enemy, but if you are stubborn, then I don't mind taking action to teach you a lesson. You can think about it. If I take action, you and the girl beside you may not be able to leave this place safely. Eh? You can try it if you have the ability. Yang Kai sneered. The boy is rampant. Jin Shi was furious, and shouted in a low voice, Master, there is no need to talk nonsense with him. Let's take this boy down first. A mere void returning one layer dares to be so defiant. I really don't know how thick the ground is. The blood leader nodded lightly, with a strange look in his beautiful eyes. He chuckled and said with a chuckle, This kid is mine. I have never met such a strong man. I must be able to increase the power of a lot of blood in this seat. When they entered the Emperor Garden that day, she and Jin Shi passed by Yang Kai, who was consolidating his momentum, and saw Yang Kai resisting the power of Emperor Wei with his body. His physical quality is extraordinary, so he was naturally moved by him. The stronger the physical body of a man, the more useful it is to her. Over the years, the demon blood sect master has often harmed strong men, but there has never been a male warrior who can compare with Yang Kai. Even if there is no such thing as the spirit of heaven and earth today, the demon blood sect master will not let Yang Kai go if he encounters it in this Emperor Garden. He was just trying to distract Yang Kai's attention and let him relax his vigilance. Now that the face has been torn, there is nothing to say. Then the old man wants these three women. Jin Shi laughed loudly, not only regarded Bai Luo as his own, but also included the two women of Bingxin Valley who were seriously injured and had no power to act over there. As the words sounded in my ears, the two girls of Bingxin Valley couldn't help but suddenly change their colors and secretly cried out in their hearts. If they were in their heyday, they might not have been afraid of Jin Shi and Demon Blood Hierarch, but now they can only pin their hopes on Yang Kai, but a mere void-returning first-order warrior brings along a burden with obvious chi and blood and unhealed injuries. Who can resist that man? A woman's offensive. The two women in Bingxin Valley were extremely nervous, staring at the movement over there for a moment, lest Yang Kai would be killed if they met each other. If this is the case, they will not escape, although they don't want to admit it, but they and Yang Kai are grasshoppers tied to the same rope, and they will be damaged. Boy, this old man knows that your fire weapon is very powerful, but here, do you dare to release it to fight against the enemy? Jin Shi sneered, with a ferocious expression, and hit Yang Kai's weakness with one word. The artifact spirit has now turned into a protection, covering Yang Kai and Bai Luo's side. If it is released, Yang Kai can still support it in this severe cold environment for a while, but with Bai Luo's situation, I am afraid that it will fall immediately. Jin Shi saw that the Firebird weapon spirit would be useless in the next battle, at most it could only serve as some protection. So what? Yang Kai looked at him coldly, not caring. Don't cry if you don't see the coffin. Jin Shi snorted coldly, and while speaking, he took a deep breath, and the next moment, a golden light bloomed all over his body, covering his whole body in it. And in the dazzling golden light, a phantom in the shape of a cicada vaguely appeared behind Jin Shi. The giant cicada also showed a golden color, and it just got into Jin Shi's body in a flash. Immediately, Jin Shi's aura produced a huge explosion transformation. An extremely uncomfortable hostility pervades his body. It seems to be able to pull out the violence and killing deep in everyone's heart. The golden cicada's magic formula. Jin Shi hated Yang Kai to the bone, and the hatred of the broken arm made him restless. Now that you made a move, he started to use the technique that he was famous for, obviously intending to make a quick decision. The golden light dissipated, and Jin Shi's exposed skin seemed to have some tiny scales, and a pair of wings as thin as cicada's wings grew out from behind. His cheeks bulged high, and after he spoke out, a cicada-like cry came out leisurely, and the sound wave visible to the naked eye hit Yongkai directly. The indifference on Yongkai's face also gradually subsided. He saw this guy when he used this move to deal with the spirit of heaven and earth just now. He knew the strangeness and power of this secret technique, so naturally he would not be careless. As soon as the spiritual thought moved, a huge power of spiritual consciousness burst out of his mind like a nest of water, condensing protection in front of him, and that power of spiritual consciousness was actually visible to the naked eye, like a fiery red mist, shocking the eyeballs. Spiritual consciousness into form. Jin Shi's eyeballs bulged, and he let out a horrified sound, with an unbelievable expression on his face. Although the power of consciousness is invisible, if it is powerful to a certain extent, it can be seen by the naked eye. This level is the transformation of consciousness. No one on Gloomstar can do it, at least among the people that Jin Shi knows. There is no such ability to transform the consciousness into form, and that requires the cultivation of Void King realm. The kid in front of him clearly has only been promoted to the Void Return first level not long ago. How could it be possible to have such a powerful power of consciousness? And judging from the color of the barrier formed by the power of the consciousness, it seems that what the other party possesses is not ordinary consciousness but a mutated fire of consciousness. Oops. Thoughts converged in Jin Shi's mind, and he secretly shouted that it's not good. He tried his best to overestimate the kid's strength. I'm afraid he still underestimated it a bit. The sonic attack launched by Jin Chanming quickly rushed to Yongkai, but was completely blocked by the fiery red mist, like a stone sinking into the sea, without any effect. Fortunately, Jin Shi didn't fight alone. At the same time as he shot, the Demon Blood Sect Master also acted, and the bracelet-shaped secret treasure was sacrificed by her again, turning into countless bracelet shadows and smashing towards Yongkai. Every blow was terrifying people. Faced with such a situation, Yongkai's expression remained calm, or he had expected it long ago, and with a flick of his wrist, a 3-foot-long sword-shaped secret treasure appeared in his hand. Dragon Bone Sword, Dikyui. The holy yuan poured in frantically, and the green long sword burst into green light in an instant, as if it had come alive from Yongkai's hand, and with a high-pitched dragon chant, the Dikyui sword turned into a head with a body length of several dozen. The giant green dragon, which was about 10 feet tall, greeted the Demon Blood Sect Master with bared teeth and claws. The presence of Longwei, this kind of real coercion, is even more terrifying than the appearance of Bingfeng just now. Before the shadow of the bracelet all over the sky could reach Yongkai, it was swept away by the green dragon. Immediately, it opened its mouth wide and sprayed a cloud of green mist towards the Demon Blood Sect Master. People would feel sick when they smelled it. It was obviously highly poisonous. The Demon Blood Cult Master let out a scream, and quickly dodged away, his beautiful eyes trembling violently. She did not personally participate in the Longshe Mountain battle, but she also got a detailed report from Jin Shi, knowing that Yongkai had such a weird and magical secret treasure in his hand. When listening to Jin Shi's report, she didn't take it seriously, thinking that Jin Shi was exaggerating to cover up her failure. After all, secret treasures are dead and people are alive. No matter how high the secret treasure is, the people who use it are not strong enough, can't exert too much power. But after seeing it with her own eyes at this moment, she dared not think so. The emerald green dragon transformed by this secret treasure seemed to exist with flesh and blood, as if the ancient Holy Spirit descended on this place, which made her dare not take it lightly. It is not surprising that there will be such a result. In the Battle of Longshe Mountain that day, although Yongkai was able to activate the Dragon Bone Sword, he was barely able to do so. At that time, the dragon soul did not cooperate with him. Manipulation. But now, the dragon soul in the Dragon Bone Sword has completely surrendered to him, and is connected with his mind. Move left and right in the world, while dealing with the green dragon. Seeing this situation, Jin Shi was not only not surprised, but overjoyed. Without him, Yongkai's artifact spirit guarded around his body, and the Dragon Bone Sword also appeared in the form of a giant dragon to chase after the leader. The two big trump cards that this kid possessed have all been used, making the fear of Jin Shi disappear. To be continued, this text is provided by the Breaking Dawn Update Group at ch8296929 Dian Hanji A. Chapter 1463 Space Rift. Jin Shi is confident that with his own strength, he can take off Yongkai's head in the blink of an eye. As long as Yongkai can be killed, the green giant dragon will naturally be useless. Not only that, but he can also get that piece of black gold, and the golden cicada magic art is expected to be successful. When the strength surpasses the leader, he will also be in charge of the demon blood sect. Not impossible. Counting in one fell swoop, the key point is whether Yongkai is dead or alive. Thinking of this, Jin Shi's heart became hot, and without hesitation, a thin needle-shaped secret treasure like a cow's hair broke through the void and shot towards Yongkai. This type of secret treasure is not significant in terms of single target damage, but it is better in concealment. It is best used for sneak attacks, and although its lethality is not strong, it will not be too much if it is hit. Better off. After all, the needle-shaped secret treasures were all shining with green and black light, which was obviously poisonous. Seeing those needle-shaped secret treasures attacking him, Yongkai tapped his hand in a hurry, and a purple shield appeared in front of him. The next moment, there was a clanging sound, and in front of the void-level top-ranked defensive secret treasure, those needles the formed secret treasure couldn't break through its defense at all, causing effective damage to Yongkai. But that's enough. Jin Shi played this needle-shaped secret treasure, not to do anything to Yongkai, but to attract his attention. The wings that were as thin as cicada's wings trembled slightly on his back, and the whole person disappeared from the spot strangely, and rushed to Yongkai's side 5 feet away in an instant. The speed was amazing. With a ferocious and scheming smile on his face, Jin Shi sneered and said, "Boy, you are still a little tender to fight with the old man." When the voice fell, his own momentum came out, forming an invisible quagmire around Yongkai, making Yongkai's movements stop. Although the power of potential is similar, different people have more or less differences. The momentum of Jin Shi contains a kind of bloody aura, and being wrapped in it, it is like falling into a pool of blood. Not only is it inconvenient to move, the Saint Yuan cannot function well, but also a feeling of being drowned by bloody aura and unable to breathe. And the breath penetrates into the body through the pores, which can affect the violence deep in the warrior's heart and make him unsteady. As soon as Yongkai was hit, his eyeballs turned red, his face was extremely hard, his breathing became faintly short of breath, and Bai Luo who was standing beside him couldn't bear it, and his body softened and fell into Yongkai's arms. She hadn't recovered from her severe injuries, and she couldn't fight anyone at all, not to mention that Jin Shi was still a strong person in the third layer of Void Return. Just broke through the Void Returning Mirror, and this arrogant old man is here to tell you what the real Void Returning Mirror is. Jin Shi was very proud, and while speaking, he stretched out his only big hand towards Yongkai, and that hand was covered with scales. It looks hideous and terrifying, but it is undeniable that this hand possesses extremely terrifying power. His plan is very simple, is to use his own power to subdue or kill Yongkai in one fell swoop. After all, last time in Longshe Mountain, he saw with his own eyes that Yongkai was only at the third level of the Saint King. Although he had already broken through the Void Return Mirror, he definitely didn't have time to condense his own strength. In other words, he and the Saint King, the difference in the realm is only that the cultivation base of the realm has been improved a little, and it has not changed fundamentally. With his own strengths, attacking the enemy's weaknesses, Jin Shi's idea is undoubtedly correct. Although the idea is good, he never imagined that in such a short period of time, Yongkai's momentum has been achieved, and it is not inferior to any Void Returning Mirror expert who has been immersed in this field for many years. Just when the big hand was about to catch Yongkai, the corner of Yongkai's mouth suddenly lifted up, a sneering smile appeared, the panic in his eyes disappeared, replaced by incomparable calmness. Seeing this situation, Jin Shi's heart skipped a beat, he subconsciously felt something was wrong, and an unprecedented sense of crisis permeated his whole body. Before he could figure out whether Yongkai was playing tricks or if he really had the chance to win, a mysterious force came leisurely from there, not only wrapping himself in it, but also sweeping his momentum. Ka-cha-cha. The sound from the depths of his heart changed Jin Shi's complexion drastically. When the mysterious power swept over him, he was shocked to find that his own momentum was shattered and could not be maintained at all. At the same time, the surrounding space seemed to be twisted and changed, giving Jin Shi an illusion of being exiled into the void, and the things he saw were also twisted and twisted out of shape. That boy Yongkai was clearly in front of him just now, but he was far away from him in the blink of an eye. Impossible! Jin Shi exclaimed in horror, his eyelids twitching. With his eyesight, he could instantly see that Yongkai had also released his own power, and his power was bound to be even stronger and more secretive, otherwise it would be impossible to break his own power. What kind of power is fused in this situation? Why make the space change and distort? The big hand that Jin Shi protruded was only 3 inches away from Yongkai, but he couldn't continue to do it, because in his field of vision, Yongkai and his position had undergone earth-shaking changes, and he was not sure that he could hit it with a single blow. Kill Yongkai. The power of space. In Yongkai's momentum, the mystery of the power of space has been condensed, but wherever he is surrounded by his momentum, the space will definitely change. This is also what he realized through the power of Emperor Wei before he entered the Emperor Garden. The last part of the journey, the last few days of effort was not in vain. The power of Emperor Wei forced Yongkai to integrate the power of space into his own momentum, although it was still a little difficult to integrate, but this fusion, the power of its own supernatural power, is undoubtedly stronger than the general power. The situation in front of him is the best portrayal. This is Yongkai's first time to use his own strength to fight against others, and he has great expectations for this. Now it seems that the effect is really remarkable. In all fairness, Jin Shi's strength is not bad. He has been famous for many years, and his cultivation has reached the 3rd level of Void Return. If he really wants to fight, it must be very troublesome to kill him, not to mention that he is still in this special environment and there are still people around him. There is a Bai Luo who needs to be taken care of, and the other party also has a helper of the same level. All kinds of restrictions forced Yongkai to show his weakness and deliberately attract Jin Shi to approach him. In the first attack against the Demon Blood Sect Master, Yongkai sacrificed the Dragon Bone Sword Dikyui, which was also planned long ago. The purpose was to let Jin Shi relax his vigilance. As expected, the opponent thought that without the help of Dragon Bone Sword and Weapon Spirit, he was just a soft persimmon needed casually, so he dared to hit him directly. Such a good opportunity, how could Yongkai miss it? With a sway of his figure, the power of space was repeated, and the person had disappeared in place, and when he reappeared, he suddenly came behind Jin Shi. This is not an illusion of vision caused by too fast speed, but a real teleportation. Within the scope of his own potential, Yongkai can do this, but unfortunately, the range covered by his potential is only less than 30 feet in radius. In other words, he can only do it in this small range. Teleportation, but this is also very remarkable. Jin Shi still maintained that rushing posture, and he didn't come back to his senses at all. Yongkai tapped his hand, and a jet-black blade-like attack took shape, and with a slight tremor, he shot towards Jin Shi like an arrow from the string. The Blade of Space. The opponent was a Void Return 3rd layer, so Yongkai naturally wouldn't hide his clumsiness, and was only going to kill him with one blow. The Blade of Space lived up to expectations, and directly opened a crescent-shaped hole in Jin Shi's back, protruding through the body from the other side. Yongkai wasn't happy, instead he showed surprise on his face, and immediately turned his head to look aside, only to see a figure appearing in embarrassment on the other side. It was Jin Shi, but at this moment, he had a look of embarrassment on his face. Heart palpitations, pale face, it seems that some vitality has been greatly damaged. And at that spot, there was a figure of Jin Shi standing there, with a crescent-shaped wound on his back and abdomen, but strangely, no blood flowed out. Clatter. The golden and stone figure actually collapsed and disappeared into nothingness. The golden cicada has escaped its shell. Yongkai raised his brows, extremely surprised. He also just said it casually. After all, the kung fu practiced by this old guy is called Jin Chanji Moju, but he didn't want him to be right. Jin Shi's secret trick is indeed called Golden Cicada's Escape Shell, but it is a unique skill for escaping. Since practicing the Golden Cicada Extreme Magic Art, Jin Shi has used this trick to avoid several fatal attacks. Just now when Yongkai released the Space Blade, Jin Shi instinctively sensed the danger, and immediately used this secret technique, only to save his life. Although this move is great, it also has a lot of restrictions when used, not to mention damaging one's own vitality. Once used, it will not be able to fight with others in a short time. If it were in other places, Jin Shi might really be able to succeed. But in this ice passage, the space is narrow. Even if he wanted to escape, he couldn't run too far. What made him even more desperate was that he was in the situation of Yongkai, and his judgment of the spatial position was already powerless. He thought that he would stay away from Yongkai and find an opportunity to join forces with the leader to fight against Yongkai, but after he escaped, he took a closer look. Yongkai was impressively less than 10 feet away from him. Jin Shi almost cursed. He had never seen such a weird gesture in his life. Interesting. Yongkai grinned, his smile was treacherous, and he increased his control over his own power. In an instant, the twisted and changing space began to slowly collapse. With Yongkai as the center, within a radius of 30 feet, every small space cracks appeared one after another in the place surrounded by the momentum. Those space cracks were as thin as a cow's hair. Although they would soon be repaired by the laws of heaven and earth here, they appeared continuously. Looking at the pale and helpless Jin Shi, Yang Kai stretched out his hand, then slowly clenched his fist, and softly shouted, "Come on." The cracks in the space listened to his orders and gathered towards the position of the gold stone, densely packed, like countless small snakes. It looked shocking. The pitiful Jin Shi generation of the great elder of the demon blood sect, who was forced to such a desperate situation with his super-strong cultivation in the third layer of returning to the void, seeing those space cracks wrapping up from all directions, inevitable, Jin Shi's face finally changed. Panicked, he quickly shouted, "Wait, Sect Master Yang is merciful. Recommendation tickets, monthly tickets, your support is my biggest motivation."